Are you ready?
With the Summer Collection. Now live at WABCRadiostore.com.
Fun. I love it. I love it.
Apply your suntan lotion with ease as you wear your WABC radio tank top.
It's hot.
Shade yourself from the sun with the WABC bucket hat and sizzle while you grill, baby, grill. Wearing your WABC apron.
It's hot.
Have hot fun in the summertime and avoid a cruel summer at WABCRadiostore.com.
I find myself thinking, this is so much fun that I don't think of this as work, really. Yeah. Now, Monday's always the best for me because when you work these I don't want to say these hours because there are people working hours all the time. See, it's so funny. People who do this, like right now, are you working? Call me. Seriously. You working at a store, you're stocking shelves, you're a bartender, you're a cop, you're a first responder, you're a hooker, you're a whatever it is, some drug dealer. You're part of a Curtis Mayfield song. I don't call 800-848-9222, especially new meat, new callers, new voices, new whatever. I'm dead serious. Because that's the beautiful part about this. We get these calls all the time. It was so funny. I got an email, very interesting email of the weekend from somebody identified as Googie. I thought, Googie, isn't it like Dodie Goodman or Googie, Gogie? There's anyway, but it's like Googie. All right, fine. With the googly eyes. He goes, how do you do it? I said, well, this is the best part about it. The best part about it is the fact that, number one, you have a period of, first of all, there's nobody here. I can't, with all due respect, I love my brethren. I guess I don't really know them. I don't know them. I mean, we've met a couple of times, but it's wonderful. It's quiet. There's nobody here. There's this poor guy at the front desk. How you doing? I got my card, come in. Got that one elevator that smells funky. Anyway, go up there. There's nobody here. At the door. Come in here. Do this. It's Monday, but it's Sunday. I don't know. So anyway, it's the first time where it's like, this is weird because your sleep is a little goofy, but people act like it's such a big deal. There are people working all the time right now, and it's a great time to work. If there's something, the best to me, seriously, is the wildest is Friday, and your weekend starts at 5 a.m. I don't know about you, but I think that says something. I've been watching this new, my wife and I have been watching this new, I don't even know what the hell is her name. You know who I'm talking. She's this comedian. She talks like this. She's that Southern comedian. She's on that show. She wants to be kind of like a Roseanne wannabe. But you know what? And it's Chuck Lorre, and she plays this 50-year-old. What the hell's her name? I'm sure my wife will email. She'll text me because no matter. I always say, don't get up. Let me go in just because I'm going. You don't have to get up. No, I'm getting up. No, don't get up. So I don't want to creep out, but anyway. I mean, I don't want to creep you out either. But I was watching this show, and I don't even know why I brought this subject up, but I was thinking to myself, there's a really, really good kind of a return to rational thinking. And again, I'm trying to figure out, what did that have to do with anything? I have no idea. Look who's calling. Matt in New Jersey. Now, Matt, God bless you. You're a truck driver, Matt. You're the backbone of America. Are you there, Matt?
Hey, Lionel, how are you?
Matt, what kind of a rig are we driving? That's what we call it, right? A rig?
Hey, Lionel, I don't drive a rig. I'm driving a Nissan Rogue.
Okay. You can work with me. Does that change anything? I hear truck driver. My friend Elias wrote you're a truck driver. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a truck driver. I just drive an SUV.
Okay. Now, Riff, is there some reason you're putting up here truck driver? He says he drives an SUV. Wait, okay, fine. Let's work with that. So tell me, let's forget that introduction, Matt. Tell me about yourself. What are you doing now? Tell me now, is this your job? Are you working?
Yeah, I'm working. Yeah, I got a business that I do that I run during the day, and then at night I deliver blood to hospitals. So basically,
Wait a minute.
I'm just cruising up.
You deliver blood?
Yeah, I deliver blood to hospitals.
And if you got into a wreck, into a crash, imagine what that would look like.
Yeah, it's all boxed up and packaged up and they're insulated, so the chances of any splatter are pretty slim.
Yeah, but that's what you say, because you know why? Because you're a tough guy. And you're a hero. You're a hero. Everybody, you notice how everybody's a hero? And we'd like to thank the heroes who delivered the blood. Damn it, you're a hero. Saluting the heroes. The Lionel Show.
Yes.
The Other Side of Midnight salutes the heroes of the blood wagon. Anyway, tell me about yourself. How long have you been lugging blood?
I started it's like the end of April. Just to supplement my business and get some good benefits. And yeah, I was playing golf the other day. I play golf a lot. So this one dude, I brought up how I was in the Marine Corps, and he called me an American hero. And I was like, yeah, if that's what you want to call it. So, and I also deliver blood and save lives for people. So I guess I'm kind of a hero. Should probably wear a cape.
No, pal. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. Because what I do, you can't train for it. You can't deploy for it. You can't anything. I'm a spreader, a purveyor of truth, my friend. I'm the one defending the First Amendment. Not you. I am. Blood, that's a different story. But when it comes to... what?
Hey, Lionel, I appreciate you. I love listening to you every night. When I'm driving, it really brightens up my night. And
Thank you.
That one dude back in the day, Melvin or whatever, that guy was freaking hysterical. I got to hear a clip of that guy tonight, please.
We are going to be able to. We will play for you a veritable retinue, a bevy, a promenade of sorts. But Matt, just tell me something. Answer my question. Who's your hero, Matt? Who's your hero? Who?
Who's my hero? Damn.
You're talking to him. Say it, Matt. Say it.
I mean, on the other side of midnight, you're definitely my hero. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Matt. Be careful out there with your blood. You and your blood. All right, Dracula. Take care, buddy boy.
Hold up.
That says it all.
Hold up.
That says it all. I know the feeling. Let's go. Remember, I'm your hero, and I want everyone. If you call me today, you must refer to me as your hero. That's it. And if you don't, you're gone. Gone! You understand it? Let's see if Eddie understands it. Eddie, you're on the other side of midnight with who, Eddie? Who? That's pretty good. Eddie, I mean, that's it. I mean, I got it. Is that it? Is that the act? Eddie, listen, I'll be the first one to tell you, I love a good act, but that's pathetic. Come on. You know who my hero is? The dude out there every night who washes washes down the sidewalk. I don't know who he is or what is that. How does anybody even know? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. What's he washing? What is it? I mean, who knows? I guess they film him. I don't understand it. The work, the amount of time he goes in, he plugs into the wall, and he's got a spray. You say, what in the world? Why are you washing the sidewalk? Old Italian men did that. You know what I mean? The old days. This weekend, you know what I always do? Another thing too. I like to see the economy. How's the economy doing? Now, where do you go to see the economy? Don't give me this housing prices. I don't know what the hell that means. Who's buying a house every week? I want to see a couple of things. Always check Cheesecake Factory. If that place is packed, everything's fine. You can go to a mall and also look for people. Are they carrying bags? If they're not carrying bags, you're not buying anything. But if the Cheesecake Factory is packed, it's packed all the time. That's a good idea. That's number one. So yesterday, I'm driving the Mrs. L. And we had to go by TJ Maxx. All right, TJ Maxx, that's a great store. That's a great store. Remember when Hannity used to say, well, I'm a big Walmart shopper. Okay, Sean. All right. Okay, Tiger. Whatever you say. But I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. And I'm sitting out there. I'm in the Yugo. I drive a Yugo. It's a stretch, by the way. And I get a lot of looks. All original parts, too. So I'm in there listening. You go in there and I'll just wait. Normally what I do is I go to the TJ Maxx. And I go look for, we call them the a-hole chairs. Pardon my French, but it's in the housing goods. You know, I look for a nice chair, a nice plush chair. What is a nice chair? Honey, you walk around all you want. I'll just sit right here with my phone watching arrest videos because that's what I do. But I didn't feel like it. So I was outside in the car, revving it up, waiting for it to come out, being the dutiful husband that I am. And finally I said, I think it's time I got to make that. Got to go to that loo. You don't really get to a certain age. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. And I'm saying, okay, everything. So anyway, so I locked up the Yugo. I walked in. I just wanted to just see her. And I'm wondering, what the hell's taking so long? No, really, what are you buying? Oh my God. The line was just, TJ Maxx stock, buy it. I'm just telling you, wow. They are just going through that. I mean, serious stuff. It's incredible. So it's out there, my friends. And I just watch and I look at people. And then I also realize, my God, why are people, especially young people, walking around, and please forgive me when I say this, but I see young women walking around with their ass hanging out, and it's disgusting. What happened? What happened to morality? What happened to our sense of right and wrong? What is this? What is going on with it? It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. They're walking around and it's like, what happened? What happened to this thing called class? So that's why I'm watching this video, whatever the show is, this new movie, and it's like old-fashioned, plain old stuff. That's why this Sydney, whatever her name is, the whole American Eagle thing, I think it's so terrific because we're getting back into values again. Plain old American values. This other stuff has got to go. This garbage. Now, let me explain something to you. Listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, oh, this guy's another prude. Believe me, I'm not a prude. But I do understand degradation of society. I do understand the dismantling of morality. I do understand the decrepitude, the excrescence, so to speak, of that which was our society. We'll go back. And by the way, I'm going to tell you about a great story. If you go on my Lionel Nation YouTube channel, I just did a story. I've got to tell you about this. This was the funniest story. Have you followed this Candace Owens story? You know who Candace Owens is. Candace Owens is the nastiest. I mean, she's just so angry. My God. She's just furious. She's like that Anna Kasparian. Angry. Can you hear the siren? Can you hear that? Angry. Never get angry. They're new at this. And I'm going to tell you about this headline. See, this is my world. You're probably watching Fox News. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm watching? You know what I'm watching right now? The great food truck, something or other, with Tyler Florence. Remember Tyler Florence? On the cooking show? That's what I'm watching. Because I can't take this stuff. I don't know what they're talking about. I live in a different world, in a parallel universe, and it's nothing personal. Anything on cable news, not interested. Not interested, sorry. Sorry! But coming up, I want to tell you one of the funniest stories about how people got it completely wrong. Our number is 800-848-9222. And don't let that first caller, that blood guy, the Marine, that may not have been the most interesting. But anybody who calls up and says, hey, listen, I'm working right now. I'd like to tell you what I'm doing. I want to hear from you, but only if you refer to me as your hero.
The Other Side of Midnight.
My friends, we're starting the week off very, very, slowly but surely. Remember, I am your hero. See, a lot of people use that term hero too much. Oh, you were in the military. You're a hero. Oh, you're a first responder. Oh, you're a hero. Oh, you've been in the war. You're a hero. Guess who's making sure the First Amendment is alive and well? Me. I'm your hero. So remember, if you call, just refer to me as your hero. Phil in Connecticut, you're on the other side of midnight with who, Phil? Who am I?
The hero.
That's right. Thank you, sir. That's the ticket. Talk to me.
Spooky. Spooky.
Lend me your toes.
Spooky. Spooky.
Well, now, let's take it.
You know what? I believe me. By the way, Tony, your face is so precious right now. You look like Kash Patel, like eyes bugging out. Like what? What is it? It happens. Don't worry about it. The look right now on his face, like what is this? What's happening? Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Nothing wrong with that at all. Hang on, he's getting the phones. I know what you're thinking. Hang on, just a second. Find the earpiece.
Is there a full moon outside?
It's always a full moon.
No, but what's going on? I realize it's Monday morning,
It's
but
the other side of midnight, damn it.
I know, but
Get with the program. This is it. And what am I? What am I to you?
you're my hero.
That's right. That's right. Everybody's a hero. Okay, I got to tell you this story. Okay, this is the funniest one over the weekend. As you know, Candace Owens, you know who she is, right? She is she's a conservative. She's a black woman. She's a negress. I love that term. I'm sorry. I think it's a beautiful word. But she's a conservative. And of course, people think, wow, she's sold out. That kind of thing. She's sold out. She's sold out. Doggone it, because, you're not supposed to be conservative or whatever she plans to be. And she's upset with Israel, and she's upset with Kamala Harris, and though she liked Kanye West, I don't know what that was about. Anyway, so for some reason, she thought she got a wild idea that Brigitte Macron, notice how I say that in the authentic way, Brigitte Macron. It took a long time for me to learn how the correct pronunciation. She's married to Emmanuel Macron. She's like 80 and he's 50. I don't know. She was his teacher. They might have, when they were younger. I don't know. Far be it from me to pass judgment. But for some reason, Candace Owens got it up her, or bee in her bonnet, that somehow Brigitte Macron is a dude, is a feller, is a man. And she just will not let go of this. Now, apparently, she's got a lot of time on her hands because she's very, she knows this. And she put out this documentary called Becoming Brigitte or something like that. And she is just doubling down. She's a man. Okay, Candace, take it easy. You don't understand. And she leads to the camera. You're going to burn a man. You're going to die a man. And people are wondering, what is with Candace? What the hell got into Candace? What is she? I mean, she's so angry. Angry beyond anything anybody's ever seen. And she's not only claiming that that she's a bunch of pedophile, and and that she and her husband are like married, and her brother's not alive, but she is her brother. I mean, this Candace is betting the farm on this one. And I mean, so guess what happens? Lo and behold, Candace is sued. Candace is sued. And guess what this is about? Oh, it gets really good. Candace is being sued. And guess who the law firm is that is suing Candace Owens? Guess who this particular law firm is who is suing Candace? And what case are they famous for? Guess. Have you been following this one? Are you following this? It's pretty doggone good. It's called Claire Locke. This is the top tier U.S. defamation firm. They're famous now for representing Dominion Voting, in their historic $787 million defamation case. They didn't even call a witness. I mean, they just boom. And Fox News said, that's it. There you go. Okay. Good for you. Plaintiff's victory. Well, they're suing Candace Owens. And guess what? Do you think they want Candace Owens? No. I mean, they do. But they don't want Candace Owens. No. They want Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson. And by the way, Tucker Carlson is going off the reservation. I don't know what his problem is. We'll talk about that later. This is my expertise. I know you're busy watching, other cable news, and that's fine. But this is what I find interesting in a very strange way. So anyway, so they're going after her and they're saying, now listen, Candace, you better be careful. I'm not gonna drop my position or whatever it is at 30 past the hour, by the way. Oh, no, I'm doubling down. And she's just, leaning into the camera, and people love it because they've got this anger today, And for some reason, everybody thinks everybody is a dude. Remember the story with Joan Rivers alleging that Michelle Obama was a man? Now, seriously, with all due respect, where are you getting this from? Look, you might say, well, they look something. Most, I don't say a lot, but most of my aunts on my grandmother's side and her sisters all look like the fearsome foursome. Carl Eller, another one looked like, Bronco Nagurski. They just, if you want to go for that, because I had aunts who I swear to God had I don't even know what, Fufurina, Chichinita, all these names. And I'm not even sure what their gender was. In any event. So that's this big thing that's going on online. People love to say, you're a man. And she's ha. Well, in this case, Candace Owens had better be ready for bear. First of all, she's incorporated out of Delaware. Ooh. And the lawsuit, the venue is in Delaware. Ooh. Not good. Not good. Shall I say, do you have any idea of how problematic that is in terms of getting a jury pool? They're going to eat her alive. All right. So anyway, so that's going on, and she's ready for Freddie, and she's on everybody's show. I think she might have been a Rogan. I don't know, but she's on Tucker. And remember, if you have somebody on who is publishing it, saying this stuff over and over again, then that show becomes liable. So they don't want just her. They want everybody. They want to own everybody. Okay. But they don't know that because they feel like we can say anything we want. Okay, maybe. And I'm a public figure. Oh, really? Oh, so Macron's a public figure. And she can't prove malice. Really? You can't prove, in the case of you being a public figure, being the Macron, you can't prove knowing falsehood or a reckless disregard for the truth? I think you can. Lonnie Anderson died. You see that? Lonnie Anderson. Oh, my God. As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. Do you remember that? WKRP. Everybody remembers that was the best radio show. I'll get to Candace in a moment. I'm changing the subject. I looked up and I saw Lonnie Anderson. That was the best radio show that had the best. Floyd Tarlick and, oh, my God. The Herb Tarlick, rather. I don't know, I'm thinking of Floyd R. Turbo or something. I'm getting my Johnny Carson confused with that. But anyway, as God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. One of the greatest episodes ever. All right. Back to Candace. So Candace is doubling down. They're raring to go. Everything's terrific. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? Over the weekend, there's a online publication called The Western Journal. Okay? And they did a story on this. And the way, and I just did a live, go to Lionel Nation, just did the whole thing on this one, breaking it down specifically. But I went, anyway, but this says, this is the headline. This is what was on X or Twitter. It says, President Macron drops 22 count defamation lawsuit on Candace Owens. But does that mean they dropped again? They dropped it, meaning they dropped the charges, or they dropped the defamation on her, like they dropped a single, or they dropped a song, or they dropped an episode, or they drop, this episode dropped. That's what they meant. They meant dropped. And in the first line of the article, if you bother clicking on it, it clearly says the charges were filed. It never says they dropped the charges. It means dropped the count. Anyway, it was the worst selection possible. Everybody jumped on it. Aha! See? She is a man. Thinking, wait a minute. Hold it. Read it. And I'm even telling people, hey, fool, that's not... Read the story. People are jumping on stories based on the headline. The headline. This is incredible. I mean, this is going to be one of the biggest things ever. And let me tell you something. If she is successful, guess who's going to be next in line? That's right, Michelle Obama. Because I got news for you. If you think she the last thing in the world she wants to be is mocked, this is her time. She wants to be Oprah. She wants to be the coolest one. She and her brother, that's another story, but she wants that podcast. She wants to be loved. Oprah, she wants to, and nothing. She's kind of like the Meghan Markle of her time. But I guarantee you she is tired of that. Tired. Tired of the jokes. Tired of the big mic and all this. They're tired of that stuff. And if she's successful, mark my words. And you see, when I tell people about this, nobody wants to listen to me. The same way I told you Diddy was going to walk. Oh, yeah. My good friend Sean Atwood in the UK on his show and on Redacted with my friends Natalie and Clayton. I told them. I told you that, believe me, he's going to be, no, don't you understand? Diddy had baby oils. I don't care if he's got industrial grade, Astro Lube. It doesn't matter. This is not against the law. And the last two charges, violations of the Mann Act, that's going to get flipped on appeal. Guaranteed. They should have granted a JOA on that. It's ridiculous. Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Remember, I'm your hero. Now, let me see. Let me go. Let's go to the phones right now. Let's go to Donna in Huntington. Donna, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel, who is also your what, Donna? What am I?
You're my hero.
There you go. Talk to me, crazy woman.
All right, I'm out here doing food deliveries in my car.
Now?
Yeah, right now. I'm doing Grubhub. I just picked up a Wendy's order. I'm delivering it to a guy named Jason. He ordered chicken nuggets and Dr. Pepper.
Wait, I mean, seriously, he can't. Is the food even mildly warm when you bring? I mean, Wendy's.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how busy it is at night. I mean, it's everything. It's McDonald's, Wendy's, Checkers, Taco Bell.
Wow.
I mean, everything you could think of.
And you must reek of food constantly, the grease and the... And
yeah, you're probably right, but I don't notice it because I'm used to it.
What is the... Is it a lucrative bit? I mean, do you make some money on that? Is it fun? Do you like it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, I hustle it, though, so...
What do you mean you hustle
it? You have to hustle it.
You don't
Meaning
sell
I do
anything
it
else? You don't sell anything else on the side, do you?
I do it kind of full time at the moment, actually. So.
Really? What does that mean? What do you act like you're embarrassed? What's wrong with that?
Well, no, I work like I do. I don't know. I'm doing it full time right now, like 12, 13-hour days.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What's
it's
the best
insane.
part about it? What's the best part about the job?
I kind of like driving around, being by myself, to be honest.
No. I think that's great. And when you show up to the place, you show up and they say, well, here comes Donna. And you get your usual and you say, good night, Jerry. And then you go to the next one. And
Yeah, pretty much.
now, what about when do you interact with the customers themselves? When you take it to their door, are they nice
Yeah,
to you? Do they tip
sometimes.
you? Do they tip you?
Sometimes you get a cash tip. Sometimes you get the tip is added on the order online
Now,
on the Grubhub app.
What's the weirdest thing, say, you've ever seen when you show up? Anybody like stark rate, nude or something?
Oh my God! You really want to hear the weirdest thing that ever happened?
Yes. What are you kidding me? Yes.
Well, this happened maybe like a year ago. I was delivering McDonald's. No, actually, I think it was Taco Bell.
Like it matters? Okay, fine.
At night, and it was to some guy, right? And they used to have like on DoorDash, you used to be able to like text with the customer. I don't think they have that anymore. But anyway, so I give the guy in person the Taco Bell. Next thing you know, the guy the guy starts texting me, asking me if I'm horny, if I want a booty call.
Ow! Wait a minute. And what did you say?
I said, no, I'm not interested. I'm just doing my job. Thank you.
Now,
then he's like, oh, if you change your mind, like come back anytime you want.
Now, you know what? Think about it. It wasn't prostitution. He wasn't offering you money.
No.
He was just saying he was apparently quite smitten by you.
Right. I had that happen a few times.
Wait a minute. It happened again?
I've had it a few times, yeah.
On the text or just?
No, in person. Like they would text me on my phone, like after I left. They're like, "Oh, you're my type. Can you come back?"
Why didn't they tell you when you were there?
I don't know. Maybe I have no idea.
Now, do you think is there a part of you that is at all complimented by this? Do you feel like Donna's still got it? Come on.
I mean, considering like I'm not like as young as I used to be. I guess you could say I don't look my age though. But
nobody is as young as they used to be.
Well,
Think
that's
about
true.
it. Now, you know what you should do next time? If anybody does consider the booty hole, you should get into semantic. Well, what do you mean booty? Now, you could say, only if I get to speak for you at long periods of time. My idea of foreplay is a nice hour and a half chat. My suggestion, my subject. That'll turn them off. Just let me talk for an hour and a half about my dreams, my aspirations, my turn-ons, my turn-off, or what's your, just trying to engage you to the point where the guy says, the hell with it.
I used to do rideshare. I used to do Uber and Lyft.
Wow.
And I used to get like these drunk guys, and I would drive them home, and they would all proposition me too. I used to have that too.
Oh my God! I mean, you got to ask yourself: do we celebrate their confidence? Do we marvel at the power of alcohol, or do we applaud you when you're poker dude? Because apparently you're a siren. You're just driving these men crazy. You can't even deliver.
Maybe I mean, I don't know. People say it. At least when I was younger, but I guess I still look pretty good, I guess.
Well, also maybe, and also, do you think that maybe sometimes people, this may sound really weird, but they figure when you're bringing a chalupa or something to the front door, then you think that somehow they figure, well, obviously she wants it. She's bringing me food, that you're in the service industry.
Man.
It's crazy.
Well, you're a man, guys can be guys, right?
That's what I hear. Yeah. But I mean, isn't there a little bit of wouldn't you like if the guy was standing there with a dinner jacket, a rose, maybe some champagne that says, "Hello, Madonna, my vixen," something different as opposed to, "I'm horny, want a booty call." What?
I'll tell you, the only time I'd be tempted is if the person looked like Rod Stewart back in the day, maybe.
Well, why would he be getting a chalupa at 3 a.m? Seriously.
Well,
Be
that's
honest.
true. That's true.
Can you also tell about a person by their order? Can you say, like, I know what this is about? Like, for example, infantile, like, this is a child's menu. I don't want to, a Happy Meal? Come on, dude. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. The worst smelling fast food is Checkers. Oh my God, It's so revolting.
You know what? The Checkers has that double sided thing, right? Where
I don't know, but it smells horrible. It fills up the whole car with the worst smell ever.
That would be a great ad. Checkers. It smells horrible. I mean, that's a good sign. Now, let's face it. Have you ever been tempted? If you see a bag full of fries, have you said, they're not going to miss one?
I have, definitely.
Ah! You thief!
I admit it.
No problem. Now, if I were driving, and even though I'm not into meat currently, but during my day, if it was possible to get a White Castle order, they would never see it. They would never see it ever. I could not possibly not attack White Castle. There's something about it.
Belly Busters. Busters.
Oh yeah. The next day. Hello.
They have vegan. They have a vegan burger at White Castle.
What's the point?
I don't know, but they do have a vegetarian one.
Oh no, look. Sometimes, with all due respect, bacon and eggs. Don't give me that tofu scramble business. That you want an egg, you want a bacon. That don't defile it. Don't defile it.
I think it's an Impossible Burger at White Castle.
Yeah, okay, but you know what? No. The White Castle, you got to get that beaver meat, whatever that stuff is, with the holes in it, and that weird onion.
Beaver.
Well, some pelt. It's not beef. I don't know what it is, but it's like. Well, look at it. How would you know? What is it? It's so minuscule. It's sliced by a microtome. Come on, and plus there's holes in it so you don't get greedy. And this little bun with that onion.
What about a kangaroo butt burger?
Now, hang on a minute. Listen, is this what the kids call it now? Is that what they call it?
No, I was in Australia once. They actually had a burger called kangaroo butt burger.
And is it a butt? Is it from the butt of the glute of the kangaroo?
That's what they said.
How was it? How was it?
I didn't have it. It just sounded gross, but I was laughing about it, and I said this wouldn't go over too well in America in a menu. I don't think you can put kangaroo butt burger.
You know what's interesting is at the my wife and I were at the Denver airport and a little bar. We're trying to get something. And I'm reading the menu, and they had Rocky Mountain oysters in this little place, and I thought, again, I'm not into the. I mean, I would try it, but.
Oh, wait a minute. What is that? The balls of sheep or something?
Yeah, cows. Yes, it's the balls, as you would say. The testicles. Yes. The huevos. The culiones.
I lived in Iceland once, and they had that too. They had I think it was from sheep. It was I don't know. They also have blood pudding too.
Listen to this. They also have turkey balls. Now,
really?
Can you find them? I mean, with all due respect, turkeys are not necessarily known for their pendulous accoutrement. In any event, Donna, listen, be careful out there. Do you have any kind of weapon with you? Some kind of a device, nunchucks or something? Good.
I actually have a pepper spray kind of thing.
Get that thing that what's that thing that you shoot this ball of something that there's this thing that we promote. It sounds deadly. I love it. Remember, throwing stars always work. All right. Be careful out there. All righty. It's fantastic. Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Let me see. Let's go to Lou on Long Island. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, you're selling yourself short.
How's that?
You're not a hero. You're a superhero.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank
from the
you.
bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
And on this Brigitte excuse me, I got a frog stuck on my throat.
Literally, yeah, okay.
That's a French pun.
Yeah, no,
But,
very good. Very punny.
She is definitely a woman, and at her age, she's a pretty damn good-looking woman.
Listen.
I mean, she's in her 70s. She's like 25 years older than him.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know. I mean, listen, I always had my doubts about Julia Child. I'm sorry, but I don't care. Or B. Arthur, the whole Maude thing. I don't know.
Arthur, I could agree with that one.
I mean, I don't know. But for you to say it with such anger, I don't care. But
oh no, it doesn't change my day or anything.
But of all the but I'm telling you, she better be very, very careful. Lou, what are you doing right now at 1:49 in the morning? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm conversing with a superhero.
Well, I know that, but I mean, other than that, what is your wacky life like now?
I don't have a wacky life.
Yes,
I have a very calm, sedate life.
No, you don't. You're an animal. You're an animal. We heard all about you, Lou. We know all about you.
30 years ago, maybe, no longer.
Well, you've hung up your spurs, huh? Is that it?
Oh, that's absolutely true. I gave up motorcycle riding. I had a vasectomy.
There you
it's
go.
all done and over with.
The old tying the score, as it were, huh?
Well,
All right,
when you're
Lou.
retired and you're single, you want to mingle around, and I don't want to.
You better believe it. You better believe. You don't want to be spilling your seed at this late stage of the game. Not only that,
the last thing I need is child support payments.
Of course. Not only that, your spermatozoa are probably not very motile. They probably have all kinds of problems attendant there too. We don't need any more of those the half comatose polywogs ruining the old genetic gene pool. And I have no idea what that means. Our number is 800-848-9222. This is The Other Side of Midnight, and this is Lionel, your hero.
The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household. Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Positively Ernie, the podcast.
Today, I want to talk about all of the aspects of friendship with someone who really has a wide range of experience in life. I want you to say hi to Joanne Lippman.
Hi, Ernie. I love this topic.
I think that there are a lot of women that I know, particularly because I've been on television for so many years and I've had co-anchors, and you really have a great feeling working with them, and it's a protective relationship. And you can call it love, but, it's the kind of love that you really cherish them, like a sister.
Yeah, well, what you're talking about also with the people you work with, you've probably heard of the phrase, the office spouse. I have an office husband, maybe you have an office wife,
right?
Which is platonic, but it's somebody who you're very tight with and you have a great relationship with. I don't know, I have quite a few male friends, and we hang out together, we do things together, and it's all good.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Here until 5 a.m., whether you like it or not. I'm so glad to be with you this fine, the beginning of the week, I guess, because, this is, let's face it, you know it and I know it. This is the best show around. You're not going to hear anything. You're not going to hear this. What? Seriously. What do you want to talk about? The Epstein files? Come on! Oh, I got one. Hey, you want to talk about Russia of hoax or Russiagate or whatever? Please Please. I mean, it's not that it's unimportant, but not now. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel. Michele.
Good morning, Lionel. You're my hero, but my wife Alicia was my superhero.
Excellent. Excellent. I'll take second fiddle to that, my friend.
Alicia was a dental hygienist at Rose F. Kennedy Center.
Mm-hmm.
She handled kids with autism.
Aww.
They had HIV. They had AIDS. They were handicapped. And Alicia also had multiple sclerosis. And she worked over there for 29 years with multiple sclerosis.
Oh, my gosh.
She also had a problem with her right eye, so she really only had vision in her left eye.
My God.
It was and unfortunately, in 2019, before COVID, we went to Rite Aid to get our flu shots, and some jerk convinced her to take this pneumococcal vaccine for pneumonia and asthma. And I go, Alicia, when was the last time you had asthma? Oh, as a child. I said, don't take that. Unfortunately, Lionel, she took it. It gave her interstitial lung disease and fibrosis of the lungs.
Oh, my God.
It gave us a 5-year death sentence. There's no cure for it. And in the first 4 years, we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know she was having trouble breathing. We went to all these doctors.
And the last thing you would think of, and we don't know, I mean, I'm not an expert in this, but the last thing you would suspect would be something which is given to prolong life, to prevent disease, to prevent the problem. So the last thing in the world you would think, normally, is a vaccine. That's supposed to help.
We did the timetable. I did so much research on this, and it's a 3 to 5 year duration for death. So so she took it at 2019. She died December 17th of December 2024. Just recently she died.
I'm so sorry.
We talked to the doctors, okay, the time frame is just, oh no, it wasn't that.
Oh, good luck. Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
It was like, Lionel, it's an idiopathic disease.
Right.
That means they don't know where it came from, but they know where it didn't come from.
Right.
All of a sudden.
Well,
and it's just that.
Put it this way, it's selectively idiopathic. You know what I mean? It's like selective. Yeah, I know.
And it was like the Lung USA. The trouble with this, okay, I know politics is like you said. Forget politics. People are suffering, and nobody's got their voice heard.
Well, you know what? I think, and I hope this time, my friend Michael, I hope that with President Trump, and with Marty McCary, and with Bobby Kennedy Jr., maybe, just maybe, something can be done to address this. I will never, ever be able to explain to anybody how when I hear it, or anybody hears, that an industry is immune from liability. Would you get into a car where the brakes were, where you couldn't sue if there was brake failure? Or, I mean, you would say, what? Let me think about this. You would say, no. Yes, it's a great car, but if the steering wheel comes off, you can't sue. Has it happened before? Well, we don't know, but, well, why do you suspect the steering wheel would come off? Well, just suffice it to say, everything else is covered except that. Would you drive in that car? No. Why? Because you're not an idiot. All right, my friends, we've got 1 hour down. What a show. What a show. Because I am your hero. 800-848-9222. By the way, if you'd like to find me, email me, be on the mailing list, Lionel.news. Pretty handy, yeah? Lionel.news. More coming up on the other side of midnight with Lionel, your hero. So stay tuned. My friends, what a week it has been. What a rare mood I'm in. There's so much to discuss, so much we can talk about, listen, I am a very, very, very serious news person. But when I speak with you, I think to myself, there are certain things we can talk about. But then I think to myself, I am so tired of this. At least now. Because I mean, let's face it. Has anybody ever said anything new about the Epstein case you've heard? Anything? Have you learned anything about the Epstein case? Anything? Anything at all? Anything? Anything? No. Is there anything you'd like to know about that? No. Anybody care? No. The only thing I do want to say is this, and maybe this will help you. Please stop confusing being on the list, whatever the list is, with somehow being involved in trafficking or some type of illicit activity. They're saying, well, the president's name was on the list. Ethel Kennedy's name is on the list, for God's sake. Stephen Hawking's name is on. What list? What is the list you're talking about? I'm dead serious. Before we even get to the story, you got to ask yourself, what is the list? Your list is on my lips, or with a Hall & Oates. But what? What do you think happened? What? Nobody can even tell you this. What? They have this idea that somehow there's this blackmail. You see, it was a blackmail organization. How do you know that? I don't know. I think there was. I guess there was. I suppose there was. Maybe there was. I don't know. Look, I'm so sick of it. We've learned nothing. Absolutely nothing regarding that. And then the latest, Kash Patel. Have you seen the latest one? They're saying, he's got a girlfriend. They're already starting this. Did you notice her neck? I don't know if they're suggesting she has thyroid cartilage. I swear to God. See, because I read, I'm an internet guy. Yeah, I love that stuff. I don't watch cable. I watch this. And they're now saying she's an Israeli agent. I was like, oh, God. All right. It's his girlfriend, Kash. Kash, why are you talking all the time, Kash? Why are you always online, Kash? Would J. Edgar Hoover do this? No, Kash. No, he wouldn't. Kash, what are you doing? I'm so tired of Kash and Bongino. Did Bongino ever recover from the core of my being? That wimp. And by the way, where's Pam Bondi? Nowhere. Don't be surprised if she don't come back. Don't be surprised if she says, I've been thinking it over and maybe it's... Something tells me that the president might say, you know what, you cool it for a little bit. Just cool it. Let's see if we can maybe rehabilitate you or do something, because that was a disaster. That was a disaster. And now, and the latest is, what's happening? Ghislaine Maxwell is being moved to a cushy club fete, F-E-T-E with it. Anyway, a club fed. Really? You think they're club feds? Is that what you think? Granted, it's not Leavenworth, but is that it? And now Diddy wants the same thing. Diddy should be out of prison 100%. Diddy, that ridiculous Mann Act case will not hold up on appeal. That judge should have the guts and the backbone to say, I'm not going to make a court grant appeal this. I'm going to grant the judgment of acquittal afterwards. You're going to renew it. And enough of this nonsense. That's what should be done. That's the simple. There. So there's the whole case right there. Then and there. And let me also tell you something. That the president, my beloved president, is out of his mind when it comes to Russia and threatening Putin. I don't know what in the hell he's thinking. Seriously. Not a clue. Not a clue. And somebody ought to do somebody a favor and have Lindsey Graham evaluated psychologically, psychiatrically. I think he's out of his mind too. And I'm not going to go into too much detail about what may be at the bottom of perhaps what motivates Lindsey from acting so out of his mind. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And there you have it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Let's go back to the phones, back to what I call the fun. Ladies and gentlemen, a man whose mellifluous intonations have earned him the respect and the admiration he so richly deserves. A man whose voice can shatter wood. You know him, you love him, from parts unknown, weight unknown. Number 15 in your program, number 1 in your heart. He goes by the name Vincent in Brooklyn. Vincent, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel, your hero.
Good morning, Lionel. How you doing?
Good, sir.
Lionel, I want to talk about the drug companies that you were talking about, these vaccines, but these prescription drug companies in general. Lionel, one of the reasons why, well, let me put it to you this way. You're old enough, like me, to remember when you couldn't advertise, lawyers, doctors, you could not advertise your product or your services in print media, over the radio, and over the TV, and in the newspapers. You know, you think about it. In the print media, they could they don't allow you to advertise cigarettes. They don't allow you to advertise wine,
liquor,
beer, and spirits over the TV.
Yep.
But yet these drugs where, as part of the commercial, the announcer will say, please tell your doctor if you're about to die. This drug may cause thoughts of suicide, everything under the sun. And as you pointed out, we're the only foolish country that doesn't allow its citizenry to sue these companies.
Well,
when
let's look at this carefully, Vincent. You bring up a very good point. Number one, I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment, and I'm a firm believer in commercial free speech.
Of course.
And I have a hard time understanding. Well, why can't a Scotch or a bourbon company advertise on TV? I don't understand why not. I don't understand why cigarette. I don't look if you can sell it. Why? Okay,
I'm 100% with you. If they could sell it in the stores,
we're probably better off. But here's the best part. And this is the one. This is my only problem. You know, Vincent, if I watch a commercial for, let's say, wine or spirits, I kind of know what that is. I drink it. Or cigarettes, I smoke it. Or I eat it. Why would I call up my doctor and say, "Hello, yes, could you prescribe Promethean?" What? Why? I saw an ad for it on TV. Can you give it to me? That's a hormone replacement for women. Oh, that's a veteran. Oh. When would an average person, unless it's Ozempic or Wegovy or something, but when would an average, like one time on the Jersey Turnpike, they had a big sign, these open air MRIs. They were advertising. Why would I want to know about that? My doctor would send me. Do I call my doctor up and say, can I get an MRI? No. But I saw this ad on Route 3. No. So I don't understand that.
Exactly. You're right, Lionel. There's some radiological services where you don't even need a prescription from your primary care physician. You could go in there yourself and request it. And you're so right on the money. I mean, if you're old enough to drink, if you're old enough to smoke cigarettes, who from our generation doesn't remember the Marlboro Man?
Oh, I know. And that was a sign of not only that, but it was a sign of masculinity and Old West. And I'm out there, I'm smoking cigarettes. One of the best commercials ever. I thought that really got down to it because Marlboro, you got to kind of wait and think, oh, it's a Marlboro. Remember, show us your lark. And the guy would reach into his pocket and pull out his cigarettes. I thought they got right to the point. And there were different things. By the way, before I forget, you know, when we talk about from our generation, I'm finding myself saying that more and more and more. And I was watching the other day, and maybe you can relate to this. Remember when commercials meant something?
Exactly.
They really. Remember Iron Eyes Cody? It was the American. This was the American Indian, Native American, and he was on a canoe and he was going down a river and there was garbage. Remember that It was
exactly.
it was a Keep America Beautiful, or I guess during the Lyndon Johnson, Lady Bird Johnson. Anyway, there's this Indian going down like the Gowanus Canal or something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So anyway, but as he's doing it, he turned and he had a tear, and it's like, wow,
Right. Exactly.
ironized coating. He was Sicilian. It was. Who? Remember, you can read his name. He was this, and then he had he had his toupee for years. It's like years of professional wrestling. Chief Jay Strongbow was Joe Scarpa. He's an Italian.
Right.
Where did this? Maybe in Hollywood there was this big thing, because a lot of times Jews would play Italians and vice versa, but somebody had to say, I think we're going to make inroads with the Sicilian Americans and Indian roles. There's something like Chief running,
running bull,
running a Buscherino or some kind of work the name in.
Exactly.
Vincent, what are you doing up so late or early? What are you doing?
I'm a night owl.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a night owl. I don't hit the sack until easily 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning.
And what time do you get up?
Oh, probably 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Beautiful. And what is your day? Take us into your world. By the way, did you see where Lonnie Anderson died? Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
Do you remember WKRP, the Thanksgiving episode, where the line was, "As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly." Remember, they threw the turkeys out of the helicopter? People were terrified. One of the greatest lines. Everybody in radio. Anyway, so what do you tell me? I don't want to ask you what you do. It's none of my business. I'd rather not know. But just like, you seem like a man of leisure. Do you walk about your property? Do you check on your investments? Do you?
Yeah, I do a lot. I do a lot of those things. But I've been. Let's put it this way. I don't have to work. I mean,
that's all you have to do. That's all you got to say. I'd rather not know, be honest with you. The less I know, the better it is. If it's important, it's like a need to know. Vincent, always a pleasure, my dear friend.
Have a good evening.
Have a good day,
You're
sir.
the best.
All the very best to you. I was like, I don't have to work. I should work, but I don't have to work. Our number is 800-848-9222, 800-848-9222. This is Lionel with you, your hero on the other side of midnight.
The other side of midnight.
Let's go back at the phone. Let's go to, hang on a minute. Let's go to Bobby in Lakewood, Florida. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
What's up, hero? I'm going to walk this thing on out. So, I used to be on Bubba the Love Sponge show, and you guys did an interview, and Bubba just had a thing with Hulk Hogan. And, they had that thing, and he was saying that Hogan was in a coma for like 6 weeks, and Linda Hogan came out. I know you're a big wrestling fan, and I love listening to all your callers are like over 60, but that's okay.
Well, look at you.
They're okay.
But you know what? They're also decipherable, though, so you can understand what they're saying.
I got this is whatever with me, so, but, I do my best. Yeah.
I have no idea what narcotic this man is on, but it must be pretty effective. Well, you know what? Too bad. You know what? I want to say something in a very, very nice way. And how do I say this? Because after someone passes, you want to say like, it's very good. But the man was a degenerate. This was not, Schweitzer. He was a great worker, great a performer, certainly, in that, but he was not a moral vanguard by any stretch of the imagination. And, I hate when people who die, we say, oh, he was a great man. Well, listen, again, he did a lot of good things. He was good to people. I've talked to him a few times, whatever, but let's just make sure this is not somebody you want your child to pattern his life after. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say. Pete on Staten Island. Now, remember, whenever Pete calls, you got to figure out what's the over and under on how we're going to work in Linda Ronstadt into the question. All right? I don't know if Pete knows this, but just wait. Now, I say a minute to 2 minutes it'll take. He'll kind of ease into it. Pete also has weird things because flooding ruined his saltwater pool. Pete, we love your life. We hang on to every word. Talk to me, brother.
Well, I got some good news with the pool.
Hang on. Good news for the pool. Good news for those who don't know. Last week we found out that your saltwater pool, which most people don't have, most people don't have a saltwater pool. They got a regular freshwater pool, but you have a saltwater pool, and it was flooded. So what's the good news?
Well, under the homeowner's insurance, if it gets flooded with raw sewage, which it did, it's covered. So
beautiful.
The pool should be in order by Tuesday the latest.
And yours is a saltwater pool.
Well, it's my friend's pool. They are
whatever. But the point is, it's not. I don't know why that surprises me. I thought pools were by definition freshwater. I thought.
Well, this one is very therapeutic. I mean,
I didn't say it wasn't. My point is, you don't normally hear. Is it me? You don't hear salt water. Maybe you do. Maybe you do, and maybe I'm just an idiot. I don't know.
Well, they put the salt in it. You know, they put a lot of it. And
of course they do. All right.
And everything. Very healing. Very healing.
Very healing.
And, let's see. We got to do Linda Ronstadt, right? Yeah, okay. So I want to get it in for the minute, of course. Her and Willie Nelson's going through a tough time too. So our prayers are out to him and Linda.
What happened to Willie?
Willie's not doing well. He's with his daughter right now because he's
oh no!
Yeah.
I don't know what you said, but I'm going to look into that. Willie was Willie was always for a guy Willie was as old as my mother. He's still hanging in there. He's 92. I think he'll be 92. I think he's April. I think he's 92. And he smoked that dope. In fact, who was it? Snoop Dogg said that he thought, with the Perzizzle and the Gazizzle, I like Snoop Dogg. I don't know why. I don't know him. I have no idea. Kind of looks like my grandfather in a weird way. But anyway, he said that he was pretty proficient at that dope smoking until he got a hold of Willie. And Willie, he said, tore him up. And I think Willie finally, after all of these years, Willie was always in good shape. He and also Chris Christopherson were in pretty good shape. And the ones who died earlier, Johnny Cash and Waylon, were not in that good of a shape. So we wish the best for Willie. Willie, let me tell you something. Musically speaking, at 30 past the hour, I remember in high school when Red-Headed Stranger came out. That was huge. Everybody was like, if you were really cool, it's like, who's this guy? And then when the Outlaws came out with Tom Paul Glaser and Waylon, and Outlaws were not criminal types, but people who who rebelled against the strictures of what in essence was Nashville. Roy Acuff and, Chet Atkins, you got to do this. Roy Acuff would say stuff like, you can't have drums, you can't have this. And Johnny Cash said, oh yeah, you can't have drums. Dun, 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 dun. He had mariachi bands and drum. He had everything. He broke every rule there was. So that was what they outlawed against, as it were. Ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about frivolity, a wicked sense of humor, and a veritable laugh riot, you think of Lucy in Suffolk. Lucy, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel, your hero.
No, you're my hero. Good gosh. This is Lucy. I listen to a lot of old time radio, Dragnet.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And that's all their commercials are. Chesterfield and Fatima. Now I say Fatima.
Right.
Our Lady of Fatima.
That's right.
It was Fatima, and I'm sure they're all unfiltered.
Let me ask you something. When you say all you listen to is old-fashioned radio, what am I? Am I in that category? Am I somehow?
No, that's part of my listening.
You know
But
what?
I'm blind, and I don't listen to television as much.
I listen to things. You know, my you're not going to believe this, but I love my. I sneezed. Pardon me. That was. Thank God I can turn that off. I will discover things on YouTube, and I don't ask me why. Don't ask me why or how.
I won't.
But I got involved lately into AA testimonials. People who are Alcoholics Anonymous, their testimonials. Some of the greatest speakers, the greatest stories, some of the best. Now I'm not. I mean, I'm not a member of that. But what I'm saying is, so, and in addition to that, I'll then go into old. I think on Sirius they have old radio, and I'd love to hear that.
No, they're fun. Gunsmoke. I love Gunsmoke. The Lone Ranger. There's a lot of them. I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I've been going for years. And
Oh,
they
good
do have
for
some
you.
great
How many years do you have? How many years under your belt?
About 25.
Let me tell you something.
That was a late-
I find that to be so interesting. And how
I listen I don't go to a meeting every day, but I listen on Zoom every day.
Oh, really?
It's a nice bunch. It's a nice bunch of people. Yeah, when COVID started, it's a very active group down here. And as soon as they did, they got on the stick and started Zoom. They were one of the first.
You know what I like about it, Lucy, is that it's not the government. It's just
not.
people deciding we're going to do this on our own. And I really wish somehow but people could go out to younger people and say, now listen, we're not trying to be a killjoy. We're not trying to be a stick in the mud, but one of you, I don't know, some of you will take a drink and you'll say, oh, okay, some might be happy, but what would you think? 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4? I don't know. But one of you.
I think there's a lot of genetics involved, too.
I think you're right. I think that's a part of it. As far as the assimilation goes, and they used to think it was this thing called THIQ and all these enzymes, which I think they kind of disproved. But it's interesting how, but it's, have you ever met, and with all due respect, have you ever met somebody who becomes addicted to AA? Where their life.
Well, I'm sure there's some that just come over. My son is in his 20s, and he was having a terrible time.
Uh-huh.
He did some drugs, but he hasn't had a drink. I don't think he doesn't still go to AA, but he hadn't had a drink in years. I think his wife. I credit his wife. She said she wasn't going to put up with it.
Isn't that something?
Yes. And you need somebody to push you sometimes.
What was, and this is, if you don't have to answer, please, but I'm always interested in the thing that makes somebody say, all right, that's it. Sometimes it's a police, sometimes it's court, sometimes it's an arrest, sometimes it's a job, or sometimes it's just some individuals who just say, you know what, this is not working. This is not for me. This is not a good thing. I've got to stop this. And this is harder than I ever thought it would be. That's what I find fascinating.
I think my son realized I was drinking too much. My husband had left, and it was a bad time. I mean, you can't blame something else, but I know. And there's some great people, some good friends I've met over the years.
That's good. That's good. Well, listen, I'm very impressed with you, young lady, and I wish you continued happiness and health and sobriety.
Well, how about old lady?
Well,
81. Yeah, I think.
Oh, bless your heart. You're kidding? This is the prime of your life. It took you this long to be this smart. Lucy, thank you, dear heart.
Okay, have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to the phones. You know, the one that I wish I could really talk about. And this is the one that two things I'm not sure about. I don't know. I'm not an expert. One is sex addiction. Okay? That's got to be tough. Because you gotta have the sex. And you can go out, if you're an alcoholic, you can buy the booze, but if you're into the drugs, you can buy the drugs, But if you say, okay, I got to find somebody to have sex with, you know, you might, you know.
You can buy the sex in Vegas.
Well, in certain parts of it, but I don't know if that's necessarily, the thing is, if you're not buying something, which I don't necessarily agree, you might be turned down. You might say, of all the things, imagine you being addicted to something that nobody will sell you, okay? You know what I mean? Now, the other day I was listening to somebody who is a porn addict, and I think it was a Lex Friedman. I forget who he was talking to. And somebody said he was a porn addict. Now, here's the thing. Okay, even with a sex addict, you can do, I don't know how many times a day you can possibly do this, but what is the porn addict? I know what it's supposed to be, but there comes a point where you could say, all right, I can't do this anymore, or I've got to go to work. I'm not trying to mock it. Please, I'm not, please. I just wonder, I don't want to say how does it manifest itself, but I don't get it. I mean, after all, do you ever sit there and say, okay, all right, I've seen this, all right. Let me take a couple hours off. I gotta let me make a sandwich. Let me go. I just intuitive. Look, anyway, but the reason I liked it, well, not liked it, but I was listening to this observation or this discussion. Somebody said, people don't really understand what that is, and I'm saying you're probably right. Again, I don't know anything about addiction, so if there's an expert on the subject, I would love to. By the way, always anonymous, please. Jimmy in Brooklyn. Jimmy, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel, your hero.
Lionel, I gotta say, Lionel, you are, and I'm not trying to blow smoke up.
No, blow smoke. Go ahead. I'll do it.
You really are, no pun intended, you really are a breath of fresh air.
I'm a bofa. Thank you.
Yes, there you go.
Now, Jimmy, talk to me for 1 minute. You're in the garbage business?
Private sanitation.
God bless you.
Yeah, private sanitation / building demolition.
What is, you know what, now, Jimmy, we must, as you know, I'm sure whenever you talk to somebody about this, whatever you bring up, sanitation, private, I know people, especially, Brooklyn, and they make all kinds of subtle, you know what I mean, references to.
Absolutely.
And that's absurd.
Well, it's not really so absurd because of the history of the business itself.
Yes.
Mind you, my grandfather, not my great-grandfather, my grandfather started this business with next to nothing, with one old, it was like a 1946 Mac.
Wow.
Had no windshield, had no heater, but it did dump. The hydraulic system worked. When it was loaded, the body went up, it dumped, pulled out,
and could you enjoy a good dump with that rig, as it were?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you felt
you felt
so
it. You felt the dump. You felt when you dumped. You felt it. You felt good about it.
You felt yes. You felt excellent about it because you eliminated.
Yes, elimination a good dump. Professionally, it's also a good way to remove detritus and refuse. Now, do you have a specialty? For example, if I ever needed you, what would be the perfect thing for me to call you for? Buildings? What? What exactly?
Well, private sanitation, meaning we have a route that is, my route is in the borough of Manhattan, and it covers a certain area of Manhattan, Times Square included, and we remove the rubbish from the stores, commercial businesses only, and that rubbish is all ready to go, all bound up properly, and it's ready to be thrown into the truck when we pull up.
And and regular city haulers do not do that. You're right. You need you to do that.
Well, for instance, that one 9,000 got junk, that would be residential rubbish removal.
Okay.
That would be residential. He could not in any way, shape, or form pull up to a commercial establishment.
Is that because of unions, because of private enforcement, wink, wink, or because of the law, or what?
All of the above. And
okay.
All of the above. And, if this person decided to go against the I'm using air quotes now, which I really never do, but I
understand. I understand.
There could be Louisville sluggers involved.
But that to me is called in the business self-help. And you know what? There's a certain, dare I say, a certain Wild West bravura and brio and bravado that I think should be respected. I think we all should go in understanding that this is the way it is. We all have, life, Jimmy, is one territory, one bit of turf after another. That's why we in the radio business, we have stations. One station, this is my number. You don't bleed over. You don't come onto my number with your music. No. You stay in your lane. I stay here because if you do, there are repercussions. I think that really makes sense.
Your analogy is spot on, Lionel. It really is. Your analogy is spot on.
It is. And also, one of the things, Jimmy, where does I have always been fascinated by this. Where do you take this detritus, the flotsam, the jetsam, the garbage, the refuse, the rubbish? Where do you take this? Where does it go?
Okay, there are every borough has at least 4 or 5 of them. They are called transfer stations. Okay? For instance, my trucks are 25, one of my trucks is 30 cubic yards as far as the back goes, the back where the garbage actually compacts it.
Yes.
And when my truck, or any other truck for that matter, dumps the waste, the 30 cubic yards of compacted waste, the bulldozer with special demolition tracks gets a hold of it and turns that 30 cubic yards into 3 yards of basically nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. These machines, these caterpillars are designed to do nothing but that. And like I said, it's I'm dumping 30 yards. That turns it into 2 or 3 yards.
And by virtue of the compaction, how does that occur? To reduce it to that size.
Like I said, the bulldozer gets on top of it and starts left, right, forward, back, left, right, forward, back, and runs over it and twists it and turns it.
I love it.
Turns it into unrecognizable garbage.
You know what's interesting, Jimmy? There's a perfect analogy. Speaking of waste, and I'm being dead serious. When you eat food, you obviously masticate with your teeth. That you have little enzymes and different things, and then you take that and you break it down into its component parts, and that process also is fascinating to me, because if it wasn't, we would, of course, die. And yet, if you, and I always thought that, and I'm being very serious here, if all the lawyers, and maybe not the doctors, but certainly the lawyers, the accountants, if they were all eliminated tomorrow, how long would it be before you would realize, hey, there's no more lawyers? It would probably be, I don't know, it depends upon what you're doing. But if you went out of business, if you went on strike, if sanitation, if New York's strongest, if the people who did not only that, but did wastewater, water treatment and garbage, we would be awash in typhus and disease and rats, and civilization would stop as we know it. So you are I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sorry, Lon. I know you're not kidding around.
I'm dead serious.
The way that you word it, it would be a. Now, mind you, there have been sanitation strikes in the past, as far as I can remember. Even when I was a little boy in the late 70s, early 80s,
right?
I remember. And the city, oh my God, I remember, and it happened to be during the summer months.
Oh my God!
And it was, to say rancid, would be a huge understatement.
Right, rancid, fetid, feculent. But also, we take for granted that. I mean, if you think about it, the Rome, the aqueducts, this is one of the things that they were the most important of. And by the way, water recycling. You know, right? I'm kind of in the Hell's Kitchen area, and 56th and West Side Highway, there's some kind of a sanitation this, and then we have this. I'm not even sure exactly what they do, but I see it, and I see the trucks, and I swear to you, I am not kidding. You can say whatever you want, but sanitation, people who remove things, people who just get rid of our crap, for lack of a better word, it makes the world go wrong. And then I look out the Hudson, and I see the barges with garbage, because it's got to go somewhere. It's got to either be burned, incinerated, buried.
That's correct, Lionel. One thing that I left out is that once that bulldozer gets finished turning that debris into toothpicks, so to speak,
right?
It is then loaded onto 90 cubic yard trailers, which I used to drive, but I no longer do drive trailers anymore. And there's a reason for that, but we'll skip that for now. But it gets loaded onto 90 cubic yard dump trailers, where a cover has to be put over the load, and that load is then taken to Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
And they buy New York City's trash.
And it's the best trash in the world. Jimmy, say something. Jimmy, I thank you, my friend. I must run. Please call me again. And you, sir, are my hero.
Absolutely.
You are my hero, sir. Thank you. All the very best. Thank you, sir. Did you know that? I did not know that. We have more of this and other garbage talk. I mean that with all due respect. Coming up on the other side of midnight with me, Lionel.
The Other Side of Midnight.
We're broadcasting live from New York, New York. A town so nice, they named it. And I'll be here in 2 more hours, and then that's it. I've had enough. And it's back to my enclave, back to the home, back for sedation. And my friends, so far it has been an absolute, so interesting, because like I've told you many, many times before, and I'm not saying this gratuitously, but I mean it, I am fascinated by you and your life and what you do. That's what I like. So we were talking before to Tom in the Bronx. Now Tom has a very interesting thing. Tom is a Catholic, And his grandson has become deeply mired in Judaism, and which is a fine. I don't know really anything about it, but you're saying that there is a quote code of silence at
Absolutely.
Omerta. Well, like most things, but isn't that freedom of religion? I mean, isn't that it's not hurting anybody?
Well, if you have knowledge of a crime and you don't report it to the authorities, they have something called Mazara, which means literally handing over. If you hand somebody over to the police outside of the community, that's a huge sin.
Well,
and you become ostracized.
Well, let me ask you something. There's a lot of people a lot of cultures that believe that, and in our world, what you're talking about is there is no affirmative duty to do that. There is something called misprision, which is very rarely, if ever, charged. I mean, there are certain federal connotations to it. And unless you are a reporter, meaning you have an affirmative duty, you're a you're a teacher, a nurse, you really have no duty to call the police on anyone. And I could sort of see how perhaps old, embedded, traditional, also being like traitors, treasons,
the way they enforce it among their members is through fear and coercion. It is an extreme cult, and when you are so wrapped up in the community, like I lived in Rockland, there was a town, Muncie, very orthodox. I would drive through it every day on my way to work up to Route 17, and your whole life is wrapped up in the community. And when they ostracize you, they don't attend the weddings of your children. They don't talk to you. They really freeze you out. And it's horrible. So people are deathly afraid. In fact, in the diamond industry, many years ago, there was a courier that was murdered and robbed. His name, Shlomo Tal. I never forgot this guy's name. And the police were trying to find it out, but nobody wanted to say anything because other things would be uncovered. And then finally, someone stepped forward with a conscience. Right. But they do not want you to know anything listen, Italians, you talk against somebody, you finger a bad guy, and the next thing you know, they're blowing up your car.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's the same mindset. Then they talk about Sharia law is bad, right? I don't believe in that. You got Sharia courts operating in London, but over here they have rabbinical courts, and I've actually met people through my business.
Do you remember years ago when there was a subject? There was, and for my memory. If my memory serves me, when a bris was performed in the Moyle, it was called something like Metzitze Bepe. My pronunciation is horrible. And you would place your mouth on this and
I know.
herpes. Anyway, so I think it was Mayor Bloomberg who came in and said, no, you can't do this. And people were saying, but this is our practice, our custom. And it's fascinating. When you think about it, and I understand this, but if I said to you, I'm going to go into a hospital, take a brand new baby boy, and remove his prepuce with a blade, this would be called aggravated child abuse or God knows what, unless it is either has a health or a religious connotation, which I found fascinating. Isn't it interesting? Right. If I went in and tried to tattoo somebody right away, they would say, you can't do that unless...
No, got to be 18.
But it is fascinating. And listen, Tom, I appreciate you.
Listen, they do genital mutilation on females, and people say, well, that's their culture. And my answer is that's the absence of culture.
No, that was called... It's not... Well, you're correct. Sometimes they would call it
females.
Right,
they don't want them
circumcision.
Stray from their husbands.
It's not circumcision. It's basically, you're right the first time. It's kind of a labial ablation. It's a horrible story.
Yes.
I remember
years
ago.
They pour hot water on it to seal it.
I remember years ago.
Horrible.
Years ago,
a woman ran away and went up to Denmark and ran for office.
By the
famous
way,
woman.
years ago, my dear friend Curtis referred to, I think it was what do you call it, the ambulance, Hatzalah? He referred to it as the Hezbollah. And I thought, no, don't think so.
That's right. It's they write it backwards. You can see it in your rearview mirror.
Well, the best part is they also have ambulance backwards.
Yes.
And what's interesting is, and there was a comedian years ago who said he doesn't understand why if you look in the rearview mirror and you see this big box truck with red lights, why you're not going to know Eknamblem is ambulance. I have no earthly idea. Let's go to Bob in New Jersey. Bob's talking about a very serious story. The earthquake of 2025. Bob, you're on the other side of midnight with your hero, Lionel.
Now I'll name this tune.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. How about that earthquake? Did you hear about that? Did you fellas hear about the earthquake? I missed the whole thing. They heard it started from, of course, Jersey. Did you hear about this, Elias? Tony, I felt bad. One time I felt it here. The last time I felt a little bit of, a little bit of a rumble. I think maybe they're doing something. And then that was it. The earthquake 2025.
Yeah, I was a bit shaken.
And it sounds like it. Well, then again, with your party routine, that's just another weekend. In any event, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Ezekiel, or I think I'm mispronouncing the name. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hi, Lionel. How are you? It's great to speak to you.
How do you pronounce your name, sir?
It's Yechil.
Well, I didn't say how to spell it. How do you pronounce it?
Well, my second name is Michel, so you can just say Michael if you want.
Well, what is your first name? Yeah, but say it. Your first name.
It goes together, so it would be Yechil Michel, but in English it would be Michael.
I love that. Say it again, please.
Michael.
No, I know how to say Michael. I'm a Michael too.
Okay,
say your name.
Right?
Say Ezekiel. I can't say it. Say it.
Don't have it different. I'm about to finish.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, I'm almost finished.
Who are you talking to? Who the hell are you talking to?
Whatever, it's my mother. She's almost finished.
Tell your mother you're busy. That's your mother. Respect her. Don't talk back to her. Whatever she wants, just give it to her. One day you're gonna wish you treated her better. I promise.
Lionel, could you stop? Could you just stop your rant already? I love you. I love you. I really do.
Go ahead. Talk to me.
Can I just say my thing already?
Please.
I think Zohar Mamdani and Hitler should be put together in the same picture and placed in millions of places throughout New York. These guys globalized the Intifada. Hitler wanted to kill every Jew. The literal meaning of globalize the Intifada. Intifada means to kill thousands of Jews, and globalize it means killing millions of Jews. And we should be putting this all over, just that line, globalize the Intifada, and then under Hitler, kill every single Jew. And then we can put on the internet all sorts of videos of Hitler doing those frightening videos.
Now, do you think...
Which all scares us out of our minds. And then videos of this jerk Mamdani, who even according to his people that praise him, is just a good talker. I mean, the guy is like, any Jewish, I'm Orthodox. I'm that idiot that was just talking before. Oh, do you hear how they cover up mutilation? I mean, how old is that guy? When was the last time he visited a Jewish community, all right? And let's be honest, covering up, I live in Crown Heights. You ever heard of the Crown Heights community?
Oh, yes.
All right. Well, listen, if you touch a child in this community, not only will they beat you up, and then all of a sudden he's going to go, well, I'm a cop. If you dare touch anybody, they can arrest you. Do me a favor. That's the way these people play. This guy was that last guy. And by the way, Lionel, I understand what you were saying with that herpes thing with the it sits in the pad.
Right.
I get that totally. And you know what? There's some people that actually do it through a tube. They're one of the most famous Moalim. Search this up right now. His name is Pesach Krohn, Krohn. Okay, I'm almost finished. Give me 3 minutes.
What is she saying? What is she saying to you? I'm sorry.
My mother is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
I do not doubt that for a moment, sir.
Right. Especially because you see how beautiful I sound, right?
I know. Are you kidding? And you know what? And you're so hesitant. You don't know what to say. You're
Do I sound very hesitant? Do I really sound very hesitant?
Not at all, sir.
Should I tell you half of what I think about you?
No. Listen. No. Tell me the other half. Listen, my friend, I thank you. Thank you for lending your expertise and your perspective. And let me tell you something. I can think of 1,000 reasons why Mr. Mamdani would not be at all, we should deign to even consider him. And I appreciate you and your perspective. All you have to do is just listen to what he says. Don't take my word for it. Just listen to what he has said. That's all I have to say. 800-848, what is it? 9222, 800-848-9222. This is Lionel with you on the other side of midnight. Remember, I'm your hero.
The other side of midnight.
Let's go to Dan in Montgomery, New York. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel, your hero.
Great. Good morning. Good morning, Lionel.
Good morning,
Listen,
Dan.
I saw you about 25 years ago in Chester, New York. Boodles.
Oh, Boodles Opera House. Absolutely. Love that
You were
place.
great. Now, I'm still in Orange County. But I during the COVID-19, I would show outdoor movies on my barn, and I'd project them and all that. And I always show a short. And you're talking about, music from movies, from TV shows. Car 54, my favorite. I always show a short. There's a holdup in the Bronx. Brooklyn's breaking out in fights. There's a traffic jam in Harlem. That's backed up to Jackson Heights. There's a scout troop short a child. Khrushchev's do it out of the wild. Join me.
Car 54, where are you?
Listen, one of the favorite things also you talked about around July 4th was the fireworks. And I remember when I was a young guy, about 15 or so, was in a small boat with a friend of mine, and I was water skiing through Hell's Gate. And if you know where that is, it's the confluence of like the East River, the Harlem River, and Long Island Sound. And it's really rough. I mean, sailing ships have gone down there, have crashed and stuff. And it was so rough that the tow line was through the bow of a wave, and all of a sudden these splashes are going up around me, boom, boom, and my friend John is throwing M80s from the side of me. Water skiing through Hell's Gate wasn't enough. I needed M80s to dodge also. And
how many people, first of all, could tell? Think about maybe the 1 minute, because it was much quicker that you sang the theme to Hell's up to Car 54. Where are you? You talk about basically, doing water skiing in parts that where no human being should ever be water skiing, while you detonate explosives and show movies on the side of your barn. Nobody can tell that story.
Well, the other thing about explosives, I remember you mentioning you set off an artillery simulator.
Yes.
I set off one of those too when I used to live on the other side of Orange County in Florida, New York. And because I was a former artillery officer, both in the Marine Corps and the Army. Wow. But I set one of those off in the street, and windows, were shaking.
Oh, I know. You have,
my God,
that is one of the best, that was one of the most, Jarvis Boone was the owner. I talk to his son every now and then at Boodles Opera House. He played his pig. It was this wonderful place where they have that black dirt, onion, and that just
black dirt country.
Yes. And I remember the first time I went there, I wasn't familiar with the area. I was in the back of the car. I'm kind of going up there, and I wake up and I look and I see next stop Florida. I'm thinking, where the hell am I? My God, this guy's out of his way. But that was one of the best places, and I want to go back again. Listen, thank you so much, my friend, for your kindness and your call and your perspicacity. And not for what you are, but for what you appear to be. And I mean that sincerely.
Thank you. Good.
I get a kick out of that. David in Pennsylvania, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel. Have a good new week there. Hey, I wanted to ask you, Lionel?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is Liz Radaballi married? Is she getting bald regularly?
Oh, okay. All right. 800-848-9222. Let's go to Nancy in New Jersey. Nancy, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good evening, Lionel. When you take an oath of office, a public oath of office,
yes,
you swear to protect the country against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And you swear allegiance to the Constitution.
Say it again.
You swear allegiance and fealty to the Constitution.
Okay, so if you're doing that, and but you're running for a public office in the United States of America, the Republic, how is it that a person that declares himself to be a Marxist can turn around and run for public office? Because when he cannot, when he takes that oath, he will never abide by it. And
He's not. I don't believe Mr. Mamdani has ever, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe he's ever officially stated that he is a Marxist.
Okay.
So that's number one.
Had, but I could stand corrected.
Okay. But number two, even if he was, I don't think that would necessarily negate or disqualify him, because that is somebody who believes in either an economic system, a planned economy. I don't think that would, like being a communist, being a socialist, being a democratic socialist, like the case of Bernie Sanders or AOC. I don't think that would eliminate them. I really don't. I don't think that would necessarily be in violation of the Constitution, meaning you might be able to be economically or socially a Marxist and not have that violate the Constitution. In fact, the Constitution might guarantee your freedom of being a Marxist. But either way, I don't think people would necessarily cotton to that, as it were.
Well, because the thing that everybody seems to talk about is he wants to have the state run everything, that the grocery stores are run by, quote, the state, which would be himself the mayor, blah, blah, blah.
But he says that, and nobody knows how this would work. And what he would do is, he doesn't understand the regulation. He doesn't understand how he would destroy the whole notion of it. What he is, believe it or not, is not really so much as a Marxist, but as somebody who believes in a welfare economy, where he just wants to give things away, if that makes any sense. Pepsi, is that your name in Pennsylvania? You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Yes, I want to say this new law that they have for taking a child, if a parent is in a hospital or they can't take care of their child, they can take that child for 1 year. After 1 year, and it's claiming it's theirs. I think they should allow the child to see his grandparents, take them over there. Many grandparents don't drive. They have disabilities and are able to see their children, their grandchildren. And I would appreciate if someone could expound on that, because I think that should be allowable for the grandparent. They could either bring them there or allow them to come there every week,
okay.
Every Friday.
First of all, I must ask the question. Your name is Pepsi? Like the cola, Pepsi?
Yes.
Okay. That's a fascinating name. Have you always been Pepsi?
So far, so good.
And this is your daughter, Coke. Now, it sounds to me, Pepsi, that you have personally come into contact with this particular law, that you are a grandparent and you have been the victim of this, that you would like to intercede and to see your grandchild. Is that correct? Am I reading this?
No, I didn't say I was a victim of it, but I know many people. I just heard about the law. I didn't even know its existence until a few months ago. But I just listened to people talk.
Right.
And as in the conversation, they're saying that these children, there's people out there has children 17, 18, 12, 10,
right.
And they don't allow the grandparents, just because your grandchild or your children have other children, that there's other circumstances.
Right.
You don't know what the circumstance that they might have been beaten. There are people right now in prison that never committed a crime.
Oh yes.
And then all of a sudden they're exonerated, but the children are still with their friend.
Right.
Not relative. These are friends. You might feel satisfied that you know the relative would probably bring them over there, but these people that are not related got the children, excuse me, and they do not want the child to see the grandparent. And the child, they've been talking to the child probably 10 years.
You know, it's funny.
Tell them they were grandparents.
It's funny. It's funny, Pepsi. I have, by the way, at 30 past the hour, a little early. When I prosecuted years ago in the juvenile area, this is the one that bothered me. There would be a parent, let's say a mother, And she was initially investigated because of either allegations of abuse, neglect, or abandonment. Nothing really serious at first, but maybe there was just some kind of a problem. And they took the child away, placed the child with foster care. And then the mother, the parent, would be unable to make appointments or unable to follow a schedule. And they would continue that child in foster care. Eventually, the child, who was just growing up, had no real connection with her mother. And the foster parents were wonderful. And the foster parents had other children. And the child was flourishing. And then we would try to ask the court to return the child to the original mother, who might not be the best parent, might not be educationally superior, but nonetheless was the God-given or the actual natural parent. And oftentimes the court would say, sorry, in what is the best interest of the child, we're going to grant the termination of parental rights, a TPR. And I used to see it time after time. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. This woman, this man, may not be perfect. They might be poor. But this is their child. And people would say, but it's in the best interest of the child. And yes, I understand it's a noble effort. It's a noble goal. But oftentimes, as you know, that's not the way it is. If people knew what happens in the world of I'm going to say juvenile courts, family courts, child protective services, wherever, DIFUS, whatever the name of your area is, it would break your heart. There are so many great placements that happen, great workers. I don't want to blaspheme or paint the entire industry, with a broad brush, but I think you and I know it's horrible. And listen, I want to thank you for calling. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Check back with us to see if you find out any information, and let us know if we can help you, Pepsi.
Thank you. You have a great day.
Thank you. At first I thought, what is this? But she was absolutely spot on. I love that. I've never talked to a Pepsi. Never. Mountain Dew, another story. Let's go to Byron in a place called Chicago. WGN Country. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel, your hero.
Hey, Lionel. Yeah, you're my hero, man.
Thank you, sir.
How you doing?
Good, sir. Talk to me. What are you doing this
Great.
early eve? What are you doing?
Just happened to be up by coincidence. Usually I'm asleep at this time. I got to get up at 8:30 though and go to work. But just another day. I only need 5 hours anyway.
There you go.
Yep. So anyway, yeah, I'm sober, not doing drugs. That's a good thing.
Good for you.
Yep. Anyway, man, I'm just calling you about this. I've been going to your call. My wife and grandmother's there. I got uncles and cousins there. Make a long story short, break it down. I was there, I guess, right after 9/11. I guess about 6 months to a year. And I went down there, man, and kind of got real sad and weeping and looked over. And the guy said, go over there and bend over and look down. See, we got maybe 2 stories down here, subways. They got like 4. And I went back. That's 100, 150 feet. Next thing I know, I'm standing there, and man, it just hit me. Years later, that I was calling you about this. Years later, what's his name? The governor of Minnesota was talking to a guy he knew. He wanted to meet up with him, called him up and tell him he wants to talk about the box. They never found the black box, right? So he met up
this
with
Jesse Ventura?
Jesse Ventura,
right? Okay.
Which you haven't heard. Yep, and haven't heard from about him in a while. So make a long story, he met up with the guy and all this and blah blah blah. So he met up with the guy in some coffee shop, whatever, and he told him about it. He said, "Oh, we got the black box." And he said, "What?" He said, "We got the black box." Make a long story short, what, you got it? Yeah. So make a long story short, don't know his name to this day, don't know who he is. So the guy, I think he might have been a paramedic, firefighter on the team, whatever. And so the guy weeks later called Jesse and said he couldn't meet back up with him. He said some guys came up to the car. He was coming out of his garage or something, underground or whatever, and this guy in the suit, another guy in the suit, one guy behind him, and he said he couldn't back his car up. And then he said, what? You come back? He said, no, couldn't back my car up. He said, what do you mean? The guy was what? Leaning on the car, standing on the car, standing? He said, no. He said, I told him to get out of the way, and he didn't move, and I tried to back up, and he stopped me. He said, stopped you? He said, physically. And so stopped the car. So this is the story he told. Now, I don't know what happened to the guy after that, but 2 guys came up.
Do you understand
stopped his
this
car.
story?
So when they tried to bring out what about the black box,
I'm fascinated,
all of a sudden went hush,
but
hush.
Maybe
but
it's
he
me.
told the story.
I don't understand anything.
Since these
Black
somebody
Box,
was on
Jesse
him, watching him
Ventura.
after that, he met up with Jesse and somebody, or they were watching him and found out.
It's interesting.
And people started
I
following.
just can't follow
That's
it.
a story about it. You heard
But I'm not going to
anything
interrupt
about
you because that would be
anything
rude.
about that,
But I know what you're thinking because I know you're thinking the same thing. Like, what the hell is he talking about?
Had families in
Let me see if I can get back
Twin
into
Towers.
this.
I know
Watch
that.
this.
They think it was a bunch of malarkey, everything they said. Yeah, about who had happened because the people in the families. Remember, they had the big. They had the big thing in Washington about they
not
had
a clue.
Got together a panel to see what happened. And, and the people came out when they got the federal papers.
I always think I've had a stroke, and I can't hear like aphasia.
Why are they trying to hide the fact that they had the black box? So what I'm saying is,
I wish I could just record this and just call people up and leave it on their message, on their report, and say, "What?
Everybody's messing with that. Even the presidents, all the presidents, former and present, all of them messing with the freedom of speech, your amendments.
He hasn't been to bed yet. He's got to get up.
Trying to get everybody not to say anything.
He's tired. Normally, like he's wearing out.
And I called you to just say, hey, what are your thoughts on that? And do you know anything about?
You know what? I'll tell you what, Byron, I have never heard it quite put like that, but I want to thank you for at least asking the questions.
Right.
That because nobody, for some reason, when it comes to that particular day, and I have, because let me tell you something, 9/11 that's when I was red pilled. That's when, because I was here, my wife and I were here, and I saw stuff that I still haven't been able to figure out. But Byron, I thank you for this. I thank you for your courage, and I thank you for your inquiry, sir. Please call me again.
Sure will.
All right, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Not sure what he said, but it was good, though. I know it was good. You know, I've always thought to myself, I'm always waiting for one day I'm not going to be able to process things. I'm not going to be able to because sometimes I think to myself, I don't understand what they're saying. Like the first time I met some of my real Irish friends, I thought, I don't know what they're saying. I have no idea what they're saying. I had a dear friend of mine, he passed away, and anybody in the bar, in the Irish pub business in New York knows this voice, but he would say, this one there is not, there's one there, the one there, the one there that comes there, the Waco. And you ever, and I had not a clue. And I would sit there and say, well, there you go. And I found out, which really served me later on, especially when people like in radio, like, program directors or whatever, they tell you crazy stuff. And you would say, that's interesting. Well, there you go. Interesting. I heard that. All right. All righty. Let's go to John in New Jersey. John, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Well, ironically, I am Irish, and I don't understand what you just said, but I think it means have another drink.
There you go.
Okay. But anyway, I just wanted I come down to my kitchen and I listen to your show, and I really get humored by it.
You get humored. I like that. I get humored.
Yeah, because it's funny and it's entertaining.
Yeah,
and I'm an educated person, to go to university and stuff like that. But I wanted to ask you your idea on never mind Irish. Good, I am Irish, but
you've made that very clear. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But we do talk like that.
Correct.
Anyway, I was talking about online gambling. I want to change the subject, and I was like, because I was like,
want
to know what you think about online gambling, because it ruins people's lives.
Online gambling.
I was I went to a bad breakup, okay, and I had money. I had a good job, and I used to gamble back when I was younger, when I was like a teenager and stuff like that. But back then, there's a bookie and stuff like that, and they would cut you off, but now there's no cutoff. I lost $80,000 in 2 days.
Wait. What? In 2 days?
They didn't cut me off.
80,000 in 2 days on what? What did you gamble?
A casino. And gambling.
You mean, when you said online, you said this was online?
Yeah, they don't cost you. I just kept on gambling.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so cruel, but you've got to watch that. You know, I will never understand why I have to pretend that words that I hear on the street from children, that all of a sudden at 3:40 in the morning, that all of a sudden we got to pretend like, oh my God. I've got to say something about this, and this is the most important, and this is critical. First and foremost, as I think I've made it very, very clear to you, I love addictions. I love the idea of something that overwhelms you physically, emotionally, spiritually. There is the addiction and the compulsion. And when it overwhelms you and you lose control, I'm fascinated by it. And I am fascinated by the various forms. I mentioned porn addictions or sex, which I don't know if they're addictions per se, but I will leave it at that. But when it comes to the idea of gambling, now, here's the thing. Do I owe you any kind of protection from yourself? Does a casino, they always put this gratuitous, if you have a gambling problem, but if you are throwing your money at me, do I owe you a duty to cut you off? If you are into buying Bitcoin or day trading or whatever you're doing, am I supposed to also cut you off on that as well? I know this may sound crazy, but I know people who are absolutely compulsive shoppers. I think to myself, thank God my beloved mother never got a hold of QVC Amazon. Amazon is, oh my God, she would go crazy. When QVC, we had to have this overwhelmed people. Do I owe you a duty to protect you from yourself? I don't know. See, I am absolutely 100% freedom purist. And that gets people in trouble because I think you should be able to say anything you want, so long as it does not immediately invoke or incite or promote immediate violence or harm. That means I can say anything I want. That's why when we have these ridiculous rules we have to abide by, I understand them. I don't understand that either. I think if you don't like something, then just don't listen to it. But that's a different story. But I don't know. $80,000 in a day. It's so interesting. Oscar in North Jersey. Oscar, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, just a technical definition there. When I was in school, there was a real communist. I can say his name because he's dead now. He died in a house fire. His name was Clyde Magarelli. He taught sociology at William Patterson University. I took some of his courses. Mm-hmm. But he explained to me what a communist was. He was one. He said, you're not really a communist unless you're a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. You have to pay, you have to be a dues-paying, card-carrying members of the CPUSA. Now, this was in time of Gus. Yeah, this was the time of, Gus Hall and Angela Davis were running for president, almost, every single year. So I think you can say, well, he's a Marxist, he's a fellow traveler, but the idea of pinning the term communist is so McCarthyite.
No, listen. First and foremost, number one, I have a friend of mine who I believe, I know he's a socialist, and he will say to me, I asked him one time, are you a communist? He says, oh, no. He says, that is an ideal. That is perfection. You try to attain that. That's like saying, I can't think of the word, that socialism, Marxism is more, think class struggle. there's a lot about Marxism. It's like, okay, a little bit. It's like, all right, I can kind of see that. There's the Communist Party, but then with the intellectual socialist, communism is that ideal that where nobody needs anything, everything is there, and whatever it is.
To each their ability,
right,
to each their need, and so on. Well, the thing is that originally, during the first Internationale, it was by Karl Marx. He called it communist. Then apparently communism, this was in the middle of the 18th century, 19th century. And then, it was Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Lassalle, and the rest of them. Then the name took on a bad, after the Paris Commune of 1871, took a bad name because of the chaos that was caused by the anarchists and the communists. And so came along the German, this was the so-called the Second Internationale with Edmund Bernstein. Edmund Bernstein created the Social Democratic Party, which still exists today. All right, sometimes they do take power. They said, no, we're not communists, we are socialists. In other words, we want, it's kind of like, we don't want a revolution, we want to get elected to power. We're going to do it through the back door. So
but wait a minute. One of the things which is, I think, problematic is that in any of these particular endeavors, and let me go back. After World War I, when these poor Americans, these doughboys, came back, and they had the bonus riots and all this other kind of stuff, they came back and they said, "What do we have? Nothing." And the only thing that, at that time, prior to Joe McCarthy, was the notion of communism. It wasn't. It's hard for people to understand. It didn't have that negative connotation, like the word fascist, fascisti.
Because Stalin was on our side.
Right. But what I'm saying was, it's hard for people to understand. But think about it. If you are in a position where you have nothing, and somebody says, "I have this program, this theory that will provide you what you need," I'll be damned if I'm not going to consider it when I have nothing, when I feel like I've been abandoned. Remember, always put yourself in the position of somebody else. But going back to this, there was a time, I don't know how old you are, Oscar, but I remember when we had this thing called Problems. It was mandatory. We had this mandatory class where we would learn about socialism and this and that and the various political theories, but they were economic theories. And here's the best part. Capitalism sounds wonderful. Capitalism, to use the Milton Friedman and everything, it sounds great. But capitalism can be brutal, heartless, depending upon how you do it. I can understand different people's perspectives. But to suggest that Zoran Mamdani is some kind of a communist or no. If anything else,
he'll never pull it off. I mean, do you think? Do people really think that one man is going to establish some kind of a Bolshevik republic in the middle of Manhattan? No. That's so ridiculous.
No. But as you know, there is this wonderful thing we don't worry about. Look, let me go back a little bit. This. I'm so glad that you called. I don't want to get into the epistemological argument, but there's a question I think we should always ask ourselves: how do you know what you know? And why are you saying when somebody says? And the best part is to ask somebody, well, what do you mean socialist? Now, when I don't know about you, but what do you consider to be Social Security? What do you think of public libraries, public school, Medicare, Medicaid? What is that? And we always say, no, wait, that's, you pay into it. I don't think you're paying into that. What do you call that? By what name is that? And people would say, well, Social Security. Now, for a country that hates socialism, communism, try to suggest repealing Social Security. Good luck. Good luck. So I don't think we really know what we're talking about. What I think Mamdani is that this is a welfare society where he wants to just give you things, promise you things, and he couldn't care less about how we pay for it, if he can do it, because he will say, look, I tried to lower your rent. I tried to make police accountable. By the way, be very careful about one thing. There's something that the Soros folks believe is called restorative justice. Have you followed that one at all, Oscar?
I'm not sure exactly. I've forgotten.
Restorative justice. Well, restorative justice is the idea of trying to get away from, dare I say, carceral or incarcerative types of law and order. We want victims and perpetrators to meet together to see if we could have a meeting in the mind, to reintroduce, to,
Alvin Bragg tried that, didn't he?
Exactly. And it doesn't work. Let me tell you something, Oscar. You are a very, very smart man. Where are you from, may I ask?
Okay, I'm originally from Calabria.
Uh-huh.
Which is the area of the world where the Ndrangheta.
Yeah, Ndrangheta, right.
Yeah, and anyway, so I came to this country when I was 13 years old, and I went to get my master's degree at NYU, and I took 15 credits toward my PhD.
Well,
I never finished my PhD, but because I got a very good job in an insurance company.
Well, listen,
yeah.
You're speaking with you. You are absolutely positively, you are dripping with a sapience and a cognition regarding this substance that is very, very rare to find. And I thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
All the very best. Our number 800-848-9222. A sapience and cognition. Yeah, that's what I said.
The Other Side of Midnight.
Zoran Mamdani is not a communist or a Marxist. He's a democratic socialist, as he claims. Part of the mainstream progressive wing of the Democratic Party. What does that mean? I have no idea. Communism, ladies and gentlemen, please, listen to me. Listen to Uncle Lenny here. Communism, as defined by scholars and the like, involves a centrally planned economy with no market forces, no private property, and often no political competition under a one-party rule. He doesn't advocate for that. He calls himself a democratic socialist, influenced by Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016, and I believe he's a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. What does that mean? I have no idea. His platform advocates policies like affordable housing. That's nice. Rent freezes, public ownership initiatives. Fair, free public transit. City-owned grocery stores. How? A $30 minimum wage by 2030? Taxing millionaires, not abolishing capitalism? Oh, that's nice. But he can't do that by himself. He needs this place called Albany to help. You know what I'm saying? So don't be alarmed, but be very concerned. Jim in Georgia, you're next.
Yeah, the tune that you played, the name of it was Hogan's Heroes TV show with Colonel Klink and Schultz. So I win, though, right? Now I win a prize. What are you going to give me, huh? Bumper sticker? A T-shirt? What do you got? I win. I named that tune. Come on, Yankee, give it up. What are you going to give me?
Jim, I like
some money. I'll take some money from you, man.
Jim, I like your style.
Come on now, what do I win? I win that tune.
I'll tell you what.
Somebody's in the
Let me
backyard.
give you let me give you a list of what you win. All right. Let's go to Joanne. Joanne in New Jersey. Try topping that, Joanne. Go ahead. Good luck.
I don't think so. Okay. People are saying that if Mamdani gets in, people are going to be leaving New York in droves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think that he cares. And maybe, in fact, this is part of his agenda, because the people that leave, he won't be able to control. The people that are left will be the people that can't, for economically, whatever, they just can't leave. they're going to be the ones that are able to be controlled.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you call that?
You know, that's a great question. And if he were to leave or to have leave all of the millionaires and those dread millionaires, well, there goes the tax base. Good luck with that one. Listen, do you remember being maybe ever in a stage of your life, maybe in high school or right around the time when you were into every goofy, crazy, hippy-dippy thing? It was part of being young. You did stuff sometimes that pissed your parents off, where you were into these kind of a screwy, lefty things, and it just sounded good. It sounded fun, right? Because you were just part of being young. You like weird music. You were trying to define yourself. Well, sometimes there are some people who, believe it or not, never, ever, ever lose that. And they think they enjoy this because somehow, believe it or not, there's a part of this in which they think they're fighting or arguing or providing some type of a counterbalance against Trump. I don't think anybody can truly be serious because they can't even define it. Now, the good news is, or maybe not good news, but the news is we've got the final hour approaching on the other side of midnight. And don't forget, if you're going to follow me, follow my newsletter, get a hold of me, contact me, Lionel.news. More coming up. Stay tuned. I don't want to be a purist here, but when I heard that Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson are remaking Naked Gun, am I reading this correctly? This is sacrilege. This can't be the Leslie Nielsen Naked Gun. This is, and this ridiculous pretend love affair to promote the film. I mean, there comes a time. I mean, this can't be. I mean, this just, certain things you can remake, certain things you can't. But that? No. There's got to be a morning after. I think Maureen McGovern said it best. No, there's got to be some rule. Like, what is the worst remake of anything? Remake or covers or there's something called, if you want to have some fun, go online and look up Golden Throats. And this is one of the best things you will ever hear. You will howl. And one of the criteria that one must use in order to qualify for Golden Throats is that your song or your tune has to be sung in a way that was serious. You intended to sing that way. Or you intended to sing that song. You weren't kidding around. Sebastian Cabot singing It Ain't Me, Babe. Jack Webb singing Try a Little Tenderness. I think one was, believe it or not, the worst I ever heard. It doesn't sound like it. Is Sammy Davis Jr. singing Shaft. It was so bad. But they didn't know this. They didn't understand it. They were serious. I think Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds with William Shatner. Anyway, this is the notion of the sequel. In any event, I don't want to wax incoherent, but there's something about taking. I could watch Naked Gun 1,000,000 times. It's one of those movies. Have you ever seen those movies where you're leaving and you sit and you go, oh, damn. What? Sit down. What? I got to see this. I'll watch it later. No. Goodfellas. That's it. Sitting down. Sorry. Tell them we're late. I just saw it. I got to sit down. Sorry. Mrs. Doubtfire years ago, I used to think was one of the greatest. Don't ask me why. Bull Durham. They don't really have that anymore. But whenever, if it rarely came up, I'm thinking, why am I watching Bull Durham? What's your movie? What's your movie where if you see it on TV, if you see it, Goodfellas, Godfather, forget it. I'm gone. How many times have I seen The Godfather? How many times? Even commercial version. I mean, what, 1,000,000? I know every line, every moment, the extended cut, and yet I will watch it repeatedly. When was the last time you were in a movie theater? When was the last time? This is really tough. Movie theater. When was the last CD you bought? Oh my God. I mean, maybe that's unfair. I hope to God one day we get to redo, revamp, refurbish, because I liked movies. I still like artsy, indie. I like Film Forum, and I like the Quad, and I like University there, and I used to like Angelica. I like these funky little IFC. I love those. One time there was a movie called Hail Satan. It was a documentary about not Satanists, but whatever the devils are. And the fellow who was standing, the usher, was yelling, "Hail Satan." Showing next. I love that. And I hope that never goes away. And there's something like a rainy day or a snowy day, and you're watching obscure films that you would only want to watch with this overpriced popcorn and this weird. I love that. I love that. I'm sorry. I'm waxing incoherent. Russ in White Plains. Russ, help me. Pull me out of this, Russ. Help me, Russ. Help me.
I thought going to movies was where you get to make out with the girl next to you. That's why I went to the movies.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
What is this, in the 50s? Wait.
I was born in 56.
Okay, there you go.
But, there you go. Say, Lionel, I know consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, but when you say you don't like restorative justice, but you got to put yourself in the other person's shoes, isn't that what restorative justice is?
No.
Well, what is it then?
No. It's the idea that somehow you're going to completely eliminate the, quote, carceral process. And I'll give you an example. Let's say a woman is abused, battered, raped, attacked, and it is the judgment of the court that rather than, do things like, incarceration and prosecution and adjudication, we have this mandatory sit down, kind of an understanding, have a meeting. And if the victim does not want to meet with her assailant, well, the charges may be dropped, because that is now a new way of looking at. You see, Russ, it's not arresting people, putting people behind bars, keeping them off the streets. No. It's to reinvent, to reintroduce to society this miscreant, this poor wastrel. Now, sometimes I like alternative. I like criminal diversion programs, first-time offenders, minor stuff, nonviolent. Yeah, sure, give them a chance. Be good, keep your nose clean, drop the charges. That's fine. But for serious stuff, no.
But, Lionel, I think that's a rather flat, simplistic point of view,
and nobody does it better, sir.
Right, and Trump himself speaks with a fifth-grade vocabulary, which is where most of the U.S. citizens are at, but they're not going to put a rapist together with his victim. They're going to put a rapist in with other people who have experienced rape, not by him, but to get him to be sympathetic,
Russ,
to
come
socialize.
on.
Let me say one more thing.
No. Listen to me. I don't know. Maybe you've conned people over the years. Maybe they've been bamboozled by your shtick. But it doesn't work here, Russ. No, it doesn't work.
I'm not a lawyer.
And listen, it's readily apparent. So listen, let me tell you something. Why don't you take this commie claptrap and you find someplace else to push this, okay?
Marx relied on democracy.
That's right.
He admired capitalism.
Thank you so much. All right.
Fear.
And let me tell you something, Russ. This stuff may work with other places, but not here, my friend. God bless America, and God bless President Trump. I like his style. I don't know what it is, but I like his style. Patrick's calling in New Jersey. Patrick, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Hey, my friend, my two favorite movies, The Blues Brothers and Josie Wales.
That's it? The Blues Brothers?
What do you read? The Blues Brothers, yeah. Best car chase scene, better than
No.
Steve McQueen, yes.
No, not Bullet. No, I got a better one. The best car chase scene ever is from a movie with Dabney Coleman called Short Time.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. one of the greatest movies ever, one of the greatest premises. Dabney Coleman plays his police officer, and he's going to retire at any moment, and he's a short time, hence the term, and he's going to be walking away very, very soon. So he wants to take it very easy, and he tells his partner, "Listen, let's don't take any calls. Let's take it easy." He puts on his seatbelt. Let's don't hurry. I've got a couple of days more to go. I'm going to retire, and then you can do whatever you want, but let's be very, very safe. And he realizes that if, he's doing fine. Anyway, to make a long story short, there's a mix-up, and somebody switches urine. Doesn't make a long story short. And he thinks he's dying. He thinks he's not going to make it. And he wants to put his kid through Harvard. That's his dream. Well, he goes to the HR department or whatever it is, and they tell him, listen, the only way you're going to die, or the only way your kid's going to get any kind of a benefit is if you die in the line of duty. He said, what? He says, yes, you have to die in the line of duty for your child, for your son to benefit. Now, he goes from being Mr. Safe, so now he's got to deliberately die in the line of duty. So he takes every call, every hostage negotiation. He wants to die in duty for his son. There is a chase scene. Short time. And believe it or not, his cohort is a fellow who did the voice and the image of Max Headroom. But I digress. The greatest chase scene ever. Forget French Connection, forget Bullet, forget any of that. I'm telling you, it's a long way to Tipperary. Our number 800-848-9222, 800-848-9222. And so far right now we've hit rock bottom, and so far the calls have dried up. Now we can do a couple of two things. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. I need your thoughts and comments to call. If you don't, I'm going to talk about Epstein. I'm going to talk about Russiagate. I'm going to talk about DNI and Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel and how it was. You want to do that? You want to do that? Don't make me do that. We'll talk about it if you want. You want to talk about Epstein for the millionth time? You want to do that? Terrific. It's up to you. It's up to you. I'm not gonna beg you. Well, I can't do this by myself. Now I'll lecture you. Oh, believe me, I'll go on and on. Oh my God, we'll talk about Putin. We'll talk about what? You want to talk about the Middle East? You want to talk about Ukraine? I can do that, but I don't think you want me to. Because if I do, I swear to God, you'll be so bored, you'll want to slit your wrists. Our number is 800-848-9222. And by the way, I want to say one thing, folks, gents. I think we need some vacuuming here. Just saying. Nothing. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But somebody was like eating popcorn or something granular here. I'm just saying. Like my mother would say, this is going to attract rats. I said, well, the rats have to find it first. And then you've at 800-848-9222. I'm warning you. If you don't call, I'm going to talk about Epstein. And then you're really going to be sorry.
The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Larry Kudlow here for Colonial Metals Group. Ask yourself, is your retirement protected? Gold is the one asset that's surged through every war and economic shock. Please call 800-621-3908. That's 800-621-3908. Or just visit freegoldguide.com/Kudlow to claim your free 2025 Gold Guide. You'll learn how to protect your IRA or 401k and could qualify for up to $7,500 in free silver. That's freegoldguide.com/Kudlow.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reshaping financial planning around the most personal data point, your lifespan. But it's more than just insight, it's control. As a technology-driven asset manager, we're empowering investors with an integrated system to take command of your time, your future, your financial destiny. This is a new era of investing. Take control at abacusgm.com.
Listen to Dominic Carter every weekday at 3:55 p.m. for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Dominic's Final Thoughts.
It's Dominic.
Dominic gives his insightful, most candid, and important final thought of the day on topics affecting our community, our nation, and you.
Hey, Mr. Carter.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Dominic's Final Thoughts. Weekdays at 3:55 p.m. on 77 WABC.
Hello, this is John Catsimatidis. Advertising here on WABC is just common sense. Nielsen has said that WABC is one of the leading AM stations in the country. Tell me what we can help you with. Increase your business at reasonable rates cross-country. Email me at cats@wabcradio.com, and I will get back to you and tell you the great deal that you can get on WABC. Email me at cats@wabcradio.com.
It's The Other Side of Midnight with Lionel.
Who just was... Anyway, what am I talking about? Butch Patrick? Yvonne DiCarlo? Come on! Come on, you can't get better than that. Italo or Italo, depending upon how you pronounce it. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Buongiorno, questo è Italo. Hi, how you doing? My name is Italo. I'm calling. I'm driving to work.
Where you're driving to work now, sir?
Yes, I am.
And what do you do?
I am an engineer for a big TV network.
Really?
Yes, sir.
A big network. I like to hear that. So you are one of the engineers, correct?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
One of the unsung heroes.
Yes, the back and the rack guy.
Where are you from, my friend?
I'm originally Italian.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm imported here.
Terrific. Now, you were going to call up about, I'm looking at your topic here, and it is movies. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What saith you, sir?
When I was a teenager, I used to be a projectionist.
Really?
Yes, back in the days. And I remember movies, I used to love them. I think I learned English by just watching movies.
I think that's... now, was this in Italy or here when you came to this country?
Oh, well, no, I was in Italy. And I learned English just projecting movies. And kind of a special... because movies in Italy in English are subtitles.
Yes.
In English. Right. So subtitled in Italian rather. And most of the American movie I've enjoyed, and so Italian some too. But foreign movies they were my pleasure.
Have you ever? I've got two questions for you. Two questions. Number one, why are you starting your day so early as an engineer with a big company? Is this normal? Is this your normal routine?
It is my normal routine. After this company here put these tolls that I can afford, so I have to come before 5.
Ah.
And well, I hope they take it down sometime.
Yes,
so
that's
that
stupid.
I can come a little later.
And this is the congestion pricing, right? Congestion pricing.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks to
yes, that's the only toll I pay.
Thanks to Andrew Cuomo. And number two, speaking of movies, what do you think of the way Italians are presented in American movies and American culture?
Well, it's very sad that there is a genre, and the genre is mafia, and always portrayed people that are badly Italians, actually. The big class actors, and you never heard of Vittorio Gassman doing mafia movies,
right?
Right. So he was one of the class, and we are very sorry that he passed. All these Italian actors from the academy, the Italian Academy, there were quite a few in Italy back in the 60s, even 50s. So they came out, a bunch of them, and they make it famous.
Well, you know what I find out. This is what I find to be a problem. aside from the mafia movies, there's nothing worse. And we see this, you don't really see this maybe in movies, but you're seeing it more on YouTube. This is the prototypical Italian who comes to this country and he has, let's say, an American wife, and he's talking about Italian pizza. Or he goes to an Olive Garden and he is trying to describe whether something is authentic. And you always have this kind of a Vito Scotti kind of a, Mamma mia, oh, you can't make it. It's like, stop it. This is embarrassing. This is...
You won't believe it, but I only have been on Olive Garden once, and I said I will never come back here again.
No,
I never ate a worse risotto than that in my life.
Now, if you want to, now let me ask you something. If you want to eat or find authentic Italian, without mentioning names of restaurants, but what do you look for? How would because I think that what I'd like to do is I like to eat real Italian food the way Italians eat it, not the way Americans eat it. What is the biggest no-no that Americans eat? For example, fish on cheese, cheese on fish or whatever. But what do Americans do that drives you nuts?
Well, the way they cook the pasta, first of all, the way they do the salad after the first course.
What should they do? What should they do? First of all,
salad is supposed to be eaten before. That's what it's called antipasto, right?
Okay. Now, let me ask you a bit. What about the way they cook the pasta? What do they do? Explain that.
Well, generally they cook the pasta or they pre-cook the pasta, and they have it there waiting for a customer to come and order it.
Oh.
So if that means that it comes from a box, it's something that has been done who knows how many months ago. And the best restaurant is the one that serve you fresh pasta, maybe overnight made, maybe daily made.
Well, good luck
Those
with
are the one that
Well, listen, Italo, thanks for calling, but good luck with that. By the way, I've also found out there's a difference between bronze, how do I say this? Bronze cast versus, what is it? Bronze cast? You want the bronze cast so that there's a little bit of an indentation, a little bit of not a rivulet, but a little indentation or striation in the pasta so that the sauce can adhere better to it. Is it bronze cast versus steel cast? Anyway, there's a whole thing about it. If you know what I'm talking about, congratulations, you're the one. Let's go to David on Staten Island. David, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Lionel, last night I had a thought about Hillary.
Beginner's luck.
Clinton and giving, because the subject came up on your station. About 1/5 or to 1/3 of uranium to Russia. It just occurred to me where we're thinking like it's something simple. How much uranium do you need to make a bomb out of how much she gave to Russia? It's not a little. It's a lot. And that gets me worried. And I think they're working, of course. I predicted many years ago, and I still have papers on Iran and Russia leading us into Third World War. They're not giving up. And some people have to wake up. This is no joke.
Do you think, David, that Iran or Russia would in any way engage the United States in nuclear war?
I would say yes, more so now with China.
Let me say this again. Wait. You mean to tell me that these countries would want to entice us, would basically provoke us to retaliate? If they were to send something our way, we would eliminate them. It's mutual assured destruction.
Lionel, easier said than done. We have what we call a DEW line up in Canada that goes over the North Pole, a radar setup. I do not know if it's complete all the way to Maine. And any loophole they have, they'll use. Not only.
What do you mean
the West
loophole?
Coast,
What do you mean
North
loophole?
And East.
Okay. I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't want to be cruel, but that is painful. That is just painful. Let's go to Tommy in Boston. Oh, by the way, it's 30 past the hour. You probably didn't know that. Tommy in Boston. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Yeah, 30 past the hour.
Can I just ask something? Is there something with the phones? Are these? And I blame you, Elias. I blame you, flat out. Oh yeah, you're probably saying, what do I have to do with the phones? Well, I got to blame somebody. I could blame Tony, but that's ridiculous. What is with this? Let's try it again. Tommy, can you speak into your phone a little bit, maybe more directly?
Yeah, 30 after the hour, Lionel on.
All right, good. Okay. That's it.
Let's, I wanted to talk about how sometimes when your wisdom comes out, it goes over my head. So, like, I don't know if you remember, his name was Miller. And every time he had his show on, I couldn't understand what he was talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I sure do. 800-848-9222. Chuck in Rockford, Illinois. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
You've had a lot of stuff come up here. Sometime we'll talk about that dew line, but
I can't
wait.
Brought
up Uncle Joe. I hadn't heard that since World War II.
Yeah.
And during World War II, I was about 8 years old. I experienced a practice blackout. And they were thinking that we would get bombed, possibly, at that time.
No, Chuck, help me out with this. What was the purpose of the blackout?
Well, we had the air raid warden in the neighborhood.
Now, explain that. My mother would tell me about that. What was that
really?
like?
Yeah, and the guy there smoking a cigarette, you know, and I'm about 8 years old, and he says they can see that cigarette at 30,000 feet.
But Chuck,
but
help me with this. If I'm flying over and I'm in a plane, I'm going to drop a bomb, and they say, I'm going to know the coordinates, right? I don't need to look and say, I don't see any lights.
At that time, they didn't have the kind of navigation that we have now.
So they would look for lights?
Well, they might.
And cigarettes? Somebody smoking a cigarette? I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, sometime if you've got night vision on a camera,
right,
and someone's smoking a cigarette, it looks like they're carrying the large flashlight.
Right, I understand that. Yes. But I just never understood the idea that the targeting was so was so primitive that they didn't know where they were, and they had to look for lights. I guess it's true.
Well, they would get their guidance probably off of radio stations at that time.
Chuck, did you notice that when you were a kid during World War II, that more people knew about what was happening in World War II without any internet or anything than we do today with the internet? That was just a newspaper, maybe one edition a day, not even television, just radio. People knew more.
Imagine this? I had a crystal set at that time. You know?
What is a crystal set? I know it sounds stupid. Define that. What is it?
Well, actually, you only get a small, milliamps off of the antenna, and it takes earphones to, hear what's coming in.
Well, what were you listening to?
Well, mostly the local stations. It's hard to get.
What?
It's hard to get enough power to listen. To have.
Now, Chuck, I'm going to ask you a stupid question. Okay, I'm going to ask you a really stupid question. Why didn't you just get a radio?
Well, they weren't even. Some of them, they weren't really. At that time, the good radios had like A and B batteries, on them, and some of the radios that were they were pretty damned expensive. I don't know if you ever seen a cat. Have you ever seen a cat's eye on an old radio?
I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry, sir. It was before my time. What is a cat's eye, sir?
Well, you could tune your like your signal strength.
Yeah.
On the cat's eye. You'll have to look at some old radios.
Okay, I will do that.
Somebody that has them. But I hadn't heard Uncle Joe.
I know, in a long time. And there you have it, Joe. I'll be Chuck. Okay. All righty. See, I find that... Tony's just shaking his head like, what the hell is it? Do you remember having, when you were a kid, a transistor radio? And you had a transistor radio, maybe a little one under your bed, on your pillow or something. And maybe you had a little earphone and you could hear Skip at night. You could hear stuff that it was really something. Now in the city, forget it. You can't hear anything. But I remember as a kid, I could hear, depending upon, which is how amplitude modulation works, it kind of bounces off. So you could basically hear beyond the horizon versus FM line of sight. But you would hear this stuff, and maybe we'd hear like Cuba, and it was wild. There is an internet channel called not Soundgarden, but something, Radio Garden or something, and you can hear radio anywhere in the world by just pointing to it. It's the most, you've seen this before. I don't know what it's called. But I love to hear Japan, Japanese, Irish, and you can't believe how similar radio sounds. Talk radio, sports radio, all over the world. I'll get the name of it for you in a moment. But, well, maybe I should. Maybe it directly competes with this. But I don't think people even understand that this is radio today. I don't think they understand what radio means. I think they have an app or a you know what I mean? They don't.
Are you talking about shortwave form radio?
No. There's something here on the internets, as it were. I'll find it for you. I promise you. But you can point to any radio station anywhere in the world and hear it. But what I'm saying is, I don't think anybody even understands what radio means, because you have an app or you have a podcast, and I don't think it means the same, if that makes any sense to you. And if it doesn't make any sense, so what? Diane in Brooklyn, you're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Okay.
Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone.
Hello?
Pick up the phone, please.
I have it.
Okay.
It's picked up. You hear me?
Do I fear you?
Okay, good. No, sometimes my phone goes on mute. That's why. Okay. You said that you can't see any country taking us on because we destroy them.
Correct.
Well, you're wrong. Well, apparently. Because when Rafsanjani was, before Ahmadinejad in Iran, I used to have a quote. It was in the Post, the New York Post, as a matter of fact, and I lost it. But it said that the minute that they get a nuclear weapon, they're going to hit Israel with it, even if they retaliate, because it will be a great victory for Islam. And we love death the way Jews love life. I'm telling you, and he's speaking for the mullahs too. He's speaking for the mullahs. So you're talking about an insane leadership, not like normal. Russia, no, I can't see Russia doing it. Of course not. They're not suicidal. But the mullahs.
So you believe that as soon as now remember, Iran would end their everything, Persian civilization, history, they'll be wiped out immediately, just to get Israel. Is that what you're saying?
Not just Israel, America too.
Wait a minute.
The thing of it is the big Satan also. It's not just a little Satan, a big Satan. Because what they say is they're already pushing out Persian history. They don't want anything to do with it. Music, is forbidden. I mean, come on. They have.
How do you know music is forbidden? Have you ever spent any time, just for example, looking online, looking on YouTube, looking at food bloggers, looking at Tehran, people walking around without headscarves, without morality police? Do you really, listen, I'm not trying to in any way turn my back on them, but do you honestly believe this constant drone that they're crazy, they're lunatic, and they want to just destroy?
The mullahs, yes, the mullahs are crazy, not the people.
How do you know the mullahs are crazy? Who is saying this?
They are.
Who are they?
Ahmadinejad.
No, Rafsanjani. No, seriously. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm not going to, you got to know sometimes when to say, okay, sure, whatever you say. By the way, the name of the thing I was discussing was Radio.Garden. Radio.Garden. You can spin all over the world and just spin anywhere you want. It's got New York. You could just go to any Radio.Garden. That's all. Okay. All righty. Let's go to Steve in Bed-Stuy. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning, Lionel. You have the most entertaining show.
Well, there's really nothing else on, so thank you.
We are in the days between August 1st and August 9th, the birth date and the death date of Jerry Garcia. All 5 nights tonight, I could ask you to play some Grateful Dead, but basically Jerry Garcia, when he was asked, when he became really famous, there was thousands and hundreds of thousands of people following his band. They said, Mr. Garcia, can you ask your fans to register to vote? He said, sure. Give us someone to vote for.
Ah, very incredible. Now, may I say something, and I'm going to say something that is absolutely just heretical. I never really understood the Jerry. By the way, his bluegrass prowess is a different story. What's that? Something dog, whatever he with Grisman and
Old and in the Way.
Yeah, but there's something about this. Something dog.
Yeah.
Like Grisman
permutations.
He was very good. I loved his bluegrass stuff. But as far as the Grateful Dead goes, obviously you were a big fan, correct? Obviously
I'm one of the founders of Relics magazine, yes.
What is Relics magazine?
It's a Grateful Dead tape trading magazine that is celebrating its 50th year.
You're kidding me.
The longest, second to Rolling Stone, it is the longest running music magazine in the world.
Now, you are the what
Shapiro.
now? Excuse me, you are the publisher, the editor, what are you?
I am the lowest of the founders. There were 6 of us. I folded the magazines and I stapled them, but I sold thousands of them at concerts. I put Relics on the map. But regardless...
Wait a minute. No, stop. I want to talk about this. Is it still in business at all? Can you still get it?
Absolutely. And every issue comes with a CD.
Now, where does one get Relics?
In Manhattan. They have an office in Manhattan. Relics.com.
Okay, Relics.com?
Yeah, they have an office in Manhattan.
Well, I'm not interested in the office. I'm interested in how because I find this fascinating because and I'm not in any way dismissing your I don't want to say fanatic, but your love of this. Okay, Relics, is it Relics.com or Relic.com?
RELIX.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, Relics magazine. Here we go. Relics is a print. There it is. Fantastic. I am so moved by this. Anybody who cares this much about it.
We were the first tape traders. We would go into shows and illegally at sometimes, but the Grateful Dead let us tape their shows so that the people on the East Coast could trade cassettes with people on the West Coast, and everybody got to hear every show.
Now, by the way, this is not just about Grateful Dead. It's other music as well, from what I'm seeing.
Oh, a wide variety. Jefferson Airplane, Bob Dylan, and especially new music. It is a forum for people who want to hear what they think are the great new artists
I
that are
think
coming
this
out.
is phenomenal. Relix, RELIX.com.
Owned by Peter Shapiro, if you know who that is. Who ran
Peter
the Wetland.
Shapiro?
Yeah.
I just
my
said
friend.
that. Oh, of course. And is Peter still with us?
Absolutely.
And he is alive. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Alive and well, and he's putting together his Garcias in Manhattan. That's what he's focusing on, and also the Bear Stage up in by Woodstock.
I'm looking at this review of this incredible guitar player, Matteo Mancuso. I've seen him. He is unbelievable. Chick Corea, Christian McBride. See, I'm an inveterate, if you will, downbeat subscriber since high school. And I love that kind of, I feel like I'm part of a group, we're old school, legit jazz, not this phony baloney stuff. One of my dreams is to one day put together the ultimate documentary, it's been tried, on Nick Drake. It's he's my favorite. Well, I shouldn't say my favorite, but one of them. And so I appreciate anybody who keeps something alive. Now, are you still involved in this right now? Are you still making money doing this? Is this an article of love? Is this?
I work with them when they ask me to. I'm basically a musician now, and
what do you play?
Grateful Dead.
What do you play?
I play percussion mostly, and the flute, and I play a xylophone. But I've had a lot of fun, but I wanted to talk about Jerry,
please,
and about voting.
Okay.
When I was originally going to school in 1975, I was brought into a small room and with another student who's being interviewed from Iran, and he was saying, no, anybody but the Shah. And the CIA agent that was interviewing said, "Listen, you're getting the Ayatollah. Do you understand what you're getting?" He says, I don't care. I want anyone but the Shah." He was voting against. Jerry Garcia taught us fans, we vote for.
I thought it was very sad. I remember the day he died. And I happened to be not in San Francisco, but around the East Bay area at the time. And I remember feeling it then. People were just, I remember that day. People were just.
We were at the wetlands that night with torn shirts, us Jewish guys.
What does that mean? Explain that.
When you're sitting Shiva, you tear some of your clothing. You never saw when someone dies, they tear their clothing.
I'm sorry, I cannot. I've not shivered much, if not at all.
They give you a ribbon. They give you a ribbon that's torn, and you wear it on your lapel. You don't have to tear your clothing.
I see. But then again, what if you?
That Phil Lesh died. That's the bass player of the Grateful Dead?
Yes.
Okay. I was listening to The Other Side of Midnight, and Curtis was on, and somebody said, Curtis, I'm glad he's dead. I said, what? And then I found out he does that every single time, and I want Curtis to know that all of us Grateful Dead fans, despite that he said that, we love him, and we are behind him.
You know who said that? By the way, you know who also said that? I hate to bring it up, but Rush Limbaugh was not exactly very kind to Jerry Garcia either. And I never understood that. There's something, how do you say this? There will never be anything, and I never saw a Grateful Dead concert ever, never really, it doesn't matter whether I like the music or not, but there will never be anything that provided this concatenation of humanity. It was a movement. It wasn't just, it was, can you think of a musical form or genre where the assembly, where the concert was more important almost than the song itself, that was the moment where people could either live or relive or pretend to live in this thing, this world, this kind of groovy, hippie, tie-dyed. Maybe it was halcyon, maybe it was imaginary, but I think that was a great thing. The fact that people were actually...
Bill Graham talked about it. He says, the Grateful Dead is not a concert, it's an experience.
Mm-hmm.
The great Bill Graham of the Fillmore East.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, listen, I want to thank you, my friend. You have turned me on. Jeff, call me again. I'm going to be, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm sorry, Jeff's the other guy. Steve, don't yell at me, Steve. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I'm tired.
Listen, get Peter on the air. He'd love to talk to people, and I'm sure you could reach him through Relics Magazine.
Well, you know what? I will do that. Steve, thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. I appreciate it immensely. 800-848-9222. 800-848-9222. More coming up on this, the Lionel Show, The Other Side of Midnight, your hero.
The Other Side of Midnight.
The greatest line ever that I have used and stolen was anybody who says, what does that mean? He said, the cattle are dying. And that, of course, is what Horshack means in whatever language he spoke. It was Epstein, Mr. Carter. Who was the fellow who was a...
Freddie Boom Boom Washington.
Yeah. Did you realize the other day you were waxing historic about Sugarfoot from Ohio Players, Freddie Boom Boom Washington. You don't know where your keys are. You probably wonder, you probably forget, what was I saying? But you remember the most arcane references. That was a great show. But remember, that was Travolta. And who knew? And Travolta, don't ever kid yourself how great he was. He was fantastic. Jeff in Forest Hills. You're on the other side of midnight with Lionel.
Good morning. What was his wife's name? Gabe Card. What was his wife's name?
I don't know. Mrs. Card.
Julie.
Huh?
Julie. Yeah. Hey, those shows are great, but I was a kid, right? And some of them scared me. Like Ironsides. When that show came on, he was in a wheelchair
right.
with gunshots. I would jump behind the couch. I would literally get out of Dodge.
Remember that great Quincy Jones theme song? Remember Mark was, it pushed him around, and he always had, what was that thing he made? The can of chili, right? He had these cans of chili.
Chili in the, yeah.
And he also, think about this, he was the first person I ever knew who was confined to a wheelchair, and basically kind of gave a kind of a leg up, pardon the expression, to the handicapped. It's very good.
He was a tough guy. He was a tough dude you know what I mean? He was serious.
And it's hard to believe in real life he was, whatever. Anyway.
This show used to creep me out, okay? I
think you made that very clear. I think you made that very clear that Ironside scared you. And I appreciate that.
What was Mary Hartman about? Because that show, the commercial would creep me out. I was like,
wait a minute.
Who would watch a show
A lot of
like
these
that?
things are creeping you out. May I just say something? Raymond Burr frightens you. Mary Hartman have you thought maybe perhaps you might have a problem? And by the way, I just want to say something. And maybe somebody in engineering, if we could one day figure out a way where when we talk, we don't talk over each other. Is it me? Maybe it seems like normally when I say something, in the old days, my radio voice or whatever would overpower, and people would say, "Oh, I better stop talking because he's so prominent." I don't think people can hear me speak. I'm just saying. I don't want to point out any problems with our electronics are fantastic, but all the time I'm having to kind of gauge myself. And it affects the flow of the show. And while we're at it, we really need to vacuum this. I'm just saying. It's a fine studio. But Riff, if you could, maybe get out the Hoover, maybe pass the Hoover. Just a few things here. My friends, what a show it's been tonight. I mean, it started. I don't even know how it started, how we got here, but I want to thank you for that. Because if it wasn't for you, we'd be talking to ourselves. And sometimes I think we are. But that's a different story. Elias, thank you, my friends, for your ability to take these calls, filter them into the pipeline. Thank you so much for that. And Dr. Antoine Atwood, thank you for your perspicacity, your attention to detail, and your focus. And thank you for listening. Don't forget, follow me at Lionel.news. That's the website, or the URL, Lionel.news. Until tomorrow, remember, the monkey's dead. The show's over, sue you. Da-da.
Exercise your First Amendment right to whip out your freedom of expression with Anthony Cumia.
Welcome back.
Hats, hoodies, and shirts from the WABC radio store.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Like the Clown of the Week t-shirt. And wrap that rascal with the Anthony Cumia signature hoodie.
I don't care if you're on the high seas or you're just in a bar in New York City.
Plus the Cumia microphone logo line. The Anthony Cumia Store. Now live at WABCRadiostore.com.
How about that President Trump soundbite about Sydney Sweeney? I mean, I know you've all seen over the last couple of days the, what do you call those memes, I guess, with President Trump in the jeans that Sweeney did. Funny, yeah. It's a funny meme. It is. But he's like, she's a registered Republican. Now I love her. I love that Sydney Sweeney. Talking about registered Republicans, one quick note before I get to John Catsimatidis and Miranda Devine. This Saturday, man, I'm getting a ton of messages about this. Tachinelli moments ago, a ton of messages. It seems like all of New Jersey's coming. This Saturday, 11:30 a.m. at the Beachcomber. I've never been or heard it's great. Seaside Heights. That's right. Sid hits the Jersey Shore this Saturday. It is a huge event. It's not Chitterelli's event. It's Scott Pressler's event. And Pressler is a major star. Trump loves him. Loves him. In fact, he was on Larry Trump's show 2 weeks ago. He's got nearly 3 million followers. And I met him at Palladino's Christmas party back in Whitestone, and he loves me. So Pressler, he's holding this event because he does this pretty much everywhere. He's turning purple and blue cities red, purple and blue states red. And right now, Jersey is purple heading towards red. So it's Pressler's event, but the two major speakers will be me and Jack Chitterelli, who is the Republican candidate for governor running against Mikey Sherrill. There'll be other speakers. In fact, I think Jacqueline's speaking, Toberoff, and others. But it's a big, big day, Saturday in Seaside Heights at the Beachcomber, and I hope to see you on the beach. Let's take a quick break, come back, and talk to the man himself. Did a great job filling in for me last week and 2 weeks ago. Mr. Red Apple Media himself, John Catsimatidis, as we come back on a Monday morning, Sid and Friends in the morning. Monday morning, my man here hosts not one but two great shows on WABC, 5 p.m. every weekday afternoon alongside Rita Cosby. It's the Cats and Cosby Show, 8 a.m. every Sunday morning, the Cats Round Table, and did a tremendous job filling in for me 2 of the last 3 weeks when the Rosenbergs hit Europe. Here's my main man, John Catsimatidis. Cats, good morning, buddy. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I tell you, I slept late today. I slept till at least 7 o'clock.
I know you were getting up so early for me, and people that don't know you don't know what your day is like. You got to be here all day. Then you do the 5 p.m. show. You're running about 19 companies at once. So believe me, it doesn't go unnoticed. A great job you did 2 of the last 3 weeks. So thank you so much. Let me start with this.
Curtis did a great job, too.
Yes.
It was Cats and Curtis. And our expression was, when Sid is away, Cats and Curtis will play.
I like that. I do like that. I'm not sure I'm going to use it again the rest of this summer. I think I'll be here for the rest, but who knows? But, you know, of course, 2 weeks ago, John, I went to Europe for my daughter, Ava. I'm so proud of her. And talking about daughters, she is now the Deputy Secretary General of the Young Republicans. Congratulations to Andrea Catsimatidis.
Well, thank you on behalf of my daughter, and I'm proud of her. And she calls me up Saturday night when the election was. She was in Nashville, I believe. And she says, Daddy, 3 countries voted against me.
Really?
I said, 3 countries voted against you? I said, what countries? She says, well, it's a secret ballot. I said, what percentage of the vote did you get? She says, 92%.
Wow.
I said, 92% is not bad.
92% is actually great, but I want to know those three countries. I imagine Greece, where I just was, is not one of them, right, John?
Probably not one of them. It's probably three countries. Look, out of 20, 30 countries in Europe, there's got to be at least three that consider her a Trump person and
of course.
voted against Trump, not against my daughter.
Probably France, that Macron bastard. But at any rate, 92% is a huge number. So, again, congratulations to Andrea. Most of you know her as A.J. Catsimatidis. She's now the Deputy Secretary General of the Young Republicans. And as a father of a daughter myself, I know there's nothing better. So congratulations to AJ, and congratulations to you, because Friday you and I spoke an awful lot, and you said to me, I was in Bedminster earlier having dinner with the President of the United States. Now, you always say this, John, and sometimes I think you're just being nice to me. You go, I saw the President tonight. He sent his regards. But either way, you did spend 2 hours with President Trump in Bedminster last Friday.
Yes, we did, and he was in great spirits, and he was he was up. He had 7 primary people there, and I guess he wanted to get the feeling from the outside world versus his inner staff, what the heck is going on. And he's very, very much interested in what's going on in New York. He loves New York. New York was his home for 70 years, and we had a very good discussion about that. We had a good discussion about a lot of things. I mean, we went into like 10 different subjects, and I felt like it was my 5 o'clock show where we keep going on in different subjects, and he allowed me to bring up different subjects.
See, that's what I always say about Trump, and that was my experience. And again, you know him longer than I do, and you're closer with him than I am, but my experiences with Trump, I tell people that don't like him, you couldn't be dumber, because what's great about him is, like he did with you in Jersey on Friday, and he did with me in Mar-a-Lago last year, he sits down with you, right? And you become the centerpiece for the conversation. He actually asks you the questions, or in my case, asks me the questions, and allows us to bring up topics. You would think the President of the United States would absolutely take over the conversation. The reason why Trump is so great, and you could attest to this, is he's a great listener. Is that not right?
He is a great listener, and two presidents like that I've met. President Trump wants to know what the heck is going on, and I'll tell all our listeners, there's no violin playing behind his back. And what I mean by that is that his staff is doing stuff, and he doesn't know? No way. He knows everything that's going on. And the other guy that was like that was Bill Clinton. He knew everything that was going on. There wasn't a violin playing behind his back.
Well, that's true. Bill did know what was going on, and no, he was also a pretty confident guy. I like Bill Clinton, actually. That was the last Democrat that I
think all the Democrats. I said to Bill Clinton when I spoke to him a week or two ago that 70% of the American people still love him, and I just said, be careful of this Mondami character.
Yeah, I know he came out. He said something. I mean, Eric Adams, a huge story, of course, and you and Curtis did a great job covering it last week. And I thought Chris Sommerfeld wrote a very, very fair, good article in yesterday's New York Daily News. It was a big deal, pages 2 and 3, a big spread of my upcoming meeting with Eric. It's not going to be tomorrow, but it is going to be sometime this week, but not tomorrow, because tomorrow's Cops Night Out. But at any rate, you and I talked about this meeting, and then he comes out, Eric, over the weekend, and he does a podcast, and he says, hey, I had dinner with Mamdani and Mamdani's father. I liked them both. He had nice things to say about Idi Amin. I mean, look, I'm going to meet with the guy, and sometimes I like him, but sometimes I just don't know. What is he thinking? Why does he think people want that?
Sid, I will tell you. Have you listened yet to the message I sent out to all New Yorkers a couple of days ago? It started on Saturday.
We played it
about my trip with Castro, and Curtis was with me too. I said Fidel Castro was a very, very nice man. He was.
Well, stop right there. You know, and I come to you as there's not many people in your life closer to you than I am. You know, when you say Castro is a nice man, you're going to get hammered for that. You know that.
Well, let me finish. He has a great smile, a nice man, but his people were starving. His people are starving. I urge everybody to listen to me when I play. WABC is playing it, and it was playing it all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and today. And we're going to come up with a new message almost every week about the mayor's race. And the thing with Fidel Castro, he promised everybody everything. He promised everything to everybody. Guess what? He delivered nothing. His people were starving. I remember I was with Charlie Rangel. We went to the medical school in Havana. The medical school, I met 5 Brooklyn Tech kids. And because the medical school is one of the finest schools in North America. I said to the Brooklyn Tech kids, I said, what would you like? What can we do to help you? You know what they said? Please send us some food.
Yeah, of course. No, listen, you made the comparison. I think you were the first one. I'll give you the credit. You made the comparison to Castro Mamdani. You're exactly right. So I'm going to ask you the same question. Why would Eric Adams on a podcast this weekend go out of his way to say such nice things about Mamdani, about Mamdani's father, and by the way, also Idi Amin? I mean, for a smart guy who wants to win again, and I'm going to meet with him this week, sometimes he says stuff that's incredibly stupid.
I don't know. I did not listen to the podcast. And sometimes, hey, Sid, you know as well as anybody else, people take things out of context.
Of course.
When you listen to the entire podcast, like what I just said about Castro, that somebody can take it out of context. Catsimatidis says Castro's a great guy.
100%.
Yeah, he has a great smile. Well, Mamdani has a great smile.
That's true.
It doesn't mean we should make him chairman and CEO of General Motors.
Both of those things are true, 100%. So tell me this. New Yorkers United, you've talked about it, the message. I heard your message. We played it on this show earlier today. New Yorkers United, John, stop socialism, save our city. Give me the details on that, because I know Betsy McCoy, the former lieutenant governor, and Ray Kelly, the former police commissioner, they're doing something, save our city, to stop Mamdani. Tell me about this specific site.
I hope they come in with us, because we have a lot of people in the real estate industry are very, very much interested. And we are going to get the message across to every New Yorker, whether they're in the Bronx, whether they're in Staten Island, whether they're in Brooklyn. They're going to get the message, and they're going to realize that that's not the way to go. Because, by the way, I had Senator from Florida, a great senator, Rick Scott.
Yep.
You're sitting, while you're away, you're sitting down. Florida's up to 23,500,000 people. New York State is down to 19,700,000. 10 years ago, it was the other way around.
That's right.
Now, remember what I said on my talk? I said, sooner or later, you run out of other people's money.
Socialism, right.
Well, yeah. Well, you got a $250 billion budget in the state, a $110 billion budget in the city. If you keep all the people that make $500,000 and more move out, and the budget has a problem, what happens to all the pension funds that the teachers are getting? What happens to all the pension funds that the police are getting? What happens to all the pension funds that the working people are getting? Well, New York City is going to be out of money. If people move out, what happens? You're broke.
That's right.
What happens? We got people moving out, and we had people during the last 4 years moving in that didn't contribute to New York, but took from New York.
That's right. And that goes back to your political leaders in the city, what Adams did for 2+ years with the illegals and the governor. I mean, those are all great questions for Hochul. Maybe instead of spending time the last 2 days slamming my friend Elise Stefanik, who I hope to God beats the daylights out of her come next time, maybe Hochul should answer those questions, John, because they're all great questions. Finally, there I was, Athens Airport Saturday. Last weekend, 2 days in Greece. I told you this with Curtis. I dropped your name everywhere. I'm like, I'm friends with John Catsimatidis. Wherever I was, right? At the Acropolis Museum, overlooking the Parthenon, at dinner. because, you're my best Greek friend, and you're still a big deal, obviously, in Greece. I will tell you, it was only 2 days. I got down to some of the seaside marinas and places on the water. I did not get to the islands like Mykonos or what's the other big one that people love there? Santorini, right. But what I did see, even though Athens had graffiti and they've got issues, they've got crime, they compare it to a European New York. What I did see, John, was beautiful. Cyprus is off the charts gorgeous. But what I saw from Greece was really nice.
Well, let me tell you something. Those Greek islands and the Greek people, great food, great personalities. They love life, and that's what it's all about. And anytime I go, I enjoy Athens for a few days, but I love the Greek islands.
Right, that's the plan. That's it. John nailed it. Go to Athens for a couple of days and get out. All right, so once again, New Yorkers United, stop socialism, save our city, hop on with Catsimatidis and the crew. If you're looking to make sure Mamdani doesn't win. And on the way out, one more time, John, to you and Margot, your beautiful wife, the great mother that she is, congratulations to Andrea on this new Deputy Secretary General of the Young Republicans. She's been a mainstay for years with the Young Republicans and a force with the Republican Party.
This is the international edition, the worldwide, and it's I'm proud of her.
Well, you're a great father. And for all the things that you do well, John, and you do a lot of things well, and you and I have these conversations in private, and actually we're driven to tears every now and then, whether it's Ava and Gabriel or Andrea, John, and now J3. You're a great father, and to me, that's what makes you the best. So thank you for hopping on this morning.
Keep fighting for New York. What I said to President Trump, we're going to, September 5th, a year away, we're going to do a big gala. It's going to be the initial 250th year of the United States. It'll be the first 250-year gala on September 5th, Friday night. You know why we do it Friday night? We don't want to ruin anybody's weekend.
Right. No, it's great. Yep.
And President Trump may be coming. Lee Greenwood is coming. Wow. It'll be the event of the century.
Wow. It always is the best party of the year anyway, but now that you combine the 250th year and Lee Greenwood's going to come sing, and if Trump comes, great. If not, it's still going to be the event of the year. September 5th, ladies and gentlemen, not that far away. In fact, you know what, John? A month from today. Write it down. That's the big gala. John, great job today, buddy. I love you. Thank you so much.
Keep helping New York, sir.
You too, John. John Catsimatidis right there, my man, host of two great shows, Cats and Cosby, 5 p.m. every weekday afternoon, 8 a.m. every Sunday morning, the Cats Roundtable. Don't forget, huge 8 o'clock hour coming your way today. We've got the great one himself, Mark Levin. His new book is out, and Larry Kudlow. And Wednesday, our 8 o'clock hour. You ready for this? On Wednesday, we've got Scott Pressler, who's going to host that New Jersey rally with me Saturday into the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. So a couple of big 8 o'clock hours about to come your way. But coming up next, she's the best writer in the country. That's it. Not up for debate, folks. New York Post columnist Miranda Devine is coming up next. You know, my friend Russ Sullivan, the brother of the great Michael Sullivan, said, if anyone deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, it should be Miranda for her work on uncovering all that Russian hoax stuff that Tulsi Gabbard is bathing in the spotlight right now, which is great for Tulsi, of course. But the truth is, Russ Sullivan is right, Miranda. That was all you, baby. You should be the one getting all the credit. Maybe she disagrees. She was there a minute ago, and that was a perfect way to... There she is.
Sorry, no, here I am, sorry. No, I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to be modest here and say that there were other reporters who were there before me. I honestly can't take credit, but I will take credit for Hunter Biden. But the Russia hoax, I was late to the party, but have done my best.
I'm still giving you the credit. I don't care. My opinion matters the most. Yeah. So, Miranda, you're very happy this morning. You know why? Because my friend, who's about to join me in about 80 minutes from now on this show, took the beret off.
I know. I was thinking of you when I was reading about him in the New York Times, and there was the photograph of him looking normal. I think it's a great idea, and I think it was WABC, you and your colleagues that convinced him to do it.
So, on a serious note, I never used your name, just so you know. I said, Curtis, there are people out there, very influential people, very powerful people, that's you. They don't like the beret. And I said, I know why you wear it. I get it. It'd be like asking a rabbi to take off the yarmulke. That represents you, 47 years of fighting in the streets of New York. I get all that. But there are people who want the beret off. So you were really serious about that, yes?
Yeah, I mean, look, people have said it's like Superman without his cape, etc. And I'm glad to hear that he does have 6 of the berets. So, because, you think it must smell, especially in summer. And he did say in that article, oh, yeah, my wife says, oh, it's, a bit smelly. But, look, I think it just makes him look serious. It makes him, otherwise it's just like all he is a gimmick with the hat. And it worked a long time ago for what he was doing, but now as mayor, he has to broaden out. It's got to be more than just subway crime. He's got to be able to run education, balance the budget, etc. So obviously crime is a big deal, but he now has to get serious. The polls are showing he has a chance. I'm glad that, and obviously it was a sacrifice for him to take off the beret because it does give him a certain, radical chic.
And you did sit down a couple of weeks ago with Eric Adams, and I know you saw the big daily news spread yesterday. I'm going to meet with the mayor this week, and I've already had multiple meetings, one, in fact, just 2 weeks ago for 90 minutes with Andrew Cuomo. I see Sliwa every day. I will not sit down with Mamdani because I hate him. But in terms of Adams, he does a podcast this weekend, Miranda. This is my issue. I keep telling you the same thing over and over again. He'll take a step forward, and I'll be like, okay, good, right? And then he'll say on a podcast this weekend that he had dinner with Mamdani, and he goes, I got to tell you, I may disagree on policy, but I like him. I like him a lot. And his father, who I must tell you, was there in those encampments at Columbia shouting death to the Jews. Okay, his father came, and I liked him too. And then he goes on to talk about Idi Amin. Does he not know the history that in 1972, Idi Amin basically kicked all the Israelis out of Uganda? So in one podcast, he compliments Zoran's father, and one of the most hateful people to the Jews ever, Idi Amin. What is he thinking?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's nuts. And it's sort of typical of him, though, because what he does is he smells the wind and he figures out which way to go. So he's talking to us at the New York Post. Look, very, very nice guy, fantastic backstory, rather an admirable climb to the top, considering what a bad, childhood. He had no father and just a very hardworking mother. But I just think that then he wants to appeal to the far left of his party, who are all, he feels acutely that they are calling him a Trump stooge, etc. And so he wants to sort of curry favor with the people who are going to vote for Mamdani anyway. Doesn't make any difference, doesn't help him. Maybe he just is trying to be a nice guy. I don't know.
God, it makes no sense. Because you're right, to go out there and say nice things about the Muslims, for example, right? Which he's done that, He's the guy that said, hey, you can pray on the streets on Fridays. I got to tell you, next year is going to be the 25-year commemoration of 9/11. For folks that they're not prejudiced, right? They're not biased, but they don't want to see it, okay? We're not that far removed from almost 3,000 dead New Yorkers, okay? So pray inside. Do us a favor. So it almost seems like he realizes that the Muslim population is huge in New York, huge. So he wants to keep the Jews happy by going to the Israeli Independence Day parade and having rabbis at Gracie Mansion. And then he wants to keep the Muslims happy by telling them they can pray on the streets, and Mamdani's a good guy, and Idi Amin is, I always was fascinated by him. You can't do both, can you?
Well, he's trying to thread a very small needle, and I don't think he's doing a good job, judging by the polls. I mean, he really is bottoming out. And I think that's a little unfair because he inherited a disaster from the worst.
Well, but hold on. When Trump took over for Biden, okay, that was a disastrous 4 years. What did Trump say? I'm going to fix it. What has Trump done? He's already fixing it. I don't want to hear about de Blasio. Adams didn't win, Miranda, and go, you know what? Truth is, I can't do much. It was so bad. No, he said he was going to fix it, like Trump is fixing it. And the truth is, he hasn't fixed anything.
Well, he's a Democrat. Of course he's not going to fix anything.
Oh.
You know, they're hopeless, and it's a Democrat city. So, you know, in terms of the Democrats on offer, it's a difficult choice for New Yorkers. And, you know, I would hope that Curtis Lewa could win, and he's certainly going up in the polls. But, you know, history tells us that since Bloomberg, Republicans haven't had a shot.
So what do you think? You think Cuomo's got the best chance of beating Mamdani? Honestly.
Probably, yeah. And look, I'm so torn with Cuomo. He's such a repellent person. He came into the New York Post editorial board and just lied. I mean, he had an opportunity then to admit on the nursing homes in particular. Michael Goodwin was there, my fabulous colleague who broke the story of the nursing homes in his column. And, you know, even though you had there people who knew more about the nursing homes than probably Cuomo did, he still tried to lie and gaslight and brought this PowerPoint presentation to show us these phony figures. And even though everybody pushed back and said, no, you're wrong, blah, 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 it didn't matter to him. And he just seemed very low energy. However, you know, when he was governor, he did actually get a few things done, like the Moynihan Train Hall, LaGuardia, rebuilding the Tappan Zee Bridge. I mean, he did get some infrastructure done, which is more than you can say for most of these just total useless. Like, I mean, our current mayor is just hopeless.
Yeah.
And
the governor's worse. And the governor's worse. I mean, she's out there yesterday. She's spending the last 2 days bashing Elise Stefanik, who, if there is a God, is going to make sure she beats Hochul like Secretariat won the damn, Belmont Stakes. That's how badly I want Stefanik to win. But that's what she's worried about right now is, bad-mouthing Stefanik, not a New York State that continues to fall apart every day.
Yeah, and she doesn't build a single thing. And all she does is continue on with the sanctuary city nonsense. I mean, she knew that Joe Biden was flying in plane loads every night in the middle of the night of illegal migrants into Westchester and then various other overflow airports around the place. And she did nothing about it. She helped it happen. Yep. She helped the invasion of this city.
Yep. You broke that one, too. You and Rob Astorino. I have to tell you, Miranda, you are damn good. About 2 minutes to go. And I compel everybody, listen to Miranda Devine's Pod Force One. That's the name of her podcast. Pod Force One. It's great. She gets great guests. Trump, Eric Adams. And the last one was Tulsi. And here's my contention, and Tulsi kind of admitted this to you on your great podcast. The most surprised person to win the election back in 2016, the most surprised, I believe, was President Trump himself. He's like, Melania, did I just win? I have to do this now? But the second most surprised, according to Tulsi on your podcast, were the Russians, right? They really thought Hillary was going to win and it was going to be okay.
Exactly. Tulsi, the podcast drops on Wednesday. Tulsi Gabbard said that, one of the things about Russiagate and the Russia hoax that was so patently illogical and absurd was this contention from Barack Obama to John Brennan, James Clapper, Jim Comey, Adam Schiff, the rest of them, that the Russians were tilting the scales in the 2016 election in the favor of Trump. And there's multiple evidence to show that the opposite was the case, that they thought that Hillary Clinton was going to win. They had all this Oppo research on her that they'd got from hacking DNC emails that included, they said that she had psycho-emotional problems. She was hysterical with laughter and then depressed the next minute. She was on heavy tranquilizers. She had all these other health issues. Wow. They were going to wait and keep that. They had that in September 2016. They could have dropped it before the election and damaged her campaign, but they thought she was going to win, so they thought they'd wait until after the election, just before the inauguration, and drop it to destroy her presidency. So that was the sort of information that John Brennan suppressed as he just went about dodging up this fake intelligence, this intelligence community assessment that Barack Obama ordered on December 9, 2016, after Donald Trump was elected, because Barack Obama could not stand the humiliation of Donald Trump coming in and repudiating his 8 years.
Big American enemy right there. Right there, Barack Obama. I know I watched on Netflix last night with Danielle the 9/11 special, and the last 30 minutes made me nauseous because all it was Obama and his all of his administration celebrating after they killed Osama bin Laden and how he saved America, and all these folks standing outside the White House screaming USA, USA. In the meantime, this guy falls just short of treason. What a bad guy and a bad president he was. Sorry, Richie Torres. God, he annoys me. Sorry, Richie Torres. Barack Obama sucked, and so do you. You don't, Miranda Devine. And again, the Podforce One podcast is great. Every column you write is great, and I love you. Thank you, Miranda. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Sid.
All right. Miranda Devine right there, the New York Post columnist. And, Richie Torres again. I'm in Greece last week, just lowering the boom on Bibi Netanyahu. I actually had a text Zeb Brenner. I love Zeb Brenner. Love him. And I love his wife. She's really terrific, and she makes a great Shabbos dinner. They tried to convince me the last dinner Richie's on our side. No, he's not. I don't care if you're pro-Israel. When you bash Trump at every opportunity like Torres does, every opportunity, he says the worst things about Trump. And now Bibi? Go F yourself, Richie Torres. You're not on my team. We'll take a break. Noam's got the news. You ready for a couple of more great guests? You ready? Mark Levin, the great one, and Larry Kudlow, both coming up. So I'm in the airport at JFK, heading to Greece on Friday, and a guy stops me and goes, "You're not going to believe this, but I was just listening to you." I said, "You got to be kidding me." He goes, "Yeah, me and my son, Stefano Forte from the New York Young Republicans." So it's the father, Stefano Forte from the New York Young Republicans Club, and his father, and they listen every day. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Forte. Forgot his name, but Stefano is a great young kid doing a terrific job in Gavin Wax's place, and I appreciate the love, which I got at almost every airport I was at, if I'm going to be honest. Let's take a short break, come back, and talk to the great one himself. The book is On Power. He's on 6 to 8 every weeknight here on WABC. The great Mark Levin is next. You know, I got to tell you, I go back to October 7th, which, of course, is right there. It's 118 for the worst day for me, with 9/11. And next year we're going to commemorate 25 years of 9/11, which is even harder to believe that Mamdani's doing well here in this city. But I go back to 9/11, to October 7th, and I try to figure out something good that happened from that, right? So I've gone to Israel 3 times. I've become friendly with Bibi Netanyahu. There's some good for me, and for the Israelis. But the best thing for me was reestablishing my relationship with Mark Levin. You guys know the story, the history. And that day brought us back together. And we have this 3-way text. We do it about 4 or 5 days a week, me, Mark, and Hannity, and we have some fun. We're nice to some people, not nice to others. But Levin has become my rock for the last 2 years. Now, he's a hugely successful radio host. He's on over 200 markets, and his shows on Saturday and Sunday night on Fox News, you just can't miss him. And every time he writes a book, it's a bestseller, like 8 times. And his new one is out, and it's called On Power. So here he is on 6 to 8 every night on this station. My dear friend, the great one, that's a deserved nickname, Mark Levin. Good morning, Mark.
You're a sweetheart, Sid. Thank you, buddy. God bless you. Welcome back. We missed you.
Thank you. And I meant every word of that. And I gotta say this. I just saw this like 10 minutes ago. It made me so happy, Mark. Let me read this. Mark Levin's book, On Power, is #1 on the bestseller list. Selena Zito's great new book, Butler, is already on the list for 3 straight weeks. These are incredible reads from MAGA conservatives and everybody else. Get these books now and enjoy. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Doesn't get better than that, does it, Mark?
No, and he's a dear, dear friend, and he's been a good friend, and I try to reciprocate as much as I possibly can, and he's just a remarkable human being, and you know him well, Sid. And people don't get here's the thing. The way the media reports on this man and so forth and so on is totally contrary to who he is. And as this Osama-Hillary scandal is broken wide open, people can see what's going on here. And, Sid, I wrote this book on power. In part, it exposes this, but that's not the primary focus. The focus is, look, Mamdani will destroy New York. I really am tired of some of these Republicans on cable and elsewhere saying, but that'll be good for the rest of the country. No, it won't. Destroying New York's not good for the rest of the country. And this guy's he's a SOB. And he's being backed by Bernie Sanders. All these Marxists and Islamists, here it is, our worst nightmare. It's in front of us in the Democrat Party. And why? Because the Democrat Party has ceased to become anything resembling an American party. It will take in anything and everything, every kind of anti-American. That's the umbrella, the Democrat Party. Why? Because the Democrat Party wants power. That's it. They don't care about the country. You've got Schumer, who won't condemn this guy, a Jew. You've got Hakeem Jeffries, who's the head of the party in the House. He won't condemn him. They're on the fence. You don't sit on the fence when you're dealing with a Marxist, Islamist, anti-Semite. And as you've talked about, and I talk about too, if it wasn't for a significant percentage, and I'm just being honest, of self-hating Jews who really are Democrats and leftists more than they are Jews, they're born Jews, but they don't believe in it, this guy would be defeated. Now, that's not to say it's just them. You've got a lot of people in New York, particularly, it turns out, upper middle class or lower wealthy people, I guess you would call them, unfortunately, mostly white women who are taken by this guy. And, he's 33 years old. He hasn't done a damn thing in his life. He talks around sloganeering. He undermines the cops. He undermines the housing market. He wants to destroy our grocery system. He's your typical know-nothing Marxist who believes that he should impose his will. And I talk about these Marxists in the book. Look, he talks about affordability. People need to sit back and think a second. We live better than any king or queen lived 100, 150 years ago. I don't care if you're a plumber, a truck driver, you work at a grocery store. You live better. Now, why is that? It's because of capitalism. It's because of our system of government. The problems you have in New York City are government-made, big government, regulations, taxes. I mean, you run a pizzeria, you got 14 different types of government agencies down your throat just to make a pizza and try and sell it, or a deli, you're trying to make a sandwich and try and sell it. You've got all kinds of rules and all the rest. And then you have your government who undermines the cops. They can't even keep you safe and so forth. The greatest police force on the face. Look, I'm from Philly, but I know what I know. The NYPD is the greatest police force on the face of the earth. It absolutely is 100%. So what are you going to do? You're going to take a de Blasio guy. This guy's 1,000 times worse than de Blasio.
Yeah.
You're going to put him in there? Now, I know the people are listening to us and they say, no, I don't want him. I don't want him. But these other people do. They change the voting system in order to get a guy like this nomination. I talk about in the book. I talk about positive power and negative power. And the Democrat Party in New York is an example of what I call authoritarian Democrats. You'll vote. They'll have a city council. They'll pretend they're going through the motions of a democracy when, in fact, they are authoritarians. It doesn't matter. If they win office, they will do whatever they want. He's going to win not by a majority. If he wins, it'll be a plurality. It won't matter. He'll have 100% control of the schools, of the economy, of the rental systems, of the finances of the city, and they will use that to concentrate more and more power within the Democrat Party.
You know, one of the reasons why I love you is you've got this incredible brain, Mark, and you can reference things from 100 years ago, okay, for example. So I was in Greece last week with my beautiful wife, Danielle, and, you know, I visited the Acropolis and the Parthenon. It was 150 degrees that day, mind you, but they talked about Socrates, how he actually did manual labor. You know, he helped build the Parthenon with his sons. And you mentioned Aristotle on Fox News a couple of days ago to Brian Kilmeade when he talked about some of the leaders and great minds from years past. So if I said to you, give me an example, maybe it's in On Power. I just got the book this morning. I haven't read it yet. I can't wait. Give me an example of that Democrat that used his power the right way. Who was that guy?
Well, there's a lot of guys. Our whole founding and by the way, Aristotle is very, very important, and I do cite him in the book about liberty and so forth. You know, Socrates was a genius. He didn't write. Plato was a student. Plato, not so much. Aristotle was a student of Plato. But we can get into that another day. Here's the thing. I talk about the founding. Look, I started the book Positive Power. America was based on positive power. In fact, it's the only country on the face of the earth that was based on the following, which is these men believed in the Judeo-Christian belief system and faith. And that tells us that God is the sovereign. And they said, okay, God's the sovereign, but here on earth, God's children carrying out God's will, the children are the sovereign. We, the people, are the sovereign. And I'm doing a thumbnail sketch here. And then they said, okay, how does this have an earthly manifestation? This is all well and good. And they turned to the Enlightenment, 14, 15, 1600s. And they looked at John Locke, who talked about the civil society and the social contract. And then they looked at Montesquieu during the constitutional period. And what did he say? He said things that, among others, Aristotle said, which is power must check power. There must be a division of power. And Montesquieu put it in very specific terms, a legislative, a judicial, and an executive. Once one controls the other, you have tyranny. So the goal is to eliminate centralized power. What does the Democrat Party want at all times? Centralized power, control over the economy. And what does that get you, as I explain in the book? Negative power. What is that? Attacks on free speech. Attacks on free will. Marx said to eliminate the whole idea of individual liberty and free will. Why? It's selfish. Everybody needs to be working towards the common good, the best interests of the community. And who decides that, of course? He does. You know, Mondami does. And so why were private property rights so important to the founders of this country? Why? I asked the people who are sitting in their cars and their buses and trucks today, what are you doing? You're working. Well, guess what? Private property is the accumulation of your mental and physical labor while you're here on earth. This is what you're doing. It's your creation. Your home is your castle. Your car is your car. The Marxists, the Mondamis don't think that way. They don't believe that. You go into a grocery store today, you have thousands of choices. You have pharmaceuticals. You have whatever you want. No other country has this. None. We live better than kings and queens, as I said. Well, why is that? Is it because of something special? Yes, the way we were founded, because of freedom, because of individual will, and all these things that these people in the Democrat Party never talk about and always want to destroy. So I call them authoritarian Democrats because that's what they are. Now, they'll talk about affordability. Castro talked about affordability. Stalin talked about affordability. They'll all talk about affordability. Right. And how do they plan to create it? Well, guess what? Redistribution of wealth, Sid, destroys what? Wealth. Because people who create wealth aren't going to create it if somebody's going to steal it and give it to somebody else. So I address all this stuff in the book.
Well, that is well said. Like you said a couple of days ago, too. I don't care if a billionaire lives on my block. Congratulations to that guy. Care? Right. That guy did a good job. One more thing about Mamdani, too. Don't forget, he wants to appoint Jamal Bowman, just a despicable scumbag, as the head of the DOE, Mark. I mean, just one of the worst people. And this goes back to the Jew stuff. I mean, if you're Eric Adams, first of all, you're running against Mamdani. So I don't know where I'm from. I don't spend a lot of time complimenting the guys I'm running against, right? That's first of all. But why would you, if you're Eric Adams, go out of your way on a podcast this weekend to compliment Mamdani, Mamdani's father, and this one's the best of all, Mark. You ready for this? Idi Amin. Explain that to me.
Well, you want to know the truth here, Sid? The mayor's a dummy.
Yeah.
Cuomo's got all kinds of perversions. Slee was a Republican, so his hands are tied behind his back, but they better get behind one of them. And they better do it damn well soon, because otherwise you're going to have a Marxist Islamist Jew hater as the mayor of the greatest city. And I'm going to tell you something else. You won't have to worry about billionaires. They'll all move to Florida. They'll all move to Tennessee. They'll take their employees with them. They'll take their tax base with them. And then what? I'll tell you what. Then it's the middle class. It's the people who work and get dirt under their fingernails. They're the ones who are going to pay. And it's not going to be because they're redistributing wealth for the middle class. They're redistributing wealth to illegal aliens, people on the dole. That's what they're going to do. It's going to be the middle class. They hate the middle class. I just want to remind the people in New York, the Second Industrial Revolution, which began in about 1870, a few years before Marx died. So he never actually saw capitalism. He just wrote about it. And it created the great middle class in this country. And the Marxists hate it because they want a revolution from the bottom up. As long as you have a great middle class of patriots who will go and fight for this country and so forth, Marxism is a failure. And so what do? He will try and create that idea and that entire model in New York City. He will destroy the city. That's what he's going to do. And for my fellow Republicans outside the city who, for some sick reason, are salivating over this, saying it'll help the rest of the country, will run on this everywhere. This is politics in many ways is like a military battle without the guns.
Yeah.
You don't surrender the greatest city in the country to the enemy. That's just damn stupid. You fight every step of the way, and that's exactly what we're going to have to do, I'm afraid.
About 5 more minutes with the great Mark Levin, 6 to 8 every night here on WABC. There's 2 great shows, of course, on Fox News over the weekend. He's on hundreds of stations around the country. His new book is out on Power, and you got to read it. You know, you mentioned Jew-hating Mamdani, and one of our colleagues, who loves both of us, Mark, I can't give away his name just yet, okay? He said to me yesterday, we were having this discussion about people openly hating Jews, and no problem, good to go. Hey, you want to be mayor? Hey, it's no problem. And the person said to me, what happened to Tucker Carlson? Now, look, I know you've got a very public battle. You don't really like talking about it, but I actually said text Mark Levin because you've been at the forefront of that. And there's others, Candace Owens and a whole bunch of others, Nick Fuentes, all these losers. But what did happen to those people? What happened?
I don't know what happened. I don't care what happened. I know what they are. And so...
What are they?
Well, you know what they are, Sid. You talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
And you can't love America when you attack what America stands for. Yep. And so whether you're attacking Jews or blacks or Hispanics or Asians or something, that's not what we do. That's not who we are. And we Jews rely on non-Jews, Gentiles. We rely on evangelical Christians because we're a tiny percentage of America and an infinitesimal tiny fraction of a percentage on the face of the earth. So when you have people out there who are spewing lies and blood libels and hate, they need to be confronted. Now, I will tell you, Sid, and you know this, 2 months ago, people were saying, what are we going to do about Tucker? I said, well, speak the hell up. That's what we're going to do about it. And so I said, enough is enough. And so I confronted him, but not just him, the whole damn bunch of them. And, you know, it's not something I do every day, but it's something I will do and will continue to do because, you know, we have this new type of media, these new platforms where anybody basically sitting in their underwear on the toilet can have a podcast, right? So we thought this would bring, you know, more knowledge, more information because of the corporate media and how bad it is. What's happened is we now have multiple levels and multiple platforms filled with bullcrap, filled with stupid people. Don't get me wrong, there's obviously good people too, but I'm not talking about them. And so you and I and others in this business have a responsibility to call them out and call them out by name, which is what I do. We don't have to do it every day, but we need to use our platforms and our voices to speak out. The idea, look, I support America and I support Israel. So do you, and that's the bottom line. And by the way, I support Ukraine. And so we should use our platforms. God has blessed us to have huge audiences, promote what's right, and to defend what's right. I mean, honest to God, I told this story about my father, who's Philadelphia. You know, he served in the Army, and he took a train from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. when he was a young man, and he was stunned. Washington was a southern city back then. My father's no longer with us.
Sorry.
And there was a water fountain that said for whites only, and he looked at that, and it disgusted him. And he told his boys, 3 of us, the story. He said, I looked at that and said, what the hell is that? And he inculcated that in us. You know, it's something I believe in strongly. This whole school choice issue, when I ran Landmark Legal Foundation, we litigated that. School choice was illegal all across the country. It was viewed as unconstitutional. We litigated in Wisconsin. We litigated twice in the U.S. Supreme Court. The reason we have school choice now is because we and 2 or 3 other legal groups fought for school choice.
Yep.
So these are things, liberty, capitalism, this book about power, what is power? You see, he said, I think we've been arguing the wrong thing. We throw around the word liberty and rights. It's very superficial. It doesn't really seem to stick with the people we're fighting. And so I said, well, what is it? You know, I was laid up for 2.5 months staring at the ceiling. And I said, well, what is, I'm a nerd. So I'm thinking these things through, and I'm saying, well, what is it? It's power. This is a battle over power, whether it's in the workplace, whether it's in the family in a completely different way, don't get me wrong, but in its application to government. When people are talking about, I want a new program, or I'm going to raise taxes, or something like, it's all about redistributing power. So the question is whether it's done in a positive way or a negative way. And for the Democrat Party, it's a grave threat to this country because the power they want is absolute. And they do not believe in the individual sovereignty. They do not believe in the way this country was set up with power checking power. And they put their party ahead of the country, just like communist regimes do. That was a long answer.
It was beautiful, though. You're not a nerd, Mark Levin. You're a treasure. Listen to me. I got a big audience on Power. Go buy it. They probably bought it already. It's been out for a couple of days. I just got back over the weekend, so I couldn't talk about it Tuesday when it first came out. But everybody's raving about it on Power. #1 already on the bestseller list. Mark Levin. Plus, we've got Mark on this station. He's on Fox News, and he's just one of the smartest and best men God ever created. What can I say, Mark Levin? I love you. And every time you come on, you're better than the last time. So thank you so much.
Sid, I love you too. You're #1 for a reason. It's an honor to be on WABC with Katz. You know, Katz and I are buddies now. Did you know that?
Yes, I did know that. And I love that because you're both very, very smart men. So I love that.
And of course, I started there in New York. And we're not going to easily turn this over to Marxists and Islamists. We're going to fight like hell. So God bless you, my friend.
God bless you, too. I love you, Levin. Thank you. That's a heck of a conversation. Man, that was great. Mark Levin, make sure you check him out tonight at 6 p.m. right here on WABC. And go buy that great book on Power and do it now. Mark Levin. We'll take a short break. When we get back, the smart guys continue to roll in. This guy worked for President Trump. Now he's back on Fox Business and Fox News, and he does a great show here on WABC. Katz hires all the greats. Larry Kudlow makes his return to Sid and Friends in the Morning, coming up next. Bob Hartman, John Catsimatidis, Miranda Devine, Mark Levin. Curtis Lee was going to join us. Maybe Nancy Mace as well. She is running for governor now. That's official. I do want to congratulate Tom Kniff. You guys know Thomas, my great buddy, the attorney, right there with Tacopina and Idala. He represented Daniel Penny. He got the win. He turned 50 last week, Thomas Kniff. Happy birthday. But tonight, he's being inducted into the Massapequa High School Hall of Fame. How about that? Bruce Blakeman will be there, I'm sure. So congratulations to Kniff. And again, go buy the book on Power, Mark Levin. Larry Kudlow does a tremendous job 3 hours every Saturday right here at WABC. And I watch his Fox Business show at 4 o'clock every afternoon in the gym. I love Larry. And Larry's back with us. Larry, I got to tell you this. So later on this afternoon after my show, I got a long day. I'm heading out to a place called Riverhead, Long Island, which is like the Hamptons, basically, for a guy named Bobby Hartman who runs Mainstream House, which is one of the biggest sober living facilities in the area. Last year, I hosted this gala with Darryl Strawberry. Tonight, I'm co-hosting it with Thomas Hollywood Henderson. So tonight, Larry, I will be with our brothers and sisters in recovery. How about that?
I love that. I love that. Good for you, Sid.
I know you love that. And you're an important voice in that world, a very, very important voice. Believe me when I tell you that. So last time I saw you, Larry, I was walking out of Brian Kilmeade's television studio. I had just taped my appearance. You were walking in, and we had a very, very quick conversation about Curtis Sliwa. And now, you're giggling, you're the best. And now, Larry, Curtis says every day that Larry Kudlow has been like his #1 cheerleader. So that's great.
Well, listen, I love Curtis. I've known him, 20, 25 years. I was once the Guardians Man of the Year.
Really?
Yeah, this is a while back. My wife loves Curtis. She still has the Guardians jacket that he gave her at that ceremony. I think Mark Simone was the MC or something like that. But when the mayor put 2,500 or 2,300 illegal alien men in an industrial building in the South Bronx, is across the street from the building where my wife's art studio and school is, and the local community was up in arms about putting all those illegals in there. Curtis and Guardian Angels immediately went to help just to make sure nothing would happen. I mean, the community was so opposed to it. They had meetings. It was on television and so forth. Curtis came and delivered some safety, and then eventually the police came and stayed there, put a cruiser or two to make sure. And nothing happened, I might add. But Curtis, as always, was there to be helpful. So he's helping the whole Kudlow family. I love the guy. But I want to say one thing to my pal Curtis, if he's listening. I'll say it to you, Sid. He needs a better platform. He needs a better policy platform to beat Mondami the commie. He must have an affordability, economic growth. He's got to say, I'm going to cut taxes. I'm going to lower regulations across the board. I'm going to improve school education and so forth down the line. I mean, I'm reading some stuff over the weekend. Curtis is criticizing real estate people and criticizing corporations. I don't understand that, because real estate creates jobs, corporations create jobs, and then this city needs job creation. It needs lower tax burdens. It needs fewer regulatory burdens. And by the way, those affect businesses. They affect small businesses, bodega type businesses. That stuff's got to be done. Curtis needs, I've spoken to him, but I haven't seen any action yet.
Fair enough. He's in a studio next to me. He's going to join me live here in about 22 minutes. And you're not the first person to say that to me, because I'm out here every day, beating this drum to get him elected. You're not the first to say that, exactly that. What's he going to do to affect affordability in the city? Now, I think what happens to Curtis with other people is when these real estate people start giving their money to Adams, for example, that infuriates him. He gets angry, okay? So he lashes out at them. Or when these other big money people start to give their money to Mamdani or Adams. So I think it's just a byproduct, honestly, Larry, and maybe he could tell you the answer, but my guess is that when these people start backing other candidates, he gets angry and probably says things he shouldn't.
That's life in the fast lane. Curtis has to have a message. He has to have a pro-growth message. Look, Curtis should really talk to Rudy Giuliani. I mean, I've said to Curtis that the model here is Rudy Giuliani's successful 1993 mayoral campaign, where Rudy talked about school choice, improving the curriculum. He talked about safety in the streets. Now, think of this. Crime, law and order, safety is such an essential issue in this campaign. Mondami wants to defund the cops. Mondami wants to get rid of that special group that helped close the 345 Park or whatever it was. This is an opening for Curtis. Now, Curtis wants more cops. He wants a bigger budget for police. He has been saying that, and good for him. But Curtis has to link public safety with business. It's like safety is a tax cut for businesses, okay? Curtis, if you're listening to me, this is what you should be talking about. This is what I remember talking to Rudy in the 93 campaign quite a bit about this, that if you make the streets safe and you put in more cops and keep Jessica Tisch, of course, that helps everybody. It helps kids going to school. It helps large and small companies. It keeps people here in the city because it's safe. Now, that's one point. The other thing Rudy Giuliani did was he cut the New York City sales tax, which is among the highest in the country. That made it easier and more affordable for people to buy necessities, to buy clothes, to shop, okay? It's cutting the income tax is very difficult. Changing the sales all comes out of Albany. But Curtis should be campaigning, I think, on a sales tax cut. He also should be campaigning on a business tax cut. That, too, will keep people here. These are the things. Mandami, the commie, is nothing if not clever. All right? His message of affordability affects people, okay? Joe Biden lost the election, Kamala Harris and Biden, because it was unaffordable to live in the U.S. Prices rose 20%, higher than wages. So that's an issue, legitimate. But his solution to make everything free and to put your grocery stores for free and under city management and to defund the police so we'll have a worse law and order problem, that's the wrong solution. He's got the right idea and the wrong solution. Curtis has got to have the right solution. That's key to his victory in a four-way race.
60 seconds more on Curtis. Then I want to move to the big money business headlines of the day. Again, every day get this, Larry. I just want to punch these people across the face. I'm sorry, but I really do. And these are, Jewish influencers, some of my friends, and they say the same thing. Curtis can't win. That's it. Bottom line. I love him. Now he took the beret off. I love that, but he can't win. And I haven't seen any data. I have to be honest. I have not seen any data that suggests that. Now, maybe you'll show me something after Labor Day in early October that says that. Then I got to tell you, I'll sit down with Curtis and I'll start thinking about Adams and Cuomo. But I've seen nothing right now that says, in fact, if anything, it says Adams can't win. Have you seen anything that says to you, Curtis cannot win?
No, I saw a Mark Halperin poll that showed Curtis doing very well, and Curtis consistently beats the mayor, I think, by about 10 points.
Yep.
But as you say, it's too early. Look, don't play the polls game in August. That stuff, you can start looking at likely voters in, let's say, late September, early October. You start polling likely voters. So people shouldn't be deterred by any of that stuff. Look, I personally don't have anything against Eric Adams. I know him. I've spoken to him. I interviewed him the day he declared his candidacy as an independent. Okay? I don't have – it's not personal. It's just that he doesn't seem to get stuff done. As an executive of the city, he doesn't seem to get stuff done.
Right.
He doesn't make the necessary change.
And he's got a million excuses. Well, it's the city council, it's the assembly, it's Governor Hochul. I mean, he's got a million excuses. I don't remember Rudy making excuses. Or Trump, right? I mean, Trump just gets stuff done, right, Larry?
He doesn't. And even the Trump part, at first it looked like Eric Adams was playing ball with Trump to help out on the criminals, on the illegal criminals, and the sanctuary city baloney. All right, and he went there, and it looked good, and the Justice Department let him off the hook for what I think is a phony minor issue. But then now, recently, he's backing off, and he's not helping the way he should. And they're going to put a lot of new agents, ICE agents, into New York City. New York City is, unfortunately, a haven for illegals and their criminality.
Yep.
So something's got to be done. Trump will clash heavily with Mandami the commie. Mandami says he won't let any agents in the city. He won't let Trump and Tom Homan remove the criminals. If Mandami the commie does that, you'll see Trump take severe action and start defunding key parts of the city budget. That's what Trump will do because of the deportation issue was so important. But Eric Adams has flunked that. Now, here's Mark. I haven't seen Curtis talk about deportation, and I think he should. He should talk heavily. It's part of the law and order message.
Larry Kudlow, just as you can tell, he's brilliant. We love Larry. Saturdays here on WABC and weekdays on Fox Business. They replay it. It's so good. We want him twice. Let's talk about the economy. So 2 weeks ago, Larry, my wife and I took our daughter and our son to Wales. My daughter graduated the university there, but we decided to make it into like a week trip. We went to London. We went to Paris. We went to Wales. And just recently, last week, Danielle and I were in Greece and Cyprus. So we've been all over Europe 2 of the last 3 weeks. And the thing that I noticed is how lousy the dollar matches up against the euro. When is that going to change?
Why don't you stay home and go vacation in America?
No, you're right. I should spend the money, seriously, in the United States because That dollar's not doing all that well, Larry.
Trump will give you a tax credit if you stay home. You won't have to pay a tariff on the goods.
You probably would, but is that going to change anytime soon? Seriously?
Yeah, actually, the dollar's getting stronger now. Your timing is off. It's up a couple percent from the lows. Look, the dollar exchange rate fluctuates. I don't see it as a big problem right now. The U.S., a couple things. Number one, Trump has pledged to keep the dollar as the world's reserve currency. That's very, very important. It's really America first. A great country should always have the premier currency. And I believe he will hold that promise. He will keep that promise. The market fluctuates. That's what you're bumping into. And it's true. The dollar fell about 8 or 9% at one point. It's come back a couple of percentage points. But I don't see that as a big problem.
Okay, good. Well, here's a big problem. Interest rates. Now, Trump meets with Jerome Powell last week. He's been hammering Powell, just hammering him. But here's why Trump is great. Then he goes to see him. He goes, I think he wants what's best for the country. He'll make the right decision. But he's not. In fact, he's doubling down. Despite the fact that Trump's inflation numbers are terrific. They're terrific. This guy will not lower interest rates. And we were told, at least during the Biden run, that they had to raise interest rates to deal with the inflation. So they lied, and now Powell is lying because clearly this is not about interest rates. He just wants to screw Trump, right?
Well, there may be some truth to that. I don't want to argue against that. I don't know that with certainty. I love that story. When Trump went over to that Taj Mahal there that they're building on C Street, $3.1 trillion to renovate 3 buildings with an underground parking garage where the water from the Potomac is going to seep down and they'll have to fix it all over. Trump gave him a lecture on buildings and construction, and Taj Mahal Powell was just standing there looking like nausea, and he needed to go to the bathroom. I mean, it was kind of a great moment. I've never seen anything like it with their hard hats on. But I do think, for whatever the motivation, I think Powell has made a big mistake. Interest rates are about 1.5 points too high in the Fed target. It's called the federal funds rate. It's presently at 4.5%. Given the lower inflation that you mentioned, it should be probably something closer to 3%. Okay, and they should have cut the rate in May and June and July at the last meeting a week ago. He didn't because he's got this obsession about Trump's tariffs. Okay, just like most of the left economists on the left-wing media, it's the Trump tariff derangement syndrome, I call it. And they keep saying that tariffs are going to cause higher inflation.
Well, let me stop you 1 second. Do you really believe in your heart of hearts? Because, I don't know, I think, Kudlow, you're smarter than Powell. That's my opinion. Do you really think in your heart of hearts it's about the tariffs? I don't. I just think they don't like Trump, and the tariffs are a perfect excuse. They're a great excuse because he's doing deals now. I just think they'll use anything as an excuse, and for Powell, it's tariffs.
Well, don't let me argue against that, all right? I don't want to argue against that. I'm just saying that that's what Powell's stated reason is. By the way, there's no evidence of that. And two of the Federal Reserve governors, okay, there's a 7-person board, and 2 of the governors rebelled. They dissented at the last meeting. That's the first time in over 30 years the Fed has had 2 dissents, Christopher Waller and Michelle Bowman. And both of them basically said the same thing. Standard economic thinking suggests that tariffs don't cause economy-wide inflation. Some prices may go up, other prices may go down. And any price increases will be temporary. And you should look through them and not worry about them because there's nothing permanent. As long as the money supply is low, and it is, that's what causes inflation. And it's not a problem. So that's the stated reason, tariffs.
Yeah.
Does he dislike Trump? I can't say. I don't know. I mean, I know Jay Powell very well. When I was in Trump's White House in the first term, I had lunch with him every month. He's not a bad human being. I think he's very wrong. He's made enormous mistakes. He pumped up the money supply under Biden. We had the 20% inflation cumulatively. At one point, it got to 9%. Then he starts, denies it, says it's transitory. That turned out to be wrong. Then they had a panic tightening going on in 2022 and 23. At one point, the economy dropped 2 straight quarters. GDP was negative. Then he comes back in the election with Kamala Harris and has a 50-point jumbo interest rate cut a month before the election, which is unheard of in monetary history. So I think the guy is very erratic. I think he's done a very poor job. I think he's hurt the independence of the Fed by staying at the job, but he's being very stubborn.
About 4 minutes to go. You're so good, I'm keeping. I'm sorry, Larry. If you got something to do, just tell me. I got 4 more minutes, which said recession, that ugly, ugly word. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard that word. I asked Charlie Gasparino about this a couple of weeks ago. That word has seemingly gone away, or has it?
Well, I don't think it's gone away forever, but I wouldn't consider the odds of a recession very high right now. The job report on Friday was a poor report because of downward revisions.
Well, Trump said they lied. Trump said that report was bogus.
Yeah, well, I don't know that it was bogus. I think that you need to change the survey techniques, and I think you need to change the models used at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So I'm not I think Trump's right probably to replace the commissioner. And you need a top-to-bottom overhaul of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. My friend Kevin Hassett, who's got my old job, the NEC, talked about that over the weekend. There's no problem with that. He has a right to appoint his own people, and he has a right also to call for, audits of all these agencies, right? I mean, there's like a Doge effect on all these agencies, including the Federal Reserve. Somebody needs to audit the Fed and audit the Fed's models, okay? Someone needs to audit the Bureau of Labor Statistics and audit their models also, and Trump's the guy to do it.
Damn right. If Chuck Schumer can hold up Janine Pirro's, confirmation, then Trump can fire the BLS secretary. All right, last one, 2 minutes. Let's wrap this up in a nice little bow, Larry Kudlow, and end it where we started with Mamdani. Let's take the worst-case scenario, which is right now the most probable. He wins. He's the next mayor of New York. Economically, a lot of people are freaking out. You even freaked out at the beginning. How bad is it going to get for New York? How bad?
Well, I don't want to be panic-stricken. Look, we've had lousy mayors before. Okay, he's not going to be the first terrible mayor we've ever had in New York. All right. So much of what he wants will not get through because it's got to pass the legislature. And even though the legislature and the governor are left, they're not as left as he is. And so I have a feeling it won't be as bad. If you ask me, Sid, honest to goodness, what worries me the most about this guy, Mamdani the commie, is his anti-Semitism, his hatred of Jewish people, and his hatred of the Jewish state. This is what troubles me the most. This is something that should never happen in New York City, with the largest Jewish population in the world outside of Israel. Jewish people are the backbone of this city. We couldn't survive without them. We should have New York should have always be open and generous to everybody, bringing people together, not proposing hate. And this kid will continue that. That is the worst part of what he's doing. That has ripple effects throughout the country and around the world. New York City should always be a beacon of hope and a city on the hill. This kid, who is a Jewish hater, does not understand that. That's the part that troubles me the most.
And knowing me as well as you do, Larry, I agree with you 1,000%. Larry, you're beautiful. This was an amazing conversation. Really, it was. Thank you so much for hopping on today. We'll be listening to you as we do every day, watching you every day. You're a gem. Larry Kudlow, thank you so much.
All right, Sid. Take care. I love you.
I love you, too. God bless you. That's the great Larry Kudlow. I really do love this guy. I love him. He's fantastic. And how are you going to beat that hour? Mark Levin into Larry Kudlow. I mean, and before that, we had Katz and Devine. And we're still not done. Curtis is coming up. Maybe Nancy Mace. I don't know. We're not even close to being done, are we, Noam?
They don't make the cigarette big enough for you right now, I don't think. Or
They don't.
No, they don't think so.
And I can't smoke more than one because it affects my voice. Noam, you smoke cigarettes?
No.
Marijuana?
No.
Cocaine?
Once in a while.
Good man.
No,
What the?
he does. You can't smoke cocaine, no.
Sure you can.
You can, yeah.
You
You're
can?
free basic. You
You can
smoke
smoke
it.
it? Well,
You sound like a guy that's never done it.
no, I have
So I
not.
can't trust
Good.
you.
So, ha-ha. Good try.
Hunter Biden taught us.
Yeah, right.
Noam's got the news, and we'll talk to Curtis Sliwa and more. Don't forget, I'm on till 11 today. Kevin Drosch. He pops on you like 10 o'clock the night before. Hey, what are you doing tomorrow from like 10 to 11? I don't know. Let me guess. All too happy to do it. I miss you folks. I'll be back right after this. So, Lou, did you notice this morning when you picked me up with Gene in the car that I had those two big Curtis Sliwa for mayor signs on my lawn? It was dark out. You couldn't see it.
see it.
Yeah. So we...
Louis, he was looking for him.
I contacted Curtis yesterday. Our neighborhood is flooded with Curtis Sliwa. It's beautiful.
Great.
It's everywhere. And I'm like, wait a second. I'm sick. How do I not have that? So I texted Curtis, and he said the people from the Rockaway Republican Club, my friends Mary Glynn and Paul King, of course, who ran for office twice, and his lovely wife Margaret Powers, he said somebody will be there to put the signs up. And sure enough, last night, Curtis Sliwa for mayor, two big signs on the Rosenberg's lawn.
I can't believe Curtis himself didn't get out there and do it.
I know, me too. He must have been at some horrible parade or something. He goes to like all these terrible parades. Now, you live in a building, so you can't do that. What about your house? Well, he lives in Jersey, so.
Oh, you're talking about no.
No, but you should still put a sign out there.
I would put a sign.
Do you have a house? What do you live in?
I have a house, yeah.
You don't live in a house. You're such a liar.
Well, I do live
No,
in
you live in
Why would
no,
I
you
lie
don't.
about
You
that?
live
Why
in
would
like
you be
some
lying about You could that? easily
no,
figure
you
that
live
out
in
if
some
I
like Vakakta the villa or something.
a
condo, yeah.
Condo. You don't have a house.
I
You have
did-
a house?
I did live in a condo, but now I live in a house, yeah.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So put a sign out there.
5 times to get the answer. What's wrong
Well, I
with
still
you?
don't believe him, but will you put a Curtis Sliwa sign even though it's New Jersey? Is that legal, or could you get arrested for that?
No, I could put up any sign I want to.
By the way, are you coming Saturday?
What Saturday?
No, he's coming. Yeah.
It's the biggest rally of the year in New Jersey.
Oh, is this the Seaside Heights rally?
Yes.
Oh, maybe I'll come to that.
I'm serious. You should come.
Okay.
Meet Pressler and Chitterelli. If you are willing to endorse Chitterelli,
I want to meet Pressler.
I know he's cool. I'll even make sure you get to speak on Saturday.
Really?
Well, but you have to endorse Chitterelli. You
Okay,
can't.
all right.
Which you're not doing. You're endorsing that idiot from Jersey City, Phillip or something.
No, he's not running anymore.
Or the gay guy. What's his name?
Jim McGreevey.
Right.
He's running for mayor.
Oh, he's running for mayor. Okay. So are you in for Chitterelli?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Do I get breakfast, or how does this work?
You get everything if you're in for Chitterelli. You get everything. Massage.
What
whatever.
time of day is this thing?
It's 11:30 in the morning.
Ooh, that's
Have a nice time, though.
No, you're going to be on the beach. You're going to be on the beach on the
Oh, is
Jersey
it on the beach?
Shore.
Oh, okay.
It's at the Beachcomber. You're literally going to be
I
on
know
the sand.
Beachcomber. Okay, sure.
Yeah. You want to come seriously?
Yeah.
Well, they said you can't come now. They just texted me. Sorry. I'm kidding.
You don't have to worry. He's not going to be there.
You know who's going to be there speaking? Curtis.
You're kidding.
I swear to God. I
How's
know it's
Curtis
shocking.
getting there?
Huh?
How's Curtis getting there?
Oh, God, who
That's a
knows?
good point.
Probably some train to
There's
the...
no subway that goes there.
No,
so.
there's the train that goes from the Freedom Tower.
All right. Somebody with a raft is going to bring him over to your car.
Yeah, it'd be like
I
George
don't know.
Washington
Go
crossing
away.
to Delaware.
Yeah.
I've never seen him leave New York City before. So.
I know. But we love him in Jersey, too, and Chitterelli loves him, and Pressler, I guess. And so I invited him, and now I think he's even going to speak. Because we want to turn all these cities red, and we want Curtis to be the mayor of New York, which would be red. So he becomes a very important cog around the country. So he's going to speak on Saturday. Jersey loves Sliwa. So put a sign out in front of your house, okay?
That's what you put. Jersey loves sleep.
Yeah. I'm going to have to drive him, aren't I? That's what's going to happen.
Am I going to drive him?
No, I'm going to have to drive him.
Well,
I
you
know that's what's
probably
gonna
have to
happen.
drive him home, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a driver, but I'm not picking up Curtis. So.
Oh, that's what I'd love to see. You drive Curtis. That would be a great car ride. Are you kidding? Oh, my God.
What is it called, the train that goes from New York to New Jersey?
New Jersey Transit?
There you go.
Oh,
NJ
PATH.
Transit. There you go.
Yeah, it runs fine all the time, so you're good.
Yeah, we'll be 8 hours in. He'll still be stuck in Secaucus. Hanging out with Russ Salzberg there on Channel 9 in Secaucus. Saucus, New Jersey. All right, we'll take a break. We're going to talk to that superstar Curtis Sliwa coming up next, right here on the Monday edition of Sid and Friends in the Morning. So you're telling me that all these great-looking Italian guys will go to these clubs. You know, John Gotti used to love, what was the name of it? With an R. No, with an R. Very ritzy. Regines. Very good.
I was there, too.
Yeah, so was I. So you're telling me you would go to these clubs and these big, good-looking Italian guys, and you would dance with their girls?
Well, they're sitting there. They're not getting up and dancing. You don't know if it's a girlfriend. The women started dancing with one another. So I said,
here I go.
They don't look like they're lesbians.
Right.
You don't want to cut in on them on that.
No.
But they look like whoever they were there with didn't want to dance. So I'd start dancing.
Now, were you that good a dancer?
Yes.
No, come on.
No, extraordinarily good.
Did you ever take dancing classes? Or
a little bit of everything. My uncle Vincenz was quite the dancer, as was my grandfather Fidel Bianchino. They won dance contests. So I think it was in the genes. And when you got a little bit of Supreme Cuisine in you.
Yeah, of course.
It was all disco all the time.
Yeah, I was a Jew-gene.
Yes.
You were a Cuisine.
That's right. Platform shoes,
right,
bell-bottom pants.
Come on, there was a time when I had a lot of hair.
Yes.
And I carried that brush in my back pocket.
Oh.
In my Sassoon jeans, my Jordache jeans, and my little peepee. Those were the days.
Well, let me tell you about your people.
Yeah.
Larry Kudlow was talking about Jews, and I'm saying to myself, here are Jews backing Mandami.
Yeah. Well, it depends. There's a lot of different numbers I'm hearing. So that's why I love when you come in, because you know the truth. I hear anywhere from 18 to 40%.
About 40%.
That's
when you look
number?
at the analytics. And this is what they say about Mandami. Jews like his economic agenda and are unbothered by his visions and views on Israel and Gaza. But most Jews are worried that they would be less safe. Now, how smart is that? So you're saying, I like his economic agenda, freeze the rent, free bus fare. I don't necessarily like his views on Israel and Gaza, but I'm unbothered by it. But most Jews are worried that they would be less safe in a Mandami administration. So you know something? You let your people argue it out amongst one another, all the influencers who couldn't deliver for the vote for Cuomo.
Idiots.
And now they're knocking themselves out. They've all embraced Eric Adams. And then all of a sudden, Eric Adams decides that he's going to do a podcast with Naomi Raza, and it's called Smart Girl, Dumb Questions. Like right away, somebody in his team should have said, Mr. Mayor, you don't want to go on that.
Right. Well, she was good. I don't know who the girl is. I've never heard of her, but I thought she was interesting.
I know.
Good.
But he said he liked Mandami and his father, anti-Semites.
That's right.
He downplayed their anti-Jewish rhetoric, and he recognizes Palestine. Now, when he goes and he talks to Jews, does he say that? No, because he wants your shekels. He wants your checks. So understand whatever audience Eric Adams is in front of, he tries to patronize for them. But how do you explain all this? Plus...
Well, forget about... as bad as that is, okay, and it's bad when you start saying nice things, and he did. He said, Mamdani's a nice guy, his father's a nice guy, I'm the first mayor to be in Palestine. I'm sorry. You got to know your history. You've taught me before about Eric Adams... And I'm going to meet with Eric this week. I don't want to kill him. But he has dined with Farrakhan. He surrounds himself with people like Al Sharpton. And during this podcast, above and beyond the Mamdanis, he found something nice to say about Idi Amin.
Oh, he said, I was fascinated with Idi Amin.
Oh, my God.
Tell me, Mandamis, what was Idi Amin like? This guy was a cannibal dictator. He killed about 500,000 of his own people. We all remember what happened in Entebbe in 1976. Eventually...
What do you mean, 72? We kicked all the Israelis out of Africa, out of Uganda.
He kicked the Indians out.
I know.
The Mandamis of the world. And then... his enemies, he would take by the Nile River and throw them in and watch them get eaten by the crocodiles. Eventually, he had to flee because Tanzania invaded Uganda. And who gave him his final sanctuary? The fake, phony, fraudulent princes from the House of Fraud in Saudi Arabia.
That's correct.
So what is he fascinated? That's like saying, I'm fascinated about Hitler. I'm fascinated about Mao Zedong. I'm fascinated about Stalin.
Yeah. It's true.
This
Same
is
thing.
Eric Adams.
I don't get it. And I had Miranda Devine on earlier. Mark Levin on this show, the great one, they don't come smarter than Levin. You'll admit that, right? He actually said, and I quote, look, he's dumb. He used the word dumb. This comes from Abraham Hamra. He said, please let Curtis know these idiots behind Mamdani are not Jews, at least not in my book, and not in the book of most normal Jews. They've got a new religion called Progressive Reform Judaism, and he's right. But I want to move to Kudlow again. Kudlow said, listen, I love Curtis. I'm endorsing Curtis. I want Curtis to win. He talked about business specifically. He said Curtis has to be smarter. He can't be knocking real estate people. He can't be knocking big business. Now, I said, and if I'm wrong, correct me, I said, look, I think he gets frustrated because the real estate people are giving their money to Adams, who is in dead last. Right, and Savetsky, there's no data that suggests that Eric Adams will even be competitive in this race, and I'm about to meet with the man, okay? So, yeah, I get it. They're giving Eric the money, you get mad. They give Mamdani money, you get mad. They give Cuomo money, you get mad. Is that what it is? Because according to Kudlow, you better start saying nice things about real estate people and business people in New York, or as much as he loves you, he says you won't win.
I have to get Larry Kudlow up to speed, who has been a supporter of mine with his economic advisors, and Mrs. Kudlow, who's helping me with messaging. She used to do that for President Reagan. The New York Times piece in Sunday's New York Times, all positive. Catherine Wild, who is the CEO of the Partnership for New York City, I sat with her for over an hour. She said she was impressed by my command of economic issues, that I'm the pro-business candidate. I'm the only one talking about slashing taxes, and the business community should acknowledge me. Now, I need your permission. I am going to be on with John Catsimatidis from 11 to 12 today, right after you.
Oh, good.
He is going to invite me this Saturday to the power breakfast with all the billionaires and gazillionaires in the Hamptons.
That's a big deal.
But I've already committed to you and Jack Citarelli to be there at Seaside Heights. I can't be in both places at the same time.
Well, I would advise you, as the guy that's basically been your campaign manager.
Yes, you've been more than that.
I would advise you to go to the Hamptons. Adams has been there. Cuomo has been there. Last I checked, the Hamptons are part of New York. Seaside Heights are part of New Jersey. John has some very influential and important friends who make big decisions in this town. So if you said to me, Sid, I'd love to, and I know you'd love to be in Jersey. I know you would. And the crowd would love you there, love you. But I believe it's more important for you to be in the Hamptons.
Could you do me then one favor, since you've given me this dispensation? Before the crowd, say Curtis Sliwa is the only mayoral candidate who would do away with congestion pricing, which kills people from coming in from New Jersey. So you got to say on my behalf.
I'll probably mention you more than once, to be honest. But yes, because Jack Citarelli has made it known that he's going to hammer. He doesn't want to do it, but he's going to hammer New Yorkers that come across the bridge only because Kathy Hochul is doing it to his people in New Jersey. So it's a very, very big deal in this governor's race. So I promise you right now that, yes, I will say Curtis Sliwa is totally against congestion pricing. He wants to get rid of it, which is right in your wheelhouse, Jack Citarelli.
By the way, actually introducing me at that power breakfast Saturday morning at 9:30 in the Hamptons will be Governor Pataki supporting me and explain why economically I'm the only candidate running who will slash taxes and am pro-business. Now, could you get a better person to vouch for you than Governor Pataki?
I mean, he's the last Republican governor we've had. Hopefully, at least Stefanik becomes the next and beats Hochul next year. But give me something specific. I can say I'm going to slash taxes. Good morning, Dom Alberti. How are you, brother? Nice to see you. I can say if I run for mayor in 2029, I'm going to slash taxes. And they're going to go, how? I'm going to go, blah, 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 blah. How about that, Russell Wilson? So when you say you're going to slash taxes or you're pro-business, give me something practical that New Yorkers will understand.
You have to slash the budget, $116 billion. It's a budget-busting brain buster because the Department of Education, which Eric Adams loves because it was a place where Tracy, his boo, girlfriend, whatever you want to call it, who he lives with in apartment 22H in Fort Lee, had a 2.5-year no-show job making over $250,000 a year with benefits. She's not alone. It's the house of patronage. So you have
13 deputy chancellors, 50 department heads. I've talked with teachers. The principals can actually hire their own staff. I said, have you ever met any of these people down at the Tweed Courthouse? Never. They're non-existent. You slash that budget. You start cutting back on the costs of city administration. And now you can start slashing taxes. Example, 17.5% you have to pay to the state and city and corporate taxes. You know what you pay down in Miami where they're all going? 5.5%.
Right.
Your personal income tax in the city, 9%. We can control that. That's the highest in the nation. You can cut that. Now, you got to go to war against the city council. But they're going to take you to court, and then you're going to fight. That's something that Eric Adams refuses to do. Because depending on who's in the room with him, he agrees with them. He's fickle. He's a flip-flopper. And by the way, when you're sitting on that porch someday this week at Gracie Mansion, ask him to condemn Farrakhan.
I will, but here's the thing. Why are you worried about him? He is so far in the rearview mirror. He is, as was Levin or Kudlow pointed out correctly, he's polling 10 points behind you in almost every poll.
7%.
He's gone. It's over. And, again, Savetsky, all you, Nowutsky, all you Jewish influencers, you're wasting your time. And I'm going to meet with them.
Not only time, they're wasting their money.
Right. So you're worried about, we got to do something to beat Mamdani, yet you're hanging out with a guy who's getting clobbered in the polls. You are right there with Cuomo by second place. So why are you worried about Adams? I mean, would you agree that right now you need to set your sights on Mamdani? What about Cuomo?
Well, I am.
What about Cuomo?
I'll tell you what I'm doing.
Okay, does Cuomo pose a threat to you? What do you think Andrew's done to?
I wouldn't say a threat. Smacking fannies and killing grannies has sort of caused him to just stop in the polling. But Staten Island is going to become a battleground. Mamdani, you almost beat Cuomo in the Democratic primary in Staten Island. That shows you how weak Cuomo is officially kicking off his campaign August 17th out in Staten Island. And tonight, I am going to be with the Relentless Patriot to make sure that doesn't happen. It's going to be at Max's at 7 p.m. on 1559 Richmond Road. Scott Lebedo is hosting the Protect the Animals Forum, and we're getting all those women and men there who love animals. And Scott Lebedo grew up in a household on the North Shore in which his mother would recover injured animals and care for them and then release them back in the wild. So you see, it shows how Trumpers and people who voted for Harris can come together over the animal. As you remember, I have the Protect the Animals independent line. First time ever in electoral history. I'm going at Mamdani and I'm going at Cuomo because they will not take Staten Island over my dead body.
Every couple of weeks, Curtis, every week, I should say, not a couple of weeks, I stand corrected, I'm sorry. Every week, something good happens for you, right? It may be a Mark Levin endorsement, an Elise Stefanik endorsement, Sean Hannity, a Pataki, it doesn't matter. The New York Times, I don't think you'd ever be counting on the New York Times to do something that would help out Curtis Sliwa, but the New York Times came up big for you. Explain that to the audience.
Well, they came out, they actually spent time with me in the streets and in the subways and said, everybody gets bowled over at the number of people who come up to me, the variety of people, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Gen Zers, millennials, senior citizens. It doesn't matter. They come in waves. And I think the New York Times guy was like stunned because, I spent a lot of time campaigning in the subways. That's the great melting pot of New York City. And he wrote a very positive piece also about the fact that some people want me to take my beret off and other people don't. And when you ask me to take my beret off, I take my beret off if that's going to make a difference in me saving the city and becoming the mayor. And naturally, when I'm in the subways and streets, everybody is attracted to the red beret.
You got to leave that on. And I told you a couple of weeks ago, somebody very influential complained about the beret. Yeah. And now you heard who it was today, Miranda Devine, obviously. And she was really happy to see you take it off. And I've seen that picture now. You're a handsome guy. It doesn't matter. But so that is something that'll be consistent now moving forward, that there'll be plenty of Sliwa pictures without the beret.
Well, when I go to the big shindig on Saturday morning, now that you've given me permission to join Katsimatidis and all the millionaires and billionaires in the Hamptons, I'm going to go without the red beret. Because clearly for them, it makes a big difference.
What about for your people? What about for the Guardian Angels? Do they get upset? Do they get it?
No, they get it. Now, the beret represents the 6 who've died, who've been killed in the line of duty as Guardian Angels. the 3 dozen seriously injured. But they understand that. Look, I was born without the beret. When I die, and certainly enough people have tried to get me into that grave early, I'll be there without a beret.
Yeah.
So whether I go upstairs
no,
or
that's not
downstairs...
true. No. We're going to bury you with your beret
Oh,
on.
you are? Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Now, when you say we, what do you mean? You know a lot of guys who would love to bury me, and you spend half your time convincing them not to.
Not anymore. Even some of the most ruthless killers in this city seem to like you now. Just so you know that.
In the New York Times piece, look at the last thing. Bo Dietl, who always wanted me to take it off, said, I was at the wake for Bernie Kerik at the cathedral in Patterson, where he was from. I passed Curtis 3 times. I did not recognize him because you have to take your beret off
It's
in
true.
church.
He texted me that night. He goes, I didn't even know it was Curtis.
Rudy passed me. He didn't know. Joe Loder, who ran for mayor, remember, in the Republican primary against John Catsimatidis, he didn't know. That's just a small sampling. Nobody knew I was Curtis Lee was sitting there. Now, Bo Dietl gets that. He said, no, keep the red beret on. But if other people find that that is the one reason that they wouldn't vote for me, I'm not going to let that stand in the way. And I appreciate the fact you're giving me permission not to join you in that great rally to get Jack Citarelli to become the next governor and save New Jersey, along with Scott Presley, who certainly knows how to go out there and register voters. Now that you've allowed me to go out to the Hamptons with the billionaires and zillionaires, they're going to be fireworks.
They're going to love you. Yeah, you're going to outdo whatever Adams and Cuomo did out there. Was Heath Ledger, he died now. Died a very young man after he played the Joker in Batman. He said, wait till they get a load of me. So when they see you in the Hamptons, if they don't love you already, they certainly will.
Well, it just shows you I'm surging. So look at this. The only person surging in the polls is Curtis Sliwa.
That's it.
So I'm the only Republican with Republican values. By the way, all 3 candidates, Adams, Cuomo, Mondami, they want non-citizens to vote, right? I only want citizens to vote. They're for Sanctuary City. You saw the big article in the Post over the weekend. I said, put it on the ballot, Eric Adams. Let the people vote. He knows they'll vote against the Sanctuary City, so he's refused to do that. And, of course, what's the other thing they're all in favor of, except for Adams? No cash bail. Cuomo and Mondami are the no cash bail twins. I mean, they have similar belief systems. In fact, think of Cuomo as the grandfather in 2018.
Yep.
No cash bail, closed prisons, raise the age. Every one of these laws that have destroyed our state and city came from Grandpa Cuomo, and now his grandson, Mondami, he's like on steroids. He's going to do it even more. He's got more in common with Cuomo than he has against Cuomo.
That's probably fair and true. Curtis, this was great. I did miss you. Thank you for doing a tremendous job last week. We'll get you back in on Wednesday, okay? Wednesday you come back.
Oh, no, that's great.
Right?
By the way, you're going to have your sit down by then?
I don't know. That may be the day. I don't know yet. I'm waiting for – I like Kayla. I'm waiting for Kayla to get back to me.
Well, you got to sit in Sneako's seat there.
I'll let you know. All right? That'll be off the air, though. We'll see you Wednesday. Keep up the great work. You are the only candidate surging, and I speak on all of the Republicans here in New York City. We're very proud of you, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
My man Curtis. He'll be on right after me because I'm doing this extra hour. Obviously, you're hearing me, not Brian Kilmeade. I'm on till 11, and then you get the dynamic duo who was in all week last week, John Catsimatidis and Curtis, coming up from 11 to 12 before Bill O'Reilly heads into Greg Kelly. I'll take a short break. Norm's got the news. Hour number 5, and we're going to talk to one of my favorite Congress people, Nancy Mace in South Carolina, who announced today she's running for governor. We go to Charleston, speak to Nancy Mace, coming up in about 20 minutes. The best airline by a mile is not JetBlue anymore. It was Emirates. My God, was that an unbelievable flight. 10-plus hours, which is horrible. But Emirates made it really good.
What happened?
First of all, the plane is spotless. I sat in economy. That's a long flight. Not business, not first class. But the seats and the room is almost like a business class seat on a different flight. The food is great. All the what I call them now, flight attendants. I still call them stewardesses. And the stewards. All the flight attendants look great. You know, they really take care of themselves. They're made up and they're dressed nicely. It was just a wonderful experience. Danielle and I were shocked. And because it was a 10-hour flight, like I told you about 4 hours ago, I've been on since 6, I watched 3 movies. 3. Iceman, the story about Richard Kuklinski, who was a big-time hitman for the mob, the Gambinos, and Roy DeMeo. And Michael Shannon played Kuklinski. He was terrific, and Winona Ryder played his wife, and my friend Danny A. was in the movie. It was very good. And then I watched that movie with Blake Lively, I Like Her, and Justin Baldoni, which ended up in a real-life lawsuit. I guess he's suing her, or she's suing him for sexual harassment.
Both.
Lisa G. Both.
She's suing him for sexual harassment. He's suing her, saying it didn't happen.
For defamation, I guess.
Yeah.
So the movie it ends with us, and it's a love story, but the story is not the love story. The story is really about domestic violence. So in the movie, Blake Lively's character witnessed her mother getting beat up constantly by her father, who was a mayor, who was a big-time guy. In fact, the movie starts with her father dying, and the whole town, city came to this funeral. He was a big-time guy, a mayor. People loved him. And the mother said, well, what should I say at Daddy's funeral? She said, why don't you write a list of the 5 things that you love most about your father? Okay, Mom. So the next scene has her up on the stage at this funeral. You know, the priest calls her up. Lovely daughter, Lily Blooms. And she opens up the piece of paper, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's it. Nothing. She hated him because he beat up her mother. So the last thing she ever wanted was to have a boyfriend or significant other who did the same. And guess what? In the movie, Baldoni's character did the same. Beat her up a couple times. So that's the movie. But when they're falling in love, it is pretty hot and heavy. I said to Danielle, are they together in real life? She goes, no. She's married to Ryan Reynolds. I go, wow, these scenes they're pretty tight. And now they're suing each other. So I find that fascinating. But the movie I enjoyed most of the 3 that I watched was, what is the name of it again, Louis?
A Complete Unknown.
Complete Unknown. Yes, A Complete Unknown. The lyrics, of course, in the great song, Like a Rolling Stone. And it's the Bob Dylan story. I think it takes place between 61, I know they get to 65, probably ends before 1970, when they still had that big folk music concert in Newport, Rhode Island. It's now the Jazz Festival. And this kid, Timothy Chalamet, he is some actor. I've never seen any of his other work, but in this movie, he was spot on. I mean, great. Absolutely great. They were all great. Ed Norton, who played, Pete
Seeger.
Thank you. And the young lady that played Joan Baez, actually prettier than Joan Baez. But the movie was great. They all did their own singing, which is unbelievable. And I don't know who won the Academy Award last year, but how Chalamet did not win it for his portrayal of Bob Dylan is shocking to me. He was that good. I think of all the great biopics I love, for example, my favorite one, and no one else ever talks about it. Nobody. But my favorite biopic performance was the late, great Philip Seymour Hoffman when he played Truman Capote. I loved him in that. People always talk about, obviously, Jamie Foxx when he played Ray Charles. I know I'm going to be missing like a million here, but some talk about Morrison, Val Kilmer. I just thought that this kid, Chalamet, was brilliant as Bob Dylan. So I know it's an old movie and a lot of you saw it already, but if you haven't, I really recommend you watch this film. It is great. What's it called again, Louis?
This is going to play the rest of my life.
He's going this morning. He goes, look at a real unknown, a total unknown.
It's a complete unknown, right?
Yeah. Very good.
A complete unknown. I'm singing the song in my head
there
now
you go.
because
That's where they got it from.
Oh, I know that dick face.
Well, I'm not sure.
This is why those 2 girls hate you. I'm sure that's true. I'm sorry. Anyway, we'll take a short break. When we get back, she's one of our most valued congresswomen. Now she's got her sights set on governor. We go down to Charleston, South Carolina. My friend Nancy Mace is coming up next. Tried to get Jack a win against Phil Murphy last time. He came close. He credits me with that. This time, hopefully, he can beat Mikey Sherrill. We'll see. But the point is, Pressler, he's going to be with me in Jersey on Saturday. You know, I want Tommy Tuberville to win that gubernatorial race down in Alabama. I love Coach Tommy. You guys know that. So there's a bunch of Republicans now. Elise Stefanik, my girl Elise, running against Kathy Hochul here next year. Not official, but she will. So there's a bunch of Republicans already in Congress and politics who are going to run for governor, and I want all the Republicans to win because not only am I Republican, but I'm friends with all these people, like good friends. So for Presser and I, our next stop after Jersey may be Charleston, South Carolina, where the great Congresswoman, my dear friend Nancy Mace, has officially announced she's running for governor. Miss Governor, how are you?
I'm good, sir. It's a great day to be an American and deliver on Donald Trump's agenda. That's what we need, MAGA governors across the country in the midterms in 2026.
You know, talking about Trump, here in New York, there was a time a couple of weeks ago where it looked like three great Republicans, Nancy, you know them all, three of them, Bruce Blakeman, your friend in Congress, Mike Lawler, and Elise would all run for governor, and then Trump put out a couple of posts about what a great job Bruce Blakeman's doing in Nassau County and how he needs Mike Lawler back in Congress, and all of a sudden, three became one because we know Trump adores Elise like he loves you. So he clearly had something to do with this, and Lawler even admits that Trump sat him down in the Oval Office and said, you need to stay in Congress, okay? So Elise is going to get that opportunity. Have you had that conversation with the president?
Oh, I have definitely made the ask, and I'm going to work hard like everybody else who's trying to earn his support. I'm going to work harder than anyone to show him that I'm ready. We'll raise. And speaking of, if you want to chip in, anyone listening to you, Sid, it's nancymace.org/donate. They can chip in today and be a day one supporter. But I'm going to work hard like everyone else to deliver on his agenda during my campaign. And look, I mean, I was there when George Stephanopoulos defamed him, and they had that $15 million suit against Donald Trump that he won. That was my interview when I went on ABC News against George Stephanopoulos to defend the president. I was there when we got Speaker Mike Johnson elected, helping. I called Donald Trump to get him on the phone with the last two holdouts in Congress so we get the speaker elected. I've been there with them day in and day out, and will continue to do so when I'm governor of South Carolina.
You have been. You've been a very loyal soldier, Nance. I remember the days when it wasn't that way, and you have been tremendous for President Trump. He knows that. But, you know, we keep hearing about this slim margin, right? I mean, hey, Elise, you can't be the, in the UN because the ambassador to the UN because we need you in Congress. And yet, Senate too. You know, he's all for Tommy Tuberville running for governor. He's for Elise. He's for you. So what happened to this slim majority in Congress that Trump is okay with all you guys running for governor?
Well, I came in, I had a swing seat like Mike Lawler. I won my district by 1 point when I came in 2020. But in the last 4 years, I've been able to get my district to a solid, rock solid conservative district. I just won it by 18 points. So my district now is a safe Republican hold. And I'm with the president concerned about swing states. And Mike Lawler, he has a swing district and we need him in Congress. And that was a smart move by Trump to sit down and talk to him about it as well, because we need to keep the majority in the House, in the Senate, but also we need real conservative governors who truly support Donald Trump's agenda, because too many times politicians get elected and they lie to your face, they lie on TV, they get elected and they do nothing. They stand for nothing, but not Donald Trump. And he needs bona fide leaders, governors with a backbone who will back him up every step of the way. And I come from a red state, South Carolina. You would never think we would have sanctuary policies like in New York and South Carolina.
What?
But we had a sanctuary we had a sanctuary sheriff last year, letting illegals out onto the streets who are pedophiles, rapists, and murderers in bright red South Carolina.
Well, what city was that?
This was in Charleston.
Oh, my God.
Yep, in Charleston, South Carolina, in my district. And we allowed these sanctuary policies, these loopholes to happen, and not a single, I'm telling you, Sid, not a single statewide official in South Carolina, bright red South Carolina, stood up and told the sanctuary sheriff no. I was the only person who stood up against her. And I'm going to continue to do that for my state and my country, because that's what I believe in, America first and Donald Trump.
I'm shocked by all this. Now, of course, we have the worst governor in the – it's a toss-up, but you got that –
Oh, my God, you do.
Yeah, you got the douchebag Newsom in California. We got Hochul. I'm not really all that familiar with McMaster. Is this an incumbent? What is your situation in South Carolina?
It's an open primary. We're leading in all the polls, and we were the fifth one, I guess, to jump in. He's been a solid governor. He has supported the president. But again, these policies, we've got colleges and universities in South Carolina that have like 15 genders on college application forms. We've got dormitories that allow men in skirts to invade the spaces of women. We had a sanctuary sheriff last year, and no one did a damn thing about it. So I'm coming in hot, and I'm going to make sure that we have conservative and common sense policies to lead our state. We're going to export this woke DEI, gender-bending ideology out of our state. We'll send it to California or somewhere else. Not South Carolina.
No, last time we spoke, you were coming under fire for doing something that was perfect. It was common sense. You wanted, you wanted different bathrooms for men can't walk into women's bathrooms and vice versa. Yep. And you were being called all kinds of horrible names.
Horrible. And they want to kill me. But look, that ideology is in South Carolina schools. And I got to tell you, I'm here to stop it. And that's why I announced my governor that I'm jumping in for governor today, because I'm tired of illegals running the streets. I'm tired of these biological men, these mentally ill men invading women's spaces. And by the way, Sid, you're a real man. Real men protect women. So thank God for all the real men out there across the country who are protecting us.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just talking about, I took a flight home from Greece with Danielle on Saturday. And it's a long flight, Nance. It's over 10 hours. So I was watching all these movies. I saw the Bob Dylan movie. It's great. A Complete Unknown. You got to see that. And then I watched this Baldoni Blake Lively movie. I don't know if you know about this movie, but they're actually suing each other in real life now. But what the movie is about domestic violence. How she watched as a kid, Nance. She watched her mother get beat up by her father, who died. He was the mayor. And she swore it would never happen to her. And, of course, in the movie, and this happens a lot in real life, too, it did happen to her. And I know that you're very sensitive to things like that.
No, I'm very. And I mean, my kids have seen bruises on my body before. And as a struggle when you've been in that position, well, I mean, I got out of it immediately. I fled my home, and I actually was without a home for a couple of months, getting back on my feet about 2 years ago. But I know the pain that people go through. And in a state like South Carolina and a lot of states across the country, victims are treated like criminals and criminals are treated like victims. And this broken justice system that we see, the weaponization of the court system, the weaponization of the justice system against victims, against men, against women, all of the above, it's wrong. And it's not going to happen on my watch. There's a case in South Carolina that's been covered very broadly in the news, the Scott Spivey case. The guy was shot at 17 times. And no one was investigated for his murder, even though they know who shot him. There are recordings of the guy bragging about it to his family, that he chased the guy 9 miles down the road and he was terrified. But they let him off. And there was no investigation whatsoever into potential murder. And so that's got to stop. The days of justice are on when I am governor, because if you commit a crime, you're going to jail. And we have murder cases all across the state of South Carolina that are not getting prosecuted, rape cases not getting prosecuted, domestic violence. And so I'm telling people, if this happened to me as a member of Congress, what's going on in the rest of the world to the average American or the average South Carolinian? They're being treated far, far worse. It's not about me, but I understand what people have been through, and I'm going to fix the system.
Oh, you understand it because you've been through it. So sometimes the best messenger, and I hate saying that because, I love you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, but you've been through a lot. You've been through, sexual issues and like you talked about, abuse, all of it. So you're a good messenger for people who are struggling out there because you've been through it. It's kind of like me. I'm doing later on today. I'm going to an event for people in recovery. And people that are, drinking and drugging, they're like, I'm always going to be a piece of garbage. No, you're not. You could be me. And you could be Nancy Mace. You could be a congresswoman. And when the gubernatorial one day in her state of South Carolina, Lorna did say to me that I'll only run, if Trump gave me the blessing, which he didn't, but I'll only run if I really see a path to victory. I would imagine you did the same homework in South Carolina, yes?
Oh, yes. We are, knock on wood, and praise be, we are leading in every legitimate third-party poll. We have massive name ID. MAGA, Trump voters are with us. Conservatives are with us. I'm deeply humbled by it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to win right away. I've got to work very hard to raise the money and get to voters. I'm starting a statewide town hall series this week, going all across the state. Like I've gone all across the country, listening to people the last couple of months. And I'm going to prove that I can do this and prove my policies. I've unveiled several policies this morning. And we're going to just work hard and earn the support of voters across South Carolina because they deserve it.
One more, and me and Presser, I'm not kidding, we're going to be there for you. We want to get you this win. Even though you're already a red state, we're trying to turn blue and purple into red. You're already red. On the way out, even in South Carolina, there's a lot of New York people there, right? They go to Myrtle Beach. They go to Hilton Head. They love South Carolina. Is Mamdani a household name right now, even in South Carolina?
Oh, yeah, everybody knows who he is. And everyone's terrified of this guy who supports Sharia law and is going to ruin New York. And you're going to have breadlines. And it's crazy that this is what's happening. And he hates Jews and Israel. I mean, this guy is not American. In fact, we can just deport him. Get him out of here.
Right.
I can't even stomach that this exists in the America that we know and we love, that we grew up in, Sid.
I agree.
This cannot be happening.
It's crazy. I mean, in New York, this is crazy. And you're right. We should just deport him. I agree with you. So on the way out, Nance, for people that want to help you, because you've got a lot of, not just Frank O'Hara, okay? You got a lot of New York fans here. How did they help out, send some money to Nancy Mace today?
They can go to nancymace.org/donate. Please chip in today. Be an OG, Sid. You can do it too. Be an original on day one.
I love it. I am going to be so enthusiastic in my support for you to win this governor's race in South Carolina, and I expect that you and I will talk a lot in the way of getting you that victory. So thank you for hopping on day one. It means a lot to me. And go get him, Nancy Mace.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you so much.
I sure hope so. Thank you, sir. God bless.
God bless you. Nancy Mace, Congresswoman, South Carolina. She's running for governor. Let's get her a win. Lou, we'll take a quick break. We're about to wrap things up. John and Curtis are coming up next. Wrapping up on Monday morning on a big one. Sid and Friends in the morning. I'll be right back. So I walked in my house, and my son, I shave my son. Gabriel, he doesn't know how to shave. He's 16, and so I come home. My son's got like a full beard mustache. I'm like, who's this kid? Where's Gabe? I'm like, couldn't you ask Ava, your boyfriend Max, to shave you or something? But I really missed him, and that was the best part of coming home Saturday night was Ava and Gabe running to the door. Folks, there's nothing like it. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care how much fame you've got, how fancy your car is, or big your home is. And you may have a dog. You think dogs are the greatest? They're not, okay? When you come home and your kid is at the door saying, Daddy, I missed you, I love you, that's it. There's nothing else in life. I don't care if you've had 4 stewardesses on a 10-hour flight back from Egypt. Have you had that, no?
That was a little better, actually, than the kids at the front door.
That is pretty good. You're right. So I do want to send a shout-out to my friend Jen DeLandro. You played a piece of her podcast moments ago, Lewis. I think it's called Puddles and Cats and... what is the name of that again?
It's called A Complete Puddle.
It is like Cats and Puddles or something like that?
Cats and Pudding.
Oh, thank you, Cats and Pudding. She puts on a great podcast, Jen DeLandro, Dolce Aesthetics. But she's now on the new season of Below Deck, Jen. She invited me and Danielle, We initially said yes, but we opted out of it. But she went. She went to, I think, St. Martin or something. I don't know. So we watched episode 1 last night. Tonight for episode 2, she's having a watch party. It's going to be at Mateo's in Howard Beach.
That's big.
Yeah, so you can watch my friend Jen DeLandro.
Did they like her? Did the staff like her? Or did they think she was a pain in the butt?
Well, the first episode, they said they're a bunch of weirdos. They look like the Addams Family. And one of her friends, Jen, got so hammered. I've never seen this before. They had to throw her off the boat. Wow. They're about to arrest her.
Wow.
I don't know who the lady is, but clearly Jen knows her. So it was entertaining, but equally as embarrassing, I think. So episode 2 may be very good tonight. So check out my friend Anthony Amoroso and Mateo's and Howard Beach, and check out Jen DeLandro, episode 2 of Below Deck. We're done today. Lou Rufino, I missed you. It was great to see you. We'll do it again tomorrow. Justin Ellick, you too. Noam Layden, you too, Lisa G. You know that. And Jim Flippin's not here right now, but he, well, there's something wrong with him anyway, let's be honest. And Kevin Drosch, I saw him today. That was very exciting.
There's going to be new suspects, man. One day.
Curtis and John are coming up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 6. Thanks for the welcome back text, folks. We love you. Thank you so much.
Exercise your First Amendment right to whip out your freedom of expression with Anthony Cumia.
Welcome back.
Hats, hoodies, and shirts from the WABC radio store.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Like the Clown of the Week t-shirt. And wrap that rascal with the Anthony Cumia signature hoodie.
I don't care if you're on the high seas or you're just in a bar in New York City.
Plus the Cumia microphone logo line. The Anthony Cumia Store. Now live at WABCRadiostore.com.